The Art Preservative. By Thomas J. Lindsay. Editorial Staff, Philadelphia, Evening Bulletin. The printing press. When Benjamin Franklin edited the Gazette, in Philadelphia, a century and a half ago, he set up the type, worked off the paper on a wooden hand press of primitive construction, made wooden types for use in his office, and engraved the cuts with which to illustrate the articles. In those days printing was an art which figured among the mysteries of science, and was practiced by men of high social standing and advanced education. The 60 years which passed between Franklin's purchase of the Gazette and his death saw the discovery of many scientific wonders. But the art of printing moved so slowly as to leave it at the close of the 18th century practically in the condition in which Franklin found it when he began his career as proprietor of his Philadelphia printing establishment. And this condition of affairs applied to England as well as to the United States. With all the rare ability possessed by the printer-philosopher, he was able to do but little for the advancement of the profession which was instrumental in making for him an international reputation. In all that pertains to the printing business there is nothing with which the name of Franklin is connected as inventor, yet he is referred to invariably as in the highest degree representative of the art preservative of all arts. Were the distinguished scientist, statesman, diplomat, printer, and philosopher to come forth from his grave in the cemetery of Christ Church, at 5th and Arch Streets, Philadelphia, and go into one of the great printing houses of the country, how astounding to him would be the revelation! No more the wooden types or the unsymmetrical metal pieces, no more the wooden hand press, the wood engravings, the ink balls, and the process of printing a few hundred sheets an hour. The terrific rapidity with which the newspapers are turned out today, printed, cut, pasted, and folded, the fineness of the work done on books and magazines, the wonder of one press putting on different colors at the same time. The setting of type by machines seemingly possessed of human intelligence, the rapidity and the simplicity of making stereotype plates, the dexterity of forming ordinary metal types into all kinds of forms. The millions of books, secular and religious, papers, and general literary productions turned out daily, would so puzzle the gigantic brain and cloud the understanding of the philosopher as to cause him to exclaim, "Take me back, O spirit of death! And let me forever rest from this seething, surging, whirling sphere of inventive progression." When the genius of invention was turned toward the printing art, it is worthy of note that the press which attracted the greatest attention was the production of a Philadelphian who once had been an associate of Benjamin Franklin. It was known as the Columbian Press, the invention of George Clymer, and was regarded as of sufficient consequence to meet the approval of the printing fraternity of Great Britain as well as of this country. In the National Museum in Washington, D.C., is the hand press which Benjamin Franklin used to print his Philadelphia paper, the Gazette. It had been built for him in London, where he had used it about 5 years prior to its being brought to Philadelphia. What a curious-looking affair it is! Yet it was little less in the way of primitiveness compared with that used prior to 1817, when Clymer's Columbian came into use. When these productions are contrasted with the magnificent contrivances of today, from which can be thrown 1,600 papers per minute, papers of 10, 12, and 14 pages, printed on both sides, pasted and folded. The comparison is like putting the steamboat of Fulton by the side of the monster ships which crossed the Atlantic Ocean from New York to Southampton in less than 5 days. The Columbian Press was looked upon, when presented to the printers, as an advance worthy of note in the art. It is easy to imagine how much prominence was given Clymer's invention when it was placed beside the old common press. Today, this supposed to be great piece of mechanism would not even be dignified by a place in the most unmodern backwoods printing establishment. And yet from this were printed the literary productions of Great Britain, as well as of the United States, in the early part of the 19th century. The Columbian mechanical advancement consisted of the use of rollers for inking the type, very much like the process now employed in inking the type when a rough proof is desired, thus dispensing with the balls, which were managed by boys. The use of screws under the bed of the press to hold in position the form, into which had been securely adjusted the type, and the application of a long bar to obtain pressure sufficient to make the impression on the paper. The picture of this press shows the flat carriage upon which was placed the type, the platen or pressing surface, the bar which forced the platen upon the type, the spring which carried the platen back to position when the impression had been taken, and the track upon which the carriage was moved forward and backward, primitive enough, and sufficiently simple in construction to show the limited capacity of the inventive genius of our great-grandfathers. It was about 1829 when the Columbian gave way to the Washington press, and this was used for some time for fine bookwork. The feature of it was an automatic inking roller attachment. While the Washington press had the capacity for producing fine work, it was deficient in the speed required for meeting the demand then growing for books and newspapers. Then the printers turned to a cylinder press which had appeared in the last decade of the 18th century. The London Times had taken hold of it, and brought it to such a condition that its speed was raised to something like 1,000 impressions an hour. Koenig, a native of Saxony, in 1815, produced a press for printing both sides of the sheet. It resembled two single presses placed with their cylinders toward each other, the sheet being carried by tapes from the first to the second cylinder. Its capacity was 750 sheets, both sides, an hour. Cambridge University about this time was furnished with a press in which the types were placed on the four sides of a prism, the paper being applied by another prism. It proved unsuccessful. In this press, however, were first introduced the inking rollers formed of a combination of glue and molasses. Rollers are made of these two materials to this day. Cooper, an Englishman, in 1815, introduced curved stereotyped plates and fixed them to a cylinder. Two place cylinders and two impression cylinders were soon afterward worked together on one press by Cooper, printing both sides of the sheet at the rate of 1,000 copies an hour. This seems to have been the period when inventive skill began to assert itself in the printing press. The educational advancement of the people in this country and in Europe, with the lack of facility for furnishing information of the campaigns of Napoleon Bonaparte, the desire for facts regarding the events transpiring in England, France, and Germany, the meagerness of the details which had been furnished of the conflict between Great Britain and the United States in 1812, convinced the publishers of newspapers in this country and abroad that the laws of supply and demand were not equally balanced. The outcome of this was a press constructed to print both sides of the sheet from type, and was soon followed by the introduction of four impression cylinders. These were applied to the reciprocating bed to carry the type for one side of the sheets being fed from four feeding boards, the impression cylinders alternately rising and falling, so that two sheets were printed during the passage one way, the other two on the return passage. A pair of inking rollers between the impression cylinders obtained ink from the reciprocating board. The capacity of this press was 5,000 an hour, and this was regarded as a feat worthy of public mention, record of it being made in the newspapers of that period in a way which shows the general interest in the work. The first power press used in the United States was made by Daniel Treadwell, of Boston, in 1822. Two of them were used by the Bible and Tract Societies. The London Times had succeeded in applying steam to the movement of the printing press as early as 1814, a cylinder press being brought into requisition, to the use of which they had the exclusive right. Following the Treadwell press, about 1825, came the improvements of Samuel and Isaac Adams, and the general use of the press which is still worked in the book offices of this country in Great Britain. It was on one of these Adams presses, in 1863, that was printed the book written by Dr. Elisha Kent Kane, describing his second expedition in search of Sir John Franklin, the Arctic explorer. It was found that the Adams press could be used for newspaper as well as exceedingly fine bookwork, its construction admitting of the use of plates or type, and its speed such as nearly came up to the requirements of that period. In this press a feed board holds the paper, which is fed by hand to a second board or tympan, having points to make holes in the sheet to regulate the second side. The type rests upon a bed which is raised by straightening a toggle joint against the upper plates. The fountain for the ink is carried at one end of the press. The inking rollers pass twice over the form. The paper is caught by grippers, carried in a frame called a frisket over the form, or type, receives the impression, and is carried by tapes to a fly frame in the rear which delivers it to the sheet board. With the 2- 3- and 4-cylinder presses, the Adams press, steam power and various improvements in the make of inks and rollers. The first half of the 19th century was looked upon as having made for the printing press extraordinarily rapid advancement. Great Britain held first place in the production of newspapers and books, the United States was a slow second, then came France, Germany, Russia, Italy, Spain, and Austria, in the order given. The greatest evidence of this march of improvement was the enormous increase in the production of the Bible, and the bringing of the cost to a figure which then was looked upon as placing it within the reach of all classes. Scientific and literary works were being put out in great numbers, newspapers were being started in every town in this country and England, and the editions put out in such European centres of advancement as Paris, Madrid, Berlin, Brussels, London, Liverpool, Dublin, Glasgow, St. Petersburg, Vienna, and Rome reached proportions then supposed to be enormous. The London Times at that period had a circulation of about 30,000, and this was the leader in journalism. In the United States the leading newspapers did not issue daily editions greater than 20,000, while a circulation of 10,000 daily was regarded as being entirely satisfactory to the business ideas of the average publisher. The opening of the last half of the 19th century may be spoken of as a quiescent period. It was the calm in the affairs of the United States which preceded the occurring of stormy events which put to the full test the strength of the young republic, the attitude of the nations of the Old World toward us, and the power of the people successfully to maintain a government, of the people, for the people, and by the people. Millard Fillmore became the President of the United States in July of 1850, succeeding Zachary Taylor, who died. The Congress had taken a stand on the disturbing question of slavery by the passage of the Fugitive Slave Law, and had made the first step toward freedom for the Negroes by the abolition of the slave trade in the District of Columbia. It was in this year that New Mexico and Utah were admitted as territories, the entire population of the United States being only 23,191,876. 10 years later the population reached 31,443,321. The people were beginning to realize how important was the printing press in placing them in communication with the statesmen of the country. They were looking to Webster, Calhoun, Clay, Meredith, Everett, Scott, Crittenden, Collamer, Marcy, then in the fullness of mental vigor, and they were demanding information of their acts in the cabinet, their speeches in Congress, their views on state rights and slavery. It was at this time that the Hoe American Printing Press Company startled the world by producing the 10-cylinder press, the speed of which was limited only by the ability of the feeders to supply the sheets. The first one of them to be used in the United States was that upon which the Philadelphia Public Ledger was printed. It at once came into general use in Europe and America. Its speed was 20,000 copies an hour. In this press, still in use in many cities, the form of type is placed on the surface of a horizontal revolving cylinder of about 4.5 feet in diameter. The form occupies a segment of only about 1/4 of the surface of the cylinder, and the remainder is used as an ink distributing surface. Around this main cylinder, and parallel with it, are smaller impression cylinders. The large cylinder being put in motion, the form of types is carried successively to all the impression cylinders, at each of which a sheet is introduced, and receives the impression of the type as the form passes. One person supplies the sheets of paper to each cylinder. After being printed they are carried out by tapes and laid upon heaps by means of self-acting flyers. The ink is contained in a fountain placed beneath the main cylinder, and is conveyed by means of distributing rollers to the distributing surface on the main cylinder. The surface being lower, or less in diameter than the form of types, passes by the impression cylinder without touching. For each impression there are 2 inking rollers, which receive their supply of ink from the distributing surface of the main cylinder. They rise and ink the form as it passes under them, after which they again fall to the distributing surface. Each page of the paper is locked up on a detached segment of the larger cylinder, which constitutes its bed and chases, termed the turtle. The column rules run parallel with the shaft of the cylinder, and consequently are straight, while head, advertising, and dash rules are in the form of segments of a circle. The column rules are in the form of a wedge, with the thin part directed toward the axis of the cylinder, so as to bind the type securely. These wedge-shaped column rules are held down to the bed by tongues projecting at intervals along their length, which slide in rebated grooves cut crosswise in the face of the bed. The spaces in the grooves between the rules are accurately fitted with sliding blocks of metal, even with the surface of the bed. The ends of which blocks are cut away underneath to receive a projection on the sides of the tongues of the column rules. The form of type is locked up in the bed by means of screws at the foot and sides, by which the type is held as securely as in the ordinary manner upon a flat bed. This press was regarded as the highest degree of perfection, until William A. Bullock, of Philadelphia, put out his web perfecting press. This completely revolutionized the printing business so far as the newspapers were concerned. It came into use in 1861, just before the breaking out of the War of the Rebellion in the United States, in time to meet the enormous demands made upon the printing press at home and abroad. It had been in operation but a short time when the newspaper owners of Great Britain took hold of it, and for several years no other press was used by the newspapers of large circulation. How slow and toy-like it seems in comparison with the monsters of the present day. And yet this machine met the demands of a period when it was supposed the circulation of the daily press had reached an altitude never to be surpassed. A newspaper like the New York Herald, which had attained a daily circulation of about 75,000, was looked upon as achieving the highest degree of success. In this last year of the 19th century the Journal and World of New York send out at least 1 million copies of their papers 365 days in the year. William A. Bullock worked at his web printing press for 6 years before he had it in shape to pronounce it applicable to the requirements. It was not long after it was in successful operation that one of his limbs caught in the machinery of one of his presses, and death was the result. As the presses first were made, and indeed for many years thereafter, the paper was cut in the press before being printed, and it was a difficult matter properly to control these single sheets until they were delivered. While the presses were without any folding attachment. But these old-style Bullock presses did succeed in turning out 6,000 8-page papers an hour, printed on both sides. In 1873 a great improvement was made in the Bullock presses, which allowed of the papers being printed on the endless roll before the paper was cut. With the aid of other improvements subsequently made these presses attain to a capacity of 16,000 8-page papers an hour. But an unexpected limit was found in the impossibility of delivering beyond a certain rate from the fly. Then R. Hoe and Company, about 1877, invented a contrivance which obviated the difficulty. It consisted of an accumulating cylinder, on which 6 or 8 sheets were laid one above the other and then delivered from the fly at one motion. This increased the capacity of their perfecting press to 18,000 an hour. A folding attachment was then added, next a pasting and cutting attachment. Thus, in 1879 they were able to turn out a press which produced 30,000 perfect 8-page papers an hour, printed, cut, pasted, and folded. The next great achievement was put in operation in a New York pressroom in 1885. That was the double supplement press, which in reality combines 2 presses in one. It was the first press to insert supplement sheets automatically, and it was the first press to print from 2 rolls of paper, one roll being placed at right angles to the main roll. As the name of the press implies, from the secondary roll the supplements are printed at the same time that the main part of the paper is being printed from the other roll. And by means of what to the ordinary man seems a miraculous contrivance, but which to the initiated in the mysteries of mechanics is no doubt very simple, the supplement is automatically inset and pasted into the main paper before reaching the fly, and dropped out folded ready for the newsdealer. From this press has been evolved the superb printing machine which, in recent years, has astonished the world. On it can be printed 8-, 10-, or 12-page papers at a running speed of 24,000 an hour, or 400 a minute, and whether 8, 10, or 12 pages are printed they all come out with the supplements inset and the paper pasted and folded. From this press was developed the next triumph, the quadruple press. Marvelous machines these quadruple presses are, and it seemed impossible that any press could be built for many years to come that would beat them. The printing business stood amazed, awe-stricken at the sight of so many papers being turned out each hour. And before the amazement had subsided, there came forth the machine which is destined to go down in history as one of the great achievements in mechanics of the 19th century, the sextuple press, manufactured by Hoe and Company, which has brought forth as many wonderful improvements as any mechanical concern in the world. Although it is impossible to explain in language comprehensible to the man who is not an engineer how this monarch among printing presses does its work at a rate of speed which is well nigh incredible and outstrips the flight of imagination itself, yet it is possible to convey an idea of what the extent of the work is. This machine will print, fold, paste, and deliver 90,000 of a 4-page paper or 6-page newspaper in 1 hour. It will require some figuring to convey an adequate idea of how fast that is, for, as a matter of fact, it is faster than a man can think, and that is why I say that the speed of the machine outstrips the flight of imagination. 90,000 copies an hour is equivalent to 1,500 copies a minute, and 1,500 copies a minute means 25 copies per second. Now take out your watch, and while the second hand is passing from one second to another, try to grasp the idea that in all that brief interval of time 25 6-page newspapers have been printed. You can't do it. It is faster than you can think. And yet in that second those 25 papers are not only printed, but the inside sheets are automatically pasted in, and the 25 papers are all cut and folded ready for delivery to the newsdealers. Is there anything more marvelous than that recorded in the Arabian Nights? Who said that there are no miracles in this 19th century? Why, if old Gutenberg, peace to his soul, or Faust, or Caxton, or even our own Benjamin Franklin had seen anything of the sort, they would have sworn that it was either a miracle or the work of the supernatural, with the chances in favor of the latter. Each page of the average newspaper has 6 columns, and in each column there is on an average 1,800 words. 6 multiplied by 6 and the product of that by 25, and that again by 1,800, you will find makes 1,620,000. Which is just about the number of words that this press prints in a second when it is turning out 6-page papers at the rate of 25 a second. That is something that will stagger any man's imagination if he tries to realize what it is. This press will print, cut, paste, fold, count, and deliver 72,000 copies of an 8-page newspaper in 1 hour, which is equivalent to 1,200 a minute and 20 a second. It will print, cut, paste, count, and deliver complete 48,000 copies of a 10, or 12-page newspaper in 1 hour, which is equivalent to 800 a minute and a fraction over 13 a second. It will print, cut, paste, fold, count, and deliver complete 36,000 copies of a 16-page newspaper an hour, which is at the rate of 600 a minute, or 10 a second. It will print, cut, paste, fold, count, and deliver complete 24,000 copies of a 14-, 20-, or 24-page newspaper an hour, which is at the rate of 400 a minute, or very nearly 7 a second. This is lightning work with a vengeance, and yet it is possible that there may be some who read this who will live to call it slow. That will probably be when they have found out all about how to put a harness on electricity. No one can predict an inventive genius will reach its limits in the printing press. Before this press was built, the fastest presses in the world were Hoe's quadruple presses, which will turn out 48,000 4-, 6-, or 8-page papers an hour, 24,000 10-, 12-, 14-, or 16-page papers an hour, and 12,000 or 24-page papers an hour, all cut, pasted, and folded. The sextuple press has a well-nigh insatiable appetite for white paper. To satisfy it, it is fed from 3 rolls at the same time, one roll being attached at either end of the press, and the third suspended near the center. It is the only press which has ever been able to accomplish that feat. Each roll is 63 inches wide. When doing its best, this press will consume 25 7/8 miles of 63-inch wide white paper in 1 hour, and eject it at the 2 deliveries, each copy containing an epitome of the news of the world for the preceding 24 hours, and each copy cut, pasted, and folded ready for delivery. It is a sight worth seeing to see it done, and in its way it is just as impressive as Niagara. A man turns a lever, shafts and cylinders begin to revolve, the whirring noise sets into a steady roar, you see 3 streams of white paper pouring into the machine from the 3 huge rolls. And you pass around to the other side and, it is literally snowing newspapers at each end of the 2 delivery outlets. So fast does one paper follow the other that you catch only a momentary glitter from the deft steel fingers which seize the papers and cast them out. The machine weighs about 58 tons. It is massive and strong, with the strength of 1,000 giants. And yet, though its arms are of steel and its motions are all as rapid as lightning, its touch is as tender as that of a woman when she caresses her babe. How else does the machine avoid tearing the paper? Paper tears very readily, as you often ascertain accidentally when turning over the pages. Truly wonderful it is, and mysterious to anybody but an expert, how this huge machine can make newspapers at the rate of 25 a second without rending the paper all to shreds. It has 6 plate cylinders, each cylinder carrying 8 stereotype plates, and 6 impression cylinders. These cylinders, when the press is working at full speed, make 200 revolutions a minute. The period of contact between the paper and the plate cylinders is therefore inconceivably brief, and how in that fractional space of time a perfect impression is made even to the reproduction of the finest, is one of those things which, to the man who is not up in mechanics, must forever remain a mystery. A double folder forms part of the machine. A single folder would not be equal to the task imposed on it. As it is, this double folder has to exercise such celerity to keep up with the streams of printed paper which descend upon it that its operations are too quick for the eye to follow. The press has 2 delivery outlets. At each the papers are automatically counted in piles of 50. No matter how rapidly the papers come out, there is never a mistake in the count. It is as sure as fate. By an ingenious contrivance, if I should try to describe it more definitely most people would be none the wiser, each 50th paper is shoved out an inch beyond the others which have been dropped on to the receiving tapes, thus serving as a sort of tally mark. Truly it is a marvelous machine, this sextuple press. Nowhere you will find a more perfect adaptation of means to ends, nowhere in any branch of industry a piece of mechanism which offers a finer example of what human skill and ingenuity is capable of. And it is free from that reproach which is sometimes brought against the greatest triumphs of inventive genius in other departments of human activity, that they make mere automatons out of human beings. There was recently manufactured by the Hoe Company for a New York paper an addition to this wonderful piece of machinery designated an octuple press. Running at full speed it will print, paste, cut, fold, and count 96,000 8-page papers an hour. It is nearly 14 feet high, and 25 feet long. 10 men are required to operate it. The cylinders revolve 200 times in every 60 seconds. This monster is divided into 2 working parts. The printing is done on the half of the machine to the right. The paper passes over the cylinders there, where it is printed from the stereotype plates, and then runs through the other half of the machine on the left, where it is cut, inserted, pasted, delivered, and counted from 4 outlets folding in half-page size. This press shows 4 distinct double printing machines, each fed by its own roll of paper. The paper from each roll passes against 2 sets of stereotype plate cylinders, 1 for each side of the printed sheet. The machine is so perfectly adjusted that by simply turning a screw and moving a gear a few inches each of the 4 sets of cylinders can be thrown out of operation. That is to say 1/4, 1/2, 3/4, or the whole press can be operated at will. The folder is harmonized for each adjustment of the printing cylinder. The folding of the papers has been brought to the highest state of perfection. The sheets are folded, cut, and delivered by a rotary motion at a speed that could never have been attained with the reciprocating arms, such as were used prior to the Hoe inventions. When a 16-page paper is being printed it comes in 4-ply thickness, and then doubles and shoots 8 thicknesses under the knife. When a 24-page paper is being printed it passes over the longitudinal folder in 6-ply thickness and passes under the knife in 12 thicknesses. All this is attained without the use of guiding tapes. In fact, the speed could not be attained with them. As the papers are folded and delivered from the 4 outlets, with a speed too great for the eye to follow, the machine itself counts them in total and in bundles, as is done on the sextuple press. This monster octuple machine has a perfected system of ink distribution with which no other presses are equipped. Under the system, results are obtained by decreasing the size and increasing the number of ink rollers around each cylinder of plates. The arrangement of the type cylinders is such as to make the press one that can be handled with great ease and rapidity. Along the right hand of the machine, between the 2 rows of cylinders, is an open passageway. It is large enough for men to pass through either from the ground or from the gallery near the latitudinal center of the press. From this open passageway the pressmen are able to watch every movement of the machine's interior working, and from it they are able to make quick changes on the plate cylinders. The change in position of only 2 ink rollers is necessary to change a plate on any cylinder. This is a matter of great importance to a paper which prints many editions, for it is necessary to change plates so often and to economize every minute of time in order to catch the fast mails which carry the paper to all quarters of the earth. On the octuple presses each roll of paper is guarded against breakage. There is a device in the shape of a short endless belt of rubber which passes over 2 pulleys and rests on top of the roll of paper. The paper is then pulled from the roll as gently as the thread is pulled from the spool of a sewing machine. The belt pushes the roll along at a speed equal to and sometimes a little greater than that of the stereotype cylinders. Hence, all tension is removed from the paper. From the stereotypers department, where they have been made in a few minutes, come the plates of curved, bright metal. Passed to the pressman, they are locked on the cylinders as fast as they can be handled. The rolls of paper have been placed in their proper positions. This accomplished, the men step back from the machine, the brakeman pulls the lever, and the giant press begins its work. Slowly its cylinders revolve at first, but as headway is gained the rumble that accompanied the start increases into a shrill shriek as the limit of speed is reached. The paper rushes from its continuous rolls, is printed, folded, cut, and thrown out from the 4 outlets at a speed that would be over twice greater than that of any express train if it were confined to 1 roll. Every paper is just like every other one, perfect in every detail. When this has gone on for an hour, 2 hours, or however long it may take to run off the editions, the monster press can be stopped in an instant. With the simple touching of a lever all its movement will cease before the cylinders can revolve 5 times, and they had been revolving 200 times a minute before. The 2 wonders just described are confined to newspaper work. This same American firm has produced presses upon which are printed the fine specimens of magazines where the work takes a striking resemblance to lithograph printing. They have a speed of 8,000 an hour. From them come booklets of 16, 20, or 24 pages. From the presses of 4,000 an hour come books of 32, 40, and 48 pages. In construction they are complicated and grand. Then come the presses upon which are printed different colors. These are made in England and the United States, and are used with satisfactory results on prominent publications in both countries. A recent issue of the British and Colonial Printer directs attention to this advance in mechanism through the medium of the Hoe Art rotary form feeder. It says, "This machine carries the mind back naturally to pre-rotary days, when the Hoe multi-feeder held the field as the newspaper machine, to the days of the heavy, and as we consider in these advanced days, clumsy turtle. When the creative genius of Colonel Hoe evolved the rotary press, the multi-feeder was almost at once relegated to the lumber room of obsolete mechanics. It is hardly conceivable that it entered the mind of any practical man at this time that the principle of multi-fed flat sheet printing would ever be adapted to the production of high art illustrated literature, at a speed equal, or nearly so, to the former Hoe news machine. It has, at all events in our country, long been a settled opinion that such work could only be successfully accomplished upon a flat bed machine, that the mere curvature of a plate must destroy the beauty of a fine process block for example. And that any attempt to travel at a greater speed than 1200 to 1500 an hour must be at the sacrifice of depth and sufficiency of rolling. Whether this is really so, readers will now be able to form their own opinion from the pages of the Strand magazine. Those pages abound in very varied methods of engraving, woodcut and process, line and nature, and reproductions alike from photos and from wash and crayon drawings. Every page has undergone the process of electrotyping, cast straight and curved subsequently, and therefore the conditions of printing at the high speed of 4,000, or to be strictly accurate. For sheets of 16 pages each put through at the rate of 950 each, or 3,800 per hour, are as severe as could be desired. The British printer has yet to acquire a full mastery of its capabilities, and the engineer has equally before him in some degree a period of development. Some of the portraiture, human and animal, is equal to anything seen. The make-ready, upon hard packing, exhibits the highest quality, and the distribution of color perfection. The plate cylinder is made as large as the desired speed renders practicable, in order that the curvature of the plates may be reduced to a minimum. The provision for securing adequate distribution and enrolling is upon a liberal scale, but not one whit more so than is requisite, extent of surface and speed of running considered. There are 16 inkers and 38 distributors, with 16 iron distribution cylinders. The sheets are fed in two at either side of the machine, those from the right-hand feeders being delivered upon the table at the extreme left, the other upon the inner delivery board. The plates are rigidly secured by special clutches. To facilitate the imposition of the plates, or any attention required by the cylinder, the short rear portion of the machine back of the cylinder is detachable and can be run out upon an extended base, and then closed up and put into gear again. This renders it perfectly accessible at the most essential point. The sheets are of course printed on one side only. We have not yet attained to the perfecting stage in artwork in combination with high speed. The introduction of the Ho Art rotary press, however, marks a distinct epoch in this class of printing in Great Britain. Color printing presses are in use in the newspaper and magazine offices in this country, and from them are produced the artistic as well as the lurid styles of art. What the possibilities of the printing press are, looking at the degree of excellence at present attained, it is difficult to predict. It would seem as if the height of perfection now had been reached. The probability is that the printer at the end of the first quarter of the 20th century may look with something akin to contempt upon the machines which now are regarded with so much pride. Such a thing is possible in this age of invention. 2. The setting of type. In the beginning of the 19th century, when the little metal pieces of type were picked up one at a time and placed in the composing stick by hand, there was attached to the work an importance which elevated it almost to the ranks of the trained professions. In England, as late as 1817, compositors arrogated to themselves the dignity of carrying swords. At the close of the 19th century, the art is seen to be passing into the sphere of mechanics, the methods in vogue making it entirely a mechanical operation. Before many years of the 20th century have passed, there will have been attained a degree of advancement which will dispense with the hand of man in guiding the movements of the machine. The inventive skill which brought the printing press to such a high point of excellence and speed has been turned toward the work of type composing, and the forward march is likely to be as rapid. Outside of the actual learned professions, no occupation has contributed so many prominent figures to the history and progress of this country as the composing room. They have filled important places in journalism, politics, Congress, state legislatures, the Army and Navy, and the world of literature. Horace Greeley, the founder of the New York Tribune, writer, statesman, and man of affairs, is one of the notable figures of the present century, who laid the foundation of his career at a case of type. Schuyler Colfax, who became Vice President of the United States in 1869, passed the early years of his life setting type. And, strange to say, these two men, when the presidential chair seemed a possible realization of their ambition, were opposed by men of their craft simply because they had seemed to run so far above the stick and rule. Simon Cameron, of Pennsylvania, once Secretary of War, United States Senator, representative of the United States abroad, and for many years political master of his great state, was proud to say that he had begun his career as a typesetter in a country printing office. It is worthwhile noticing that this printer-politician's life covered nearly a century of existence. His life spanned every president from John Adams in 1799 to Benjamin Harrison in 1889, while his active political control of Pennsylvania covered a period of 65 years, a record made by only one man within the history of the United States. Every state in the Union has contributed to history its quota of printer statesmen, printer authors, and printer journalists. How many of such there have been in this 19th century would be beyond ordinary research to ascertain. But printers, compositors, can refer with just pride to the fact that in all the advanced walks of life are to be found men who have been members of the Guild. The setting of type by hand prevailed universally until as late as 1880. That may be put down as the period when there came into anything like general use the machines for type composition, although experiments in that direction had been going on for 60 years. As early as 1820, printers realized that machinery eventually must be brought into play for composing type. But how to do it was the scientific as well as mechanical problem. It was argued that the machine must be so constructed as to pick up the type, uniformly distribute the space between the words, and justify the lines, that is, make them the exact width. It is beyond the range of possibility, suggested the printer. Mechanism never can be applied to art. The great Benjamin Franklin would have discovered the way to make such a thing possible, if it were possible, which is impossible. And the scientific electric discovery made by Benjamin Franklin in the 18th century is, at the close of the 19th, the motive power used for driving the machines for type composition. The seemingly impossible has reached the stage of possibility. Dr. William Church, of Connecticut, produced a machine looking to machine type composition in 1820. It did not come into use, although he spent large sums of money on it, and devoted a vast amount of energy toward having it taken up both in this country and in England. At the Paris exhibition in 1835 there were exhibited several machines of this sort, one of which, the patent of Christian Sorensen, of Copenhagen, was used upon a daily paper issued during the exhibition. In 1871, at the International Exhibition in London, there was shown a machine possessing peculiar features. It used a perforated ribbon, through the medium of which types were worked into position. The machine was cumbersome, complicated, and expensive, and could not be brought into anything like general usage. In 1875 M. Delcam, of Paris, after 20 years' work produced a machine in New York. It had the same objections as the others. While this machine could do as much as the labor of 3 men by hand, it required a man to operate, another man to place the set type in lines, steam to keep it in motion, and a big cost to construct. Up to this period, all the experiments had shown the want of something which would obviate the presence of a man to make the lines of the proper length and with equal spacing between the words. All the machines which were anything near available picked up and placed in position separate types. At the Centennial Exhibition of 1876, in Philadelphia, there were shown machines which used brass dies and cast a line of type. These seemed to possess the element for successful use, and the outcome was the production of the machine which is now in use in all the big newspaper offices in this country, the Mergenthaler linotype. Practically it has driven all the other machines out of use, but how long it will hold sway is a question. Already men of genius are experimenting with 2 objects in view, increase of speed, decrease of cost, and it is fair to presume that before the 20th century has gone very far into history these 2 objects will have been attained. The linotype, as here shown, has the appearance of a heavy and cumbersome piece of machinery. It actually is so only when there are several of them placed in line, then they give to a composing room the appearance of a machine shop. This machine, instead of producing single type of the ordinary character, casts type metal bars or slugs, each complete in one piece, and having on the upper edge, properly justified, the type characters to print a line. These slugs present the appearance of composed lines of type, and serve the same purpose, and for this reason are called linotypes. The linotypes are produced and assembled automatically in a galley, side by side, in proper order, so that they constitute a form, answering the same purposes and used in the same manner as the ordinary forms, consisting of single types. After being used, the linotypes, instead of being, like type forms, distributed, are thrown into a metal pot of the machine to be recast into new forms. The machine contains, as its fundamental elements, several hundred brass matrices. Each matrix consists of a flat plate having in one edge a female letter, or matrix proper, and in the upper end a series of teeth, which are used for distributing to their proper places in the magazine matrices containing different letters. There are in the machine a number of matrices of each letter, and also matrices representing special characters, and spaces or quads of definite thickness for use in tabular and other work of a complicated nature. The machine is so organized that on manipulating the finger keys it will select matrices in the order in which their characters are to appear in print, and assemble them side by side with wedge-shaped spaces at suitable points in the line. This composed line forms a line matrix, or in other words a line of female type, adapted to produce a line of raised printing type on a slug, which may be forced into or against the matrix characters. After the matrix line is composed it is automatically transferred to the face of the mold, into which molten metal is delivered to produce the slug or linotype. After which the matrices are distributed or returned to the magazine to be again composed in new relations for succeeding lines. These operations are performed by mechanism, as shown in the outline here presented. A is an inclined fixed magazine, containing channels in which the assorted matrices are stored, and through which they slide, entering at the top and escaping at the foot, one at a time. Each channel is provided at the lower end with an escapement device, B, connected by a rod, C, with a finger character of the matrices in the corresponding channel. There is a key for each character, and also keys for quads stored in the magazine. The keys are actuated by the operator in the order in which their letters are to appear in print. As a key is depressed, it operates the corresponding escapement, B, which allows a matrix to fall out of the magazine through one of the channels, E, to the inclined traveling belt, F, which serves to carry the matrices down in succession into the assembler stick, G, in which they are stored side by side. A box, H, contains a number of elongated spaces, I, and a discharging device connecting with a finger key bar, J, by which the spaces are permitted to fall into the line of matrices at the proper points during composition. It will be perceived that the operation of the various keys results in the selection of the matrices and spaces, and their collection in assembler, G, until it contains all the characters to be represented by one line of print. After the matrix line is thus composed it is transferred, as indicated by the dotted lines, to the front of a mold or slot extending through a mold wheel, K, from front to rear. This mold is of the exact size and shape of the slug required. The matrix line is pressed tightly against, and closed in front of, the mold for the time being, and the characters, or matrices proper, face the mold cell or space. While the line is in place in front of the mold, the wedge spaces are pushed up through the line, and in this manner exact and instantaneous justification is secured. Behind the mold there is a melting pot, M, heated by a flame from a gas burner, and containing a quantity of molten metal. The pot has a perforated mouth arranged to fit against and close the rear side of the mold, and contains a jump plunger, mechanically actuated. After the matrix line is in place, the plunger falls and forces metal through the pot mouth into the mold, against and into the characters of the matrix line. The metal instantly solidifies in the mold, forming the slug or linotype, having on its edge raised type characters formed by the matrices. The mold wheel next makes a partial revolution, turning the mold from the original horizontal to a vertical position in front of the ejector, which then advances from the rear through the mold, pushing the slug out of the latter into the receiving galley, at the front. A vibrating arm advances the slugs laterally in the galley, and thus assembles them side by side in column or page form ready for use. In order to ensure absolute accuracy in the height and thickness of the slugs, knives are arranged to act upon them during their course to the galley. After the matrices in the line have served their purpose in front of the mold, they are returned to the magazine to be again discharged and used in the following manner. The line is lifted from the mold and shifted laterally until the teeth at the top engage the teeth of bar, R. This bar then rises as shown by dotted lines, lifting the matrices to the distributor at the top of the machine, but leaving the spaces behind to be shifted laterally to the magazine or holder, H, from which they were discharged. Each matrix has distributor teeth in its top, arranged in a special order or number, according to the character it contains. In other words, a matrix containing any given character differs in the number or relation of its teeth from a matrix containing any other character. This difference is relied upon to secure proper distribution. A distributor bar, T, in a single piece, is fixed horizontally over the upper end of the magazine, and is formed with longitudinal ribs or teeth, adapted to engage the teeth of the matrices and hold the latter in suspension as they are carried along the bar over the mouths or entrances of the channels. The teeth of the bar are cut away to vary their number or arrangement at different points in its length, so that there is a special arrangement over the mouth of each channel. The matrices are pushed upon the bar at the end, and made to slide slowly along it while suspended therefrom. Each matrix remains in engagement, and travels over the mouth of the channels, until it arrives at the required point, where, for the first time, its teeth bear such relation to those of the bar that it is permitted to disengage and fall into its channel. The travel of the matrices is secured by longitudinal screws, which lie below the bar in position to engage the edges of the matrices. The matrices pursue a circulatory course through the machine, starting from the bottom of the magazine and passing thence to the line being composed, thence to the mold, and finally back to the top of the magazine. This circulation permits the operations of composing one line, casting a second, and distributing a third, to be carried on concurrently, and enables the machine to run at a speed exceeding that at which any operator can finger the keys. 1/2 horsepower is generally used in driving a machine. About 5 square feet is the space occupied by the machine. It weighs 1,925 pounds, and consumes about 15 feet of illuminating gas each hour to heat the metal pot. Each machine will do complete work equal to that of 5 men by hand. The simplicity of the machine bears a striking resemblance to the typewriter, and this is operated successfully by young girls. When the matter set by the machine is placed together, the page presents a surface equal to an entire new set of type, or, as the printers say, we take on an entire new dress every day. That is a production of the 19th century. How commonplace it will appear when the achievements of the 20th century are placed on record. 3. Events as they occur. When the 19th century opened, great events were occurring in the world. Napoleon Bonaparte was the central figure in the eye of Europe. He had, but a few years previously, 1797, gone through the most brilliant campaign known. He had crossed the Alps, defeated the Austrians at Montenotte and Millesimo, defeated the Sardinians at Ceva and Mondovi, and conquered Lombardy, all in a few weeks. The year following he had conquered Egypt, and in 1800 had become the first consul and the ruler of France, to be declared emperor 4 years later. Then followed, in rapid succession, the events which caused the world to look upon Napoleon as the probable coming ruler of the universe. It was in 1805 that he began the War of Aggrandizement. He crossed the Rhine, compelling the Austrian army to surrender at Ulm. He entered Vienna and routed the Russian and Austrian armies at Austerlitz. This was followed by his move to make himself master of southern and central Europe. He established his brother Joseph as King of Naples, his brother Louis as King of Holland, his stepson Eugene as Viceroy of Italy, and his brother-in-law, Joachim Murat, as Grand Duke of Berg. The following year he defeated the Prussians and entered Berlin. It was not until his abdication at Fontainebleau, in 1814, that Europe and America breathed freely. His final overthrow at Waterloo in 1815 removed him from the stage as an active participant in the world's history of the 19th century. In the United States, the close of the 18th century was marked by the death of Washington, while 1800, 1801, 1802 saw us make a treaty of peace with France, remove the national capital from Philadelphia to Washington, D.C., declare war against Tripoli, purchase Louisiana from France, and enter upon the disputes with Great Britain which culminated in a declaration of war with the mother country, in June of 1812. While these events at home and abroad were making history, long periods of time elapsed between their occurrence and their being given to the people. There was no telegraphic communication which flashed messages around the globe. It was a wait until the mails brought the news. 2 months, probably, elapsed after the Battle of Waterloo ere this country was furnished with the story which meant so much to the peace of Europe. What a change in this respect was wrought between the downfall of Napoleon Bonaparte in 1815 and the downfall of his nephew, Louis Napoleon, in 1870. On the fateful 2nd of September, 1870, when the Emperor of France, Napoleon III, surrendered to the Emperor William of Prussia, on the field of Sedan, the news was flashed to America in less than 2 hours. On that hot, sultry day eager crowds surrounded the bulletin boards of the newspapers, on which were displayed the facts connected with the overthrow of the Napoleonic dynasty. The difference in time made it possible for us here to know all that had been done by the two emperors and by Bismarck an hour ahead of their actual happening. For days before that the crowds had surged around the newspaper offices, for days afterward they did the same, and facts were given with a rapidity which showed how wonderful had been the scientific stride between 1815 and 1870. Had anyone in 1815 predicted the possibility of such scenes, he would have been put down as a fit subject for a writ of de lunatico inquirendo. Such, too, would have been the comment on the one who then would have suggested the likelihood of a newspaper in this country reaching a circulation of 1 million copies daily, and yet such has become an accomplished fact. At the close of the first quarter of the 19th century there had been no practical advance in the rapid transmission of news. This was the period when the press lacked the facility to rapidly furnish the people with the events which were occurring in all directions. Newspapers still depended upon the mails. Home events were many weeks reaching sections remote from their happening. In this respect there had been some little improvement at the close of the first half of the century. That was the time when the electrical current was being brought into operation in the transmission of signals from which messages were being recorded, and these were being utilized for the sending of information at short distances. Scientific men were even talking of the possibility of connecting distant points on the coast, and whispering their hope for an Atlantic cable. In 1858 that wonderful event came to pass. The Old World and the New were connected by cable from Valencia Bay, in Ireland, to Newfoundland, in North America, and messages of greeting passed between Queen Victoria and President Buchanan. The break which followed soon after the opening of this cable stimulated men of genius and men of capital to further efforts, and the governments of the United States and Great Britain came forward with generous aid. The laying of the Atlantic cable by the Great Eastern in 1864, and its successful operation in 1866, opened the doors for the possibilities of the press of today, and the realization of such scenes as were witnessed in this country on September 2, 1870. Between that memorable year, 1866, and this, 1899, how wonderful has been the advance in the transmission of information from all quarters of the globe. From the Transvaal Republic, in South Africa. From the desert home of the dervish in the Sudan, from the domain of Turkey's Sultan, in Armenia, from the Holy Land, from the Oriental empires of China and Japan, from the snow-clad land of the Tsar in Siberia. From the Bosphorus to the English Channel, from Valencia across the Atlantic, from Victoria Land in North America to Patagonia in South America, from Maine to Mexico, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. There are each day transmitted all occurrences of interest transpiring, and these encompass peace and war, joy and sorrow, science and art, education and trade, events which arouse the passions and quicken the pulse of humanity. This is done through the medium of an organization known as the Associated Press. This wonderful combination has nearly 40,000 miles of wire from the different telegraph companies, for which there is paid a fixed price per mile. This, however, does not include its cable service, the charges for which are according to the number of words transmitted. The service of this organization costs $1.5 million a year, divided among several hundred of the great newspapers of the United States. During the recent conflict between Spain and the United States its expenditure for war news alone was nearly $500,000. This can readily be understood when the reader is informed that the cable rate from Manila was $2.37 a word. Thus, a dispatch filling less than a quarter of a column of the average daily paper cost $1,000. The rate from Puerto Rico, at the outbreak of hostilities, was $1.90 a word, and it often happened that a single dispatch covering the movements of a body of troops in that island, with possibly a pen picture of a skirmish with the Spaniards, would cost $2,000 in gold. The Santiago toll was $1.10 a word. And whole pages of newspapers were printed at that rate. What a gigantic institution it has become for the rapid dissemination of news events. In that war between Spain and the United States, General Toral, the Spanish commander, surrendered Santiago on July 14, at 2:15 o'clock in the afternoon. At 2:25 o'clock the message announcing the fact was received in Philadelphia. On the 12th of August following, at 4:23 o'clock in the afternoon, the peace protocol was signed in Washington by the French ambassador Cambon and Secretary of State Day, and at 4:27 o'clock, 4 minutes later, the information was in the New York office of the Associated Press. Hundreds of such instances of this rapid transmission of news could be recorded in this last year of the 19th century. Facts never even dreamed of when Benjamin Franklin chained the electric current in the closing years of the 18th century. The journey of a piece of news from the Far East to the Far West is something worth noting. The trip covers thousands of miles out of a direct route. As for instance, when Admiral Dewey annihilated the Spanish fleet in the Bay of Manila, on May 1, 1898, the fact was cabled to Hong Kong, China. There an operator transmitted it northward to Hilampo in Russia, right on the borderline of Manchuria, from which place it was sent across Russia to Tomsk, thence to St. Petersburg. From the Russian capital it zigzagged to Bern, in Switzerland. Thence to Paris, thence across the Channel to Penzance, and finally to Valencia, to be put on the cable for America. In 2 hours from the time the operator in Hong Kong started his dispatch, it was being hurried across the American continent, north, west, east, south, for distribution in the newspaper offices. When a party of Mohammedans attacked a Christian mission in Calcutta, a telegraph operator dispatched the news to Bombay, whence it was transmitted to Aden. The next point reached was Suez, from which it was sent to Malta. It was next sent to Lisbon. From there it was given to Paris. From Malta it was also cabled to Penzance, thence to Valencia, and finally to the United States. When that Manila piece of news from Admiral Dewey reached the Pacific coast in the United States, the date of its being started was yet several hours behind the time of its arrival. The attack on the Spanish fleet was made on Sunday, May 1, Manila time. The fact was not sent out by Dewey until the following morning, May 2, still Manila time. It was started on its westward course that morning, May 2, at 10 o'clock. By the route taken to Valencia with the relays, 2 hours were consumed. This brought it to London about 3 o'clock on that morning of May 2, owing to the difference in time. Traveling westward across the Atlantic Ocean in advance of the sun, it reached New York about 10 o'clock in the night of May 1. But little time was lost in retransmission to the Pacific coast, which point it reached about 6 o'clock on that Sunday evening of May 1, 14 hours previous, by the day of the month, to its being started from Manila. In this work of sending out news not a moment is lost that can be avoided. The aid of the typewriter enables the operator to keep pace with the sending operator, and his pace has been increased in the past few years by the introduction of a code system. Here is a specimen of the code system as used by the operator in sending out a news item. Madrid, March 17, TQN Regent H signed T Treaty of Peace BTN SPN and T Unistas. T Treaty WB fruited to T French Amstre, Jules Cambon, at Washington, FOXW T1 signed by PR McKinley. No decree QSJWB PUD D, Official Gazette. OFL RLNS BTN T2 GOFS YNW be promptly renewed. 9 RMRD 5 Mir to T Uni Stas WB Snore. Don J. Brunetti, Duke d'Arcos, FMR SPNH Mir to Mex, Was Wif is an AMN. When this seemingly incomprehensible conglomeration of letters leaves the hand of the receiving operator, it reads as follows. Madrid, March 17, the Queen Regent has signed the Treaty of Peace between Spain and the United States. The treaty will be forwarded to the French ambassador, Jules Cambon, at Washington, for exchange with the one signed by President McKinley. No decree on the subject will be published in the Official Gazette. Official relations between the two governments will now be promptly renewed. It is rumored that the minister to the United States will be Señor Don J. Brunetti, Duke d'Arcos, former Spanish minister to Mexico, whose wife is an American. The London Times recently has been experimenting with a scheme whereby reporters in the Houses of Parliament operate the typesetting machines in the London office by the wire from their quarters in Parliament. It is only a question of time when this practice comes into use in the reporting of all legislative proceedings. In some of the New York newspaper offices, the receiving operator sits at a typesetting machine and puts into type the messages which come over the wires. How rapidly we have advanced in this direction in the last half of the 19th century is thus shown. What will be done by our successors in the first half of the 20th century, no man can at this time satisfactorily predict. 4. Type-making, stereotyping, picture-making. The manufacture of the small metal pieces called type has undergone little change in this 19th century. That which has been done has been in the way of producing artistic designs, so arranged that combinations can be formed pleasing to the eye, and an aid to rapid workmanship. The machinery in use has lost its crudity, the production has been increased, and the finish become more perfect. The setting of type by machinery has been a serious blow to this industry, and the time will come when it will be devoted entirely to the making of job or fancy types. Benjamin Franklin attempted to make metal type in this country, but he did not succeed. It was not until 1796 that type-making was commenced here. As in many other departures in the printing business, the city of Philadelphia took the lead. Binney and Ronaldson, of Edinburgh, Scotland, established the first foundry in this country, operating it in Philadelphia. After a severe struggle and with some aid from the state, a business was established by the two Scotchmen, which afterwards became known as the Johnson Foundry, under McKellar, Smiths and Jordan, which is still in existence. They were followed by David Bruce, also a Scotchman, and by 1813 foundries had been established in New York and other large cities. Since that time improvements have been introduced, but nothing has come forth which deserves to be ranked with the printing press or the typesetting machine. The type founder will tell you how much better are the machines used in 1899 than those which produced type in 1850. But he cannot point out any device connected with it which the mechanical world can designate as marvelous, or the people at large regard as a wonderful invention. Type once was rubbed into smoothness by boys. Now it is done automatically on the machine. By the hand process about 400 types an hour were cast, by the present mechanism a speed of 6,000 an hour has been acquired. Until about 1875, this output hardly met the demand. Now it will do so. Before many years it will be far in excess of the requirements. Stereotyping is the art of making plates cast in one piece of type metal from the surface of one or more pages of type. In the beginning of the 19th century, stereotyping was used to an exceedingly limited extent. The printers were prejudiced against it for reasons purely selfish. It was not until 1813 that it was introduced into the United States, and only a few years previously Lord Stanhope introduced it into the English printing business. The larger Catechism of the Westminster Assembly professes on its title page to have been the first work stereotyped in America. It bears the date of June, 1813. Now the process is in general use, plaster, clay, and papier-mâché being used. The process of stereotyping originally was to preserve the pages, so that an entire edition of a work could be finished without requiring large numbers of type, and to have it ready for future editions. For newspaper work it came into vogue to save the rapid wearing out of the type by the impressions made. From the practical introduction of stereotyping in this country, in 1813, by Robert Bruce, until about 1850, the slow, tedious, and troublesome process of making the plates by plaster of Paris was in vogue. That was done by the plaster being poured over the face of the type. Molten lead was then run into the cast, after which the plate was finished. The time thus occupied caused the work to be confined to books, magazines, and weekly issues of small journals. When the plate was taken from the cast it was rough, imperfect, and unfit for use. Men, whose specialty was finishing, were employed to make the plate so as to meet the requirements of the printing press. It was just at the opening of the last half of the 19th century that papier-mâché began to be used in this country. A few years before that time it had been brought into use in London and Paris. Its introduction into the United States found the printing trade ready and willing to accept it, and but a few years passed before it came into general use by the newspapers. It is a peculiar combination. The paper matrix is formed by paste of starch, flour, alum, and water. This is spread over a thick paper, on which are placed layers of fine tissue paper. When ready for use, it is placed on the face of the type and a deep impression secured by being passed through a press. Then it goes into a steam chest to be dried, from there it is passed into the casting machine, the molten metal poured in, and a few minutes thereafter the plate is ready for the press. Up to a few years ago, the impression on papier-mâché was secured by being beaten with brushes prepared for that use. The method had two disadvantages: consumption of time and destruction of type. The press now used obviates these defects. The old way took about 20 minutes to produce a plate. Now it is done in from 5 to 7 minutes. The machinery here introduced has been of benefit to the trade, but none of it ranks among the great inventions of the century. The making of electrotype plates had its origin early in the century, when it was found that stereotype plates had a limit as to durability. Electroplating suggested to Josiah Adams, in 1839, the idea of a copper surface for the stereotype plate. It took 10 years to bring it into practical use. His first successful work in this line was on the engravings and borders for a Bible issued in New York. It was found to be particularly adapted to engravings, producing a surface of sufficient smoothness to allow the pressman to make a print of exquisite fineness. The improvements introduced tended only toward the saving of time and the excellence of finish. Practically the same process is used now that was employed half a century ago. An impression of the type is made on wax, the electric current is secured by a deposit of fine graphite, the mold is placed in a bath containing a solution of sulfate of copper and is made part of the electric circuit, in which also is introduced a zinc element in a sulfuric acid solution. The current deposits a film of copper on the graphite surface of the mold. When it has assumed a sufficient thickness, it is taken from the bath, the wax is removed, and the copper shell trimmed. It is then backed with an alloy of type metal. The finishing process brings the plate to the proper thickness, after which it is blocked to the height required for printing. That is the process. To it in the last 10 years there has been applied the use of steam machinery. In the old days the making of electrotypes required from 10 to 15 hours. They now are produced in from 2 to 3 hours. The close of the 19th century witnesses the disappearance entirely from the printing establishment of the once generally used wood engraving. The rise and fall of this once splendid art is practically encompassed in the period of time covered by the 19th century. Thomas Bewick, an Englishman, gave wood engraving an artistic impetus by the production of illustrations for his Histories of British Quadrupeds, which appeared about 1790. Up to that period the work was crude. The books and magazines of the first decade of the century were illustrated in a way then regarded as highly artistic. The application of the Bewick method brought forth work which ranked in the line of high art. Of the development of this work volumes could be written. To simplify the situation it is only necessary to recall how these pictures were made. Squares of boxwood were used, on the face of which was spread a preparation of watercolor Chinese white. On this surface the artist drew his picture, and then the engraver's art was brought into requisition, the engraving being done alongside the pencil lines. And here it was that the artistic instinct of the handler of the graver appeared, the delicacy of touch being shown in the shading and in the finish of the lines. By this method there have been produced rare works of art, as can be seen by an examination of the books printed in the first half of the century. The time taken in the making of the engravings, however, prevented the possibility of their being used by the newspapers and magazines as generally as was desired. This want was in a measure met by the introduction of machine grooving. The cuts, however, could not be used to print from directly in consequence of the warping of the boxwood, and it was necessary in every instance to make stereotype or electrotype plates. Then, too, came the realization of the fact that the reproduction of portraits needed something which would preserve features and expression. In those days some of the pictures produced were ludicrous in the extreme, and it became a standing joke in the newspapers that the best way to cast ridicule upon a public man was to print his picture. In the work of reproducing scenes the skill of the artist and the engraver frequently brought forth results which were marvels of excellence. For a number of years the wood engraving business flourished in this particular line, despite the dissatisfaction existing in regard to portrait work. In the production of illustrations for fine books, printed on good paper with flat presses and properly under- or overlaid, there was attained a degree of perfection in lines and shading which raised the pictures almost to the rank of steel and copperplate engravings. Many of those engaged in the work of drawing and cutting were possessed of a skill which would have won for them distinction in other artistic lines. This, practically, was the condition of the profession when the end of the first half of the 19th century had been reached. Even then, however, the question of a substitute was under severe consideration in scientific as well as artistic circles. Experiments were made with copper, acids, and zinc, but satisfactory results could not be obtained. It was not until 1860 that a successful substitute was produced. Gillet, a Frenchman, brought forth a system of etching. By this means a photograph from an artist's drawing was placed above a plate of gelatin, chemically sensitized. The parts of the gelatin exposed to the light became hard, and the remainder was brushed away with warm water. From this an electrotype could be made directly. That process has given way to the present system of photographing on zinc, and the use of acid baths for etching. Other improvements, principally the use of the screen, have resulted in the production of halftones which are highly satisfactory in newspaper work. By this means there can be produced such reproductions as give the features of persons so that recognition is as easy as in the case of photographs. With the aid of different sizes of screens, backgrounds are secured which add materially to the artistic excellence of the pictures. So well done is the work in this direction that the plates can be used on the curved cylinders of the huge octuple presses, and enormous editions are printed from them. The peculiarity of this process is that the original can be reduced or enlarged so as to suit any width of column or page without affecting one way or the other the fineness of the work. Pen and ink drawings made by artists are photographed and background with the utmost accuracy as to design and detail. It has been found, however, that scenes in halftones do not give as much satisfaction as do portraits, and it is believed to be only a question of time when there is a return to line engravings so far as the newspapers are concerned. When one compares the photographic reproductions which appear in the magazines and newspapers of today with those of even 10 years ago, there is seen an advancement which tells a wonderful story of the rapid march of artistic taste. The outline picture, excellent of its kind, has the appearance of crudity almost grotesque when placed beside the lifelike halftone reproduction of photographic art. Wood engraving has been relegated to the days of the hand press, the mail news carrier and the plaster of Paris process of stereotyping. Inventive genius not only has advanced for the printing press and its adjuncts. It has also laid a heavy hand on art, causing it to pause and consider how soon the pencil and the brush will be superseded entirely by the rhythmic motion of the machine. The Century's Progress in Mines and Mining. By Geo. A. Packard. Metallurgist and mining engineer. When we consider how largely the discovery and exploration of America was due to the search for mines, that the precious metals might be found to replenish the depleted treasuries of European monarchs. And when we note that, as a result of this search, the world's annual production of gold and silver had increased in the 300 years following the discovery from $5,508,000 in 1500 to $48,995,000 at the beginning of the 19th century. We view with surprise the little progress made during this period in the art of mining. At the beginning of the present century, we find in use the same general methods that were followed in the time of Columbus. The very first operation, the search for veins, was oftentimes conducted after the manner of the Middle Ages. For in Price's Mineralogia Cornubiensis, which seems to have been one of the leading works on mining of the last century, there occurs, among other methods, a lengthy treatise on how to discover mines by the sole virtue of the hazel tree. Powder, although it had been invented for centuries, had been so little employed in mining that it was considered merely as a last resort. In a description of mining methods, another work says, the soft vein is generally dug with the spade and turned out into wooden trays, but the hard veins are knocked out with a gad and a hammer. If the ore is so hard as to be incapable of breaking it in this manner, they usually soften it with fire. But a still more expeditious method is the working with gunpowder. A small quantity of powder does great things this way. In 1800 the coal miner was working by the naked light of the tallow dip. Cast iron rails had been introduced but a few years, and rails of wrought iron, which could be bent to follow the curves of the drifts, were unheard of. The cars were pushed along the levels by boys. Water power, where it could be obtained and applied by means of the overshot wheel, was in general use for pumping, hoisting, and ventilating. But from many a mine the ore was raised by women, who pulled the bucket up by walking away with the end of the rope which passed from them over a sheave and thence down the shaft. In places the ore was still carried up the steep inclines to the surface on the backs of women and girls. Ventilation, when not secured by natural means, was obtained by bellows operated by men or mechanically. A mine which had been worked to a depth of 1,000 feet was extraordinary. Though steam power, applied in the form of what was known as the atmospheric engine, a device utilizing for suction the vacuum formed by the condensation of steam in a chamber, had been used for years in draining mines, the steam engine, as invented by Watt, had been introduced for hoisting in only a few places. The power was applied to turn a long crank arm, which rotated the drum. At the beginning of the century the mines of Cornwall, which were the greatest producers in Great Britain, were turning out about 5 million pounds of tin and 10 million pounds of copper a year. While the whole United Kingdom was furnishing only 170,000 tons of iron. South America was the greatest producer of gold and silver, wonderfully rich mines of the latter having been found in Peru and Chile. Humboldt places the production of the whole South American continent for the year 1800 at 691,625 pounds of silver and 9,900 pounds of gold. The United States at that time had practically no mining within its borders. Some small mines of iron, lead, and copper, which had been opened to supply the demands created by the Revolution, were producing spasmodically. But even as late as 1821, William Keating, in an address before the American Philosophical Society, said, "Upon the whole we think we may be warranted in saying that there are as yet no mines in activity in the United States. Coal, in most places, is taken from the surface, or dug from the foot of a hill. The lead mines of Missouri are rich and abundant, but the mining is a mere pilfering of the richest spots." In 1801 the Cornish pumping system was introduced. A long rod, extending from the surface to the bottom of the shaft, operates simultaneously a series of pumps placed, one above the other, at intervals of about 250 feet. The lowest one lifts the water from the pump and delivers it into a tank from which the next one draws its supply, and this in turn forces it up to a higher tank. With this improved means of drainage mines began to be sunk deeper, a depth of 3,000 feet having been reached with this method of pumping. The manufacture of iron pumps, which had begun to replace wooden ones toward the end of the 18th century, decreased the amount of repairs necessary on the pumps, and aided in making possible better arrangement of underground work. It was at about this time, the beginning of the present century, that the method of opening ground by shafts, levels, and raises, which we refer to as blocking out ore, began to be more generally adopted, displacing the former mode of following down the ore by a series of irregular, isolated excavations. With it came overhead stoping, in which, after the shaft has been sunk, the level driven and timbered, and a raise made, the miner begins breaking down the ore from over his head, allowing it to run down into chutes. From these it is drawn out into cars pushed along the tracks in the level. The waste is allowed to accumulate on top of the stalls, or timbers, forming the top of the level above referred to, and serves as a platform upon which the miner stands in breaking down more ore. The invention of the safety lamp, in 1815, is probably the most important event of the early part of the century. Previous to this the miners fired the gas in the rooms, with their candles, which were raised toward the roof with the aid of a long pole, the miners lying flat on the floor of the level to escape the blaze, and sometimes putting on wet jackets to avoid being scorched. As first invented by Davy, the safety lamp consisted merely of a cylinder of wire gauze surrounding the flame, much as the flame is surrounded by a glass globe in the modern lantern, except that the diameter of the cylinder did not exceed 2 inches. This was based upon the theory that the gas set on fire by the light would burn inside the gauze without heating it hot enough to ignite the gas outside. The principle was correct, and the lamp worked satisfactorily when carefully used under proper conditions. It was soon found, however, that in a strong air current, or if swung at a more rapid speed than 6 feet per second in an explosive mixture, the surrounding gas would be ignited. As a man walking naturally on the surface moves at a rate of between 5 and 6 feet per second, it will be easily seen that even with a speed considerably diminished underground. And anyone who has tried to follow a mine foreman through mine workings knows the speed slackening is slight. A very slight swing of the arm would bring the rate of movement of the lantern up to the danger point. Another and a very unexpected factor in causing explosions with the new lamp also developed, and that was the great carelessness of the men who used it. Armed with this device, and deluded by the quietly burning flame, the miner would seat himself upon a pile of coal, draw forth his pipe and fill it, and deliberately open the gauze to light it. As a consequence, for a time after the introduction of the safety lamp, the number of accidents from explosions increased. This latter difficulty, the recklessness of the miners, was presently overcome by having the lamps locked, and by depriving the men of all matches before admitting them to the mine. An improved lamp, introduced by Clanny, wherein the lower part of the cylinder was replaced by glass, partially protected the flame from strong air currents, and also gave a better light. Later, Museller added an interior sheet iron chimney, which divides the air current so that the hot air does not strike directly against the gauze, and the lamp as thus improved is very largely used, especially in Europe. In 1831 the safety fuse was invented, a train of powder having been used before this for firing the charges. The same year a patent was granted to Moses Shaw of New York for an electrical device to fire several charges at once. It was at about this time, too, that the man engine was invented in Germany. Some miner, noticing the slow and steady up and down motion of the long rods which operated the pumps in the Cornish system, had conceived the idea of nailing steps onto them at intervals, and riding up and down. As mines grew deeper and the time and labor required for the men to get down to their work increased, a special engine, utilizing an improvement of this device, was employed for raising and lowering men. This man engine consisted of 2 parallel beams, moving slowly up and down the shaft with a reciprocating motion, the length of the stroke being about 12 feet. Upon these beams small platforms were nailed at distances equal to the length of the stroke. The miner wishing to descend stepped upon the top platform of one beam as it started on its downstroke. At the end of this stroke he found himself 12 feet down the shaft, on a level with the second platform of the other beam, which had in the meantime been coming up, and he stepped across onto this, which now began its downstroke. Thus by constantly stepping from one rod to the other at the completion of each downstroke, he was conveyed to the bottom. By reversing the process he was raised to the surface. In general, mining progress was slow up to the middle of the century. The production of the baser metals, here and abroad, increased gradually with the demands of the mechanic arts, but it was not until the middle of the century that this factor, joined with the improved methods of transportation, and of metallurgy, gave to mining that impetus which, though through alternate recurring waves of prosperity and stagnation, carried it forward until the annual expenditure for technical skill, machinery, and supplies used in the industry is estimated today at $1,000 million. The first mining excitement in the United States occurred in 1829, following the discovery of gold in the South, but these fields soon declined in importance without resulting in any improvements to mining methods and machinery. The next mining fever resulted from the inauguration of work upon the copper properties at Keweenaw Point, Michigan, in 1845. This caused the first mining stock speculation in this country, and it is interesting to note that the century closes with a repetition of this same fever, founded upon almost the same ground. Yet the conditions have changed wonderfully. Upon the then barren peninsula, whitened with the tents of speculators and geologists, has grown up a multitude of towns, filled with thousands of people whose labors are performed at a depth of nearly a mile underground. Thousands more transport the ore to the mills, separate the copper from the rock, and cut timber for the mines, while yet other thousands prepare food and clothing and shelter for all these. During 1898, the copper mines about Lake Superior produced nearly 160 million pounds of copper, and paid in dividends $6,490,000. This district is the only one in the United States where the man engine has been used. But as the shafts were sunk deeper and deeper, it was found that even this method was not sufficiently rapid, and the men are now lowered into the mines by cages or skips. A cage is simply the miner's name for the ordinary elevator when used underground, and has developed from the bucket in use at the beginning of the century. A skip is a car especially designed for use on an incline. The roadway upon which the skip runs is so planned, at the top of the shaft, that the rear wheels run upon a track raised above the one over which the front wheels pass, so that the rear end is elevated and the skip is dumped automatically. At the De Beers diamond mines in South Africa are two of these skips which hold nearly 5 tons of rock each. At the bottom of the shaft are chutes containing the rock, and when the skip is in position a man pulls a lever, allowing the ore to run into it. Another pull closes the chute, a button is touched which rings a bell in the engine room, and the skip starts up the shaft. At the top it dumps itself and returns to be filled again. In the meantime the other skip has been filled and is going up while the first is coming down. With these two skips, making 92 trips an hour, over 4,000 tons of rock have been hoisted in less than 12 hours, from a depth of 1,250 feet. To handle these enormous quantities tremendous hoisting engines are used. At the Calumet and Hecla mines is a pair of quadruple expansion engines which will lift cages, carrying 6 tons of ore, a mile in a minute and a half. The Modoc hoist, built for the Anaconda Mining Company of Butte, Montana, is the largest hoist in the world. It is a double compound beam engine, and is designed to be used in sinking to a depth of 6,000 feet. This machine weighs 400 tons, and has 7 separate subordinate engines for use in operating it. Think of it. An engine so ponderous that smaller engines are necessary to apply the clutches that set the reels in motion. Other engines set the brakes, and another reverses the action, if need be. All these are controlled by levers operated from the engineer's platform, the runner having 1 foot and 7 hand levers to handle. Besides these there are 2 indicator discs, directly in front, requiring constant attention, for these show the exact position of the cage in the shaft. Yet such wonderful skill have the runners in the control of these veritable flying machines that they instantly interpret the complicated signals, and drop the cage with such exactness that the car of ore is run from the track in the level to the track on the cage, almost without a jar. Nor is the hoist the only large machine necessary in the equipment of the modern mining plant, for in sinking to great depths vast quantities of water have to be removed. The Chapin Mining Company, at Iron Mountain, Michigan, have one of the largest pumping engines in the world. This engine is located on the surface, driving the pumps after the Cornish style, though it would be difficult to see much of the pump of 1801 in this magnificent machine. With a 10-foot stroke it conveys the power to the pumps through a walking beam weighing 100 tons. In an hour it will raise nearly 200,000 gallons of water from a depth of 1/4 of a mile. Imagine the miner of 1800 softening by fire sufficient ore to supply a modern hoist. For the mines which now turn out 2,000 tons a day can by no means be counted on one's fingers, and 2,000 tons means more than a foot deep over a whole city block. Before the middle of the century the use of powder and drill had largely increased, and in 1845 an attempt was made to aid the man behind the drill with a machine which swung a hammer by steam power. In 1805 a machine was invented using compressed air in a cylinder, and this was gradually improved until it became a success in 1861, in the Mont Cenis tunnel. As finally employed, the power drill is practically a small engine, the drill being attached to the piston rod and moved rapidly back and forth by compressed air or steam. The machine has 3 functions: to strike the blow, turn the drill, and advance it, as the hole is driven deeper and deeper. Soon after the machine drill became a success, dynamite was invented, and these two have been the greatest factors in bringing about that rapid development and production which is the most pronounced attribute of modern mining. Dynamite alone has doubled the amount of ore which can be extracted from a face in a given time. Leonied Foster, in his work on mining, gives the rate of advance in driving a tunnel by fire setting at 2 fathoms per month. Compare with this the Niagara Falls tunnel, driven with power drills and high explosives, 342 feet in 4 weeks. It is probably to the power drill more than to anything else that we are indebted for the development of the air compressor. The exhaust from a steam drill and the heat emitted from the pipes being very disagreeable underground. As early as 1800 a Welsh engineer had attempted to run a blast by means of a water power 1.5 miles distant, but it was not until 1865 that machines were operated to any extent by compressed air. The great difficulty had been the loss of efficiency, owing to the clearance spaces and the heating of the air. In driving the Mont Cenis tunnel but 16% of the power developed was available, and up to 1880 the efficiency was extremely low. But today as high as 80% is obtained. The air compressor is simply a force pump with ingenious devices to overcome the loss of energy. For ordinary use the air is compressed to a pressure of from 60 to 80 pounds per square inch. This is done in a single cylinder for low pressures, but for high pressures 2 cylinders are used. From the compressor the air is conducted to a reservoir, from which it is piped to the machine which it is to run. One of the advantages of air-driven machines underground is that the exhaust furnishes fresh air to the miners and cools the atmosphere. The result has been that in metal mines, where there are no noxious gases escaping from the ground, the exhaust from the air drills, together with the natural air currents, has supplied sufficient ventilation. In the coal mines, however, it has been necessary to employ other means. After it was found that, even with the safety lamp, gas would be exploded if a large amount of it had accumulated, more attention was paid to ventilation. Levels and shafts were divided to produce a natural current, the size of the drifts was carefully figured in order to regulate it, doors were put in to compel it to follow the faces. Devices were adopted to split it, a part going to one room, the remainder to a second, and boxes were built to carry one current across another. Early in the century hand fans run by a wheel and pinion had been employed for forcing the air down the shaft, but it was soon found that the circulation produced in this way was inferior to the result of adduction. Large furnaces were then constructed at the bottom of the upcast shafts, in order to cause a strong upward current. Again, huge air pumps, run by machinery, were tried for exhausting the air. By 1850 exhaust fans were coming into use, and these, occasionally replaced by blowers, also used for exhausting, are now generally employed. The gueball, which has been the most prominent of the fans, has been made as large as 46 feet in diameter. The capel, which is an improved form of the gueball, has 6 curved vanes, or blades, and is made from 8 feet to 15 feet in diameter. It is driven quite rapidly, making from 180 to 300 revolutions, and having a capacity of from 100,000 to 300,000 cubic feet of air per minute. The result of this thorough ventilation is that the gas is removed from the mine almost as rapidly as it enters, and often the safety lamp is no longer needed by the common miner. Nevertheless, it has by no means become useless, since as an indicator of the presence of gas it is invaluable. The action of the different lamps in the presence of gas varies, but in general the size of the flame increases in direct proportion to the increase in the amount of gas mixed with the air. Each morning, before the men go to work, the fire boss takes his safety lamp and makes the round of the mine. When he goes into a room he watches the flame, and if it burns up to the point which indicates that it would not be safe to enter with a naked light, he makes a mark on the wall which serves as a danger line beyond which the men do not go. Another machine, which, like the fan, has been developed by the demands of the coal mines, is the coal-cutting machine. Probably the lot of no man was as hard as that of the coal digger at the beginning of the century. After he had performed the dangerous task of exploding the accumulated gases, he was often forced to work all day lying in the most constrained attitude. Applied in this manner, his power was largely wasted, and much useless dust and small coal was produced. The first effort at relief was a machine which imitated the miner, striking a blow with a pick worked by a lever, and making as high as 70 blows a minute. These have been generally replaced by quite another type of machine, one which depends on the action of either a rotary bar, a rotary wheel, or a chain cutter. These machines are operated by either air or electricity. The Jeffrey rotary bar cutter will undercut a block of coal 39 inches by 54 inches in 6 minutes. The chain cutter is an endless chain carrying cutting knives and traveling horizontally. It is claimed that these machines will effect a saving of about 10 cents a ton in the cost of mining. When in 1848 the finding of gold in California was reported, followed in 1851 by the discovery of the Australian fields, large numbers of men were attracted to the placer mines, who later, as the placers became exhausted, turned their attention to vein mining. Nor did hydraulic mining itself fail to progress. When the placers were first discovered, the miner, standing in the shallow stream, washed the gravel, a panful at a time, and secured from $15 to $25 a day. As the placers became poorer he built sluices, and, shoveling in his gravel, turned the stream in to wash off the light rock, while the heavy gold was caught in the interstices between the blocks with which he had paved the bottom. If the ground became clayey, he brought part of the water through a hose and used it to break up the lumps in his sluice box. Then as he gradually removed the gravel and the banks about him became higher, he turned his hose toward the bank and brought more water from a higher level, until, to quote Bowie, a 40-inch wrought iron pipe has been substituted for canvas hose and a stovepipe, and an inch stream replaced by a river of water discharged through a 9-inch nozzle under a 400-foot pressure. By this means, at North Bloomfield, Cal, nearly 1,000,000 yards of gravel, containing but 2 9/10 cents per cubic yard, was moved in a single season, and at a profit. As the banks became poorer, the miners turned their attention to the river beds. In New Zealand, in the early days, they worked the banks as far down into the river as they could reach with a spoon dredge. Then a dredge was made resembling a ladder of buckets, continually revolving, and operated by wheels driven by the current. When the river got low the current became too weak, and a steam engine was substituted. Then a revolving screen was put on to separate the large rocks from the fine sand, and gradually the modern dipper dredge has been evolved, with its pumps, screen, distributors, and tables and sluices. Handling 2,000 yards of gravel a day at a cost of 3 cents a yard. In 1859 the Comstock lode in Nevada was discovered, and it is to this district that we owe the square set method of timbering, so largely in vogue in wide veins today. Some of the bonanzas, that is, pockets of rich ore, were of enormous size. For example, one found in the Gould and Curry was 400 feet long, 80 feet wide, and 400 feet deep. As the walls were not sufficiently solid to stand unsupported, and a single stick of timber was too short to reach across, splicing was tried. It was soon found that this weakened the timber too much, and the method of square setting was invented. This consists in framing timbers together in rectangular sets, having a square base of 4 pieces, usually 6 feet long, placed horizontally as sills. Into these are framed posts, surmounted by a cap of 4 additional timbers which become the base for the next set. The timbers are usually 12 inches square, and cost on the Comstock about $10 a set. From 1870 to 1891 there is said to have been used up on the Comstock 200,000 acres of forest, valued at $45 million. The amount of timber which is consumed underground in a single year must be enormous. Mr. C. W. Goodale estimates that in Butte alone, in 1895, 37,500,000 feet, equal to 3,750 carloads, were used in the mines. As the timber decays in from 5 to 15 years, and has to be replaced, efforts are constantly directed toward decreasing the large expense which is thus continually recurring. In shafts and levels for permanent use iron is an economical substitute. Wherever possible, new methods of mining are being introduced. Thus in the Lake Superior iron regions, the mine development is planned along lines almost unheard of 10 years ago. In the first place the gravel which overlies the ore is stripped off, even if it is 50 feet thick. This is done with steam shovels, which load the gravel upon cars. These are then pulled away by one locomotive while a second places new empties in position to be filled. One shovel will load from 150 to 175 cars a day. That is, will take from 3,500 to 4,500 tons of dirt from the sides of the pit and put it upon the cars. This method obviates the use of timber for holding up the surface. After the overlying gravel is removed, should the conditions be favorable, the ore is taken out with a shovel. If this cannot be done, some method depending on rock filling is adopted. At the Auburn mine, after stripping and driving the levels, raises are made to the surface at intervals of about 50 feet, the ore broken down around them, starting at the surface, and dropped down through them. This leaves openings in the shape of inverted cones, having their bases at the surface. Additional raises are then made halfway between the others, and the remaining material extracted. At the Fayal mine they take out rooms 24 feet wide by 300 feet long, with a 24-foot pillar between them. These rooms are carried up from the first level to the surface, and filled with gravel which is run in from above. Then the pillars are mined by slicing and caving, that is, by running drifts along the sides of the pillar and caving the ore down from the roof. After removing this or another drift is run, the roof caved, and another slice taken off. It is claimed the saving in timber by using this method amounts to 10 cents on each ton of ore mined. All of these, and many other inventions, have constantly tended to decrease mining costs. Yet the industry is carried on today in so many out-of-the-way places, and under such varying conditions, that the cost per ton of the ore mined vacillates between wide extremes. As an example of what can be accomplished, working on a large scale, and where supplies are easily and quickly obtained, the Atlantic Mine, in Michigan, may be mentioned. This mine produced, in 1898, 370,000 tons of ore, at a cost of 66 cents per ton. With all these wonderful advances in mine mechanics, engineering, ventilation, and lighting, have come the foundation and development of mining schools, the rise of technical societies, and a general governmental recognition of the importance of the industry. It is not so very far back in the preceding century that we find among the statutes of England the following: stealing or out of mines is no larceny, except only those of black lead. The stealing or out of which is felony without benefit of clergy. It would be interesting to know the name of the gentleman who owned the black lead mine, for, in modern parlance, he certainly had a pull. By 1833 mining legislation had so far progressed in England that laws were enacted regulating the employment of children underground. In this country, in 1830, a state geological survey was inaugurated by Massachusetts, and this institution has since been copied by many states. The majority of the states where mining is carried on have passed laws tending to increase the safety of men working underground. Abroad, carefully prepared codes describe the method of lease or sale of mining rights, and define the rights of owners of ground. In this country the first legislation of this character was in 1807, when the government mineral-bearing lands were withdrawn from sale and ordered leased. In 1834 the miners refused to pay the royalty, owing to the large number of illegal entries, and in 1847 the lands were opened to sale. It was not until 1866, after 15 years of self-government among the miners of the West, that Congress earnestly undertook to regulate the acquisition of mining titles on the public domain. Leagues beyond the towns, miles from the nearest roads, hurrying from the scene of one excitement to another, pushed by the crowd of constantly arriving adventurers, with surveyors unobtainable and courts not accessible. Almost without time to measure, and in a region absolutely unlocatable, it had been impossible for the miner of the West to secure a legal title to his land as contemplated by the Act of 1847. Accordingly, there had grown up the custom which gave to the discoverer of a lode the right to a certain length of it, and it was this right which was recognized by Congress, and became the basis of the law of 1866. So far our story has been of progress, but what shall we say of the action of Congress, which, in 1872, abrogated this law and substituted for it the prolific breeder of litigation called the law of the apex? To quote Dr. Raymond, the leading characteristic differs from all previous mining laws of this or any other country. The old right of discovery, which was the basis of the miner's title down to 1872, has dwindled under the present law to a nominal importance. It is true that the discovery of the lode within the claim is made a prerequisite to location. But the right to follow the lode in depth beyond the side lines of the claim depends no longer upon having discovered it, but on having included its top, or apex, in the surface survey. Should the miner be so fortunate as to have a vein which outcrops plainly on the surface, he may stake out the ground without difficulty, so that the vein crosses the end lines. But if his vein does not appear on the surface, and he fails to guess its direction correctly, and finds, on developing, that it does not cross the end lines of his claim, he is suddenly cut off from all extralateral rights. Or should he, in laying out his lines along the rough, precipitous mountainside, fail to make his end lines parallel, he again finds his rights limited. Nor has this law been made clearer by court decisions, but rather it has been complicated. Certainly this is a peculiar condition of affairs. The century which has witnessed an advance from the hazel rod to the diamond drill, from the spade to the steam shovel, from fire softening to dynamite shattering. A century during which a clumsy car pushed over cast-iron rails by a boy has grown to a cable train, and a 200-pound bucket raised by women has developed into a 6-ton self-dumping skip hoisted by electricity. A century productive of new devices which tunnel mountains, cross ravines, or sink through quicksands with equal ease. A century which has seen the touch of a button and the turn of a wheel bring power from 30 miles away to light and drain the mine, as well as operate the drills and hoist. Such a century closes with a law in force in the greatest mining country in the world which makes litigation one of the expected stages of mine development. At the beginning of the century the mining engineer advised where to sink, the manner of working, and the method of dealing with the water. Today he must not only be a mining, civil, and hydraulic expert, but a mechanical and electrical engineer, a chemist, and a lawyer. The time was when he who leveled forests, built himself a home, and brought the land under cultivation, was regarded as the true pioneer of civilization. In later times the miner fairly divides this honor. Pursuing a hazardous occupation, he has invaded most out-of-the-way and desolate places, creating untold wealth, founding towns and states, and inviting vast and substantial populations. By his industry and enterprise he has not only revealed the 77 non-metallic underground products which in the United States alone, in 1899, had a value approximating $500 million. But the 12 metals, precious and useful, whose value in the same year approximated $270 million. Around his gold mines, deep and placer, have grown California, Nevada, the Dakotas, Colorado, and even Alaska, while empires have sprung up at the sound of his pick and the introduction of his mighty machinery in Australasia and South Africa. In the development of silver he has contributed wealth, population, and institutions to Colorado, Nevada, Utah, Montana, and Arizona. His iron and copper mines have transformed the barren coasts of the Great Lakes. The quicksilver mines of Southern California brought San Jose and other towns to wealth and importance. In the history of Eureka and Leadville, Colonel, we have the romance of both the gold and lead mine. And so, whether the miner unearths the ores, the coals, the wonderful variety of buried materials which nature has provided for the use and comfort of mankind, he so frequently becomes the source of wealth, population, and permanent civic organization as to give him high rank among the true pioneers of civilization. Art Progress of the Century. By John V, Sears. Art Critic, Philadelphia, Evening Telegraph. I. Painting. At no period since the Renaissance has there been such marked progress in certain walks of art as during the period of Reconstruction in the political, social, economic, and aesthetic world immediately following the French Revolution of 1798. The armies of France, returning from the conquest of Europe, brought home to Paris the treasures of art ravished from the great capital cities. The vast public galleries and numerous private collections established under the First Empire contained accumulations of pictures, marbles, bronzes, tapestries, decorations, and bric-a-brac brought from Italy, from Germany, from the Low Countries, from Spain, and even from Russia and Egypt, of extent and value unparalleled in the history of the human race. These treasures were dispersed under the Restoration and returned to their former owners. But, in the meantime, their educational influence upon the people of France, and especially of Paris, had produced profound and permanent impressions which abide to this day. To this practical education afforded by the models and examples of all that is noble and exalted, gathered from the galleries and safe deposits of the civilized world, France is primarily indebted for that cultured skill and that refinement of good taste which have enabled her to take and hold her acknowledged position as the leading nation in the realm of art in the 19th century. At the beginning of the century the art of France was resting inert in the bonds of classic tradition. Academic conventionality held almost undisputed sway. Only a few painters of portraits, as, for example, Madame Vigée Lebrun, Isabey, and decorative artists like Greuze, venturing beyond the limits of the hard and fast rules prescribed by scholastic pedants. The only subjects regarded as legitimate for artistic treatment were illustrations of mythology or of Greek or Roman literature. Sacred pictures illustrating the biblical narratives and lives of the saints were permitted for church adornment and for religious purposes. But historic and storytelling pictures of the order now known as genre were classic in subject and academic in treatment. Even in portraiture, where a likeness was the main consideration, military heroes were represented in Greek armor and distinguished civilians were invested with the dignity of the Roman toga. The high priest of ancient pagan worship in France during the first quarter of the century was Jacques-Louis David, 1748–1825. David was a master of such real power that he was court painter to Louis XVI, director of fine arts under the Republic, and again court painter to the Emperor Napoleon. His great work, The Oath of the Horatii, now in the Louvre, first exhibited in 1784, was universally admired and is still highly esteemed. This was followed by a triumphal procession of classic compositions, the most notable of which were The Rape of the Sabines, usually considered to be his masterpiece, The Death of Socrates, Paris and Helen, and Brutus and His Sons, all of which have been reproduced many times in prints. David was influenced, late in his career, by the Romantic reaction, as shown by his Napoleon Crossing the Alps and his Floating Martyr, but he championed classic art all his life, his last words expressing an aspiration to paint the head of Leonidas. The downfall of the classic dominion in France was brought about by the revolt of Géricault and Delacroix, about 1820. Jean-Louis Géricault, 1791–1824, was declared by Viardot to have revealed an era when liberty in art was revived together with political liberty, joining the general movement of the human spirit in the march of progress toward independence. His epoch-marking picture, The Raft of the Medusa, in the Salon of 1819, created an intense excitement not only in artistic circles, where it opened the battle between romance and classic tradition, but also among the people. Instead of Greek heroes, posing like antique statues, this thrilling picture portrayed a group of French sailors, perishing amid the horrors of shipwreck and starvation. The subject being a scene in the awful tragedy incident to the loss of the frigate Medusa in 1816, a calamity which the nation was then mourning with unspeakable grief. Women wept and strong men paled before this terrible illustration of human agonies endured unto death, but the academicians attacked the work and the artist with almost savage fury. Géricault, a genius, sensitive and nervous, quailing before the storm which beat upon him, fled to England, but, pining in exile, returned home, only to die, crushed and broken-hearted. Ferdinand Victor Eugene Delacroix, 1798–1863, was a man of firmer fibre than his friend and fellow-student, and his was the strong hand to take up the gauge of battle when Géricault fell in the fight. For daring to depart from the classic traditions, these two young painters of the commonplace subjects of everyday human tragedy and romantic drama were savagely denounced by the academicians as traitors, as charlatans, as assassins seeking to murder art. The persecution killed Géricault, but Delacroix laughed at it. As Théophile Sylvestre said of him, the blindness of ignorance, the intrigues and clamours of envy, have not arrested him for an instant in his valiant and glorious course. By the splendour of his genius and the virility of his work, as shown in his great pictures, The Bride of Abydos, The Two Foscari, The Amende Honourable, and the magnificent series of Oriental studies by which he is best known, he established the Romantic school on a firm basis and attracted to it nearly all the talented and promising young painters of Paris. Among these students and unknown painters were many whose names subsequently became famous, as Horace Vernet, Paul Delaroche, Baron Gros, Ary Scheffer, Alexander de Camps. Artists whose noble productions gave to the Romantic school its finest triumphs. In the meantime, classic art was ably and effectively supported by the distinguished labours of Dominique Ingres, pupil and successor of David, Guillaume Guilhem-Lethière, Hippolyte Flandrin, and Jean-Baptiste Regnault. The Academy, though defeated, still lives, and modern lovers of art find that, especially in decorative design, there is much to admire in classic subjects. After the revolt of the Romanticists, the most important movement in the world of art also took place in France, and is known as the Revolution of 1830. To understand this movement it is necessary to consider the state of art in England, as the men of 1830, in France derived their inspiration from John Constable, an English landscape painter. At the beginning of the century the two great artists of England were Sir David Wilkie and J. M. W. Turner. David Wilkie, 1785–1841, was a portrait, historic, and genre painter, and no English artist up to his time had ever attained such wide popularity as he enjoyed. His pictures are all known the world over, as witness such titles as The Rent Day, Village Politicians, The Blind Fiddler, King Alfred in the Neatherd's Cottage, The Village Festival, Reading the Will, The Chelsea Pensioners, Blind Man's Buff, The Village School, and John Knox Preaching. Joseph Mallard William Turner, 1775–1851, was one of the most remarkable artists that ever lived, a most original genius, without ancestors and without heirs. He was a landscape painter and a most earnest and faithful student of nature, as shown by his wonderful illustrations, in black and white, of the scenery of England and Wales. In his paintings, however, he interpreted rather than portrayed nature, investing his subjects with the grandeur and glory of his imagination. His pictures were golden dreams, revealing the beauty, the majesty, the sadness, and the terror inspired by nature, not from observed details, but from the image or ideal in his own mind. Of his many masterworks mention can only be made here of Crossing the Brook, Dido in Carthage, Palestrina, The Golden Bough, Hannibal Crossing the Alps, The Slave Ship, Battle of the Nile, Burial of Sir David Wilkie at Sea. And perhaps the greatest of all, The Fighting Temeraire. Turner created no school and left no successor, but he made a distinct impression on the art of England by stimulating an active interest in landscape painting. Patrick Nasmyth, Augustus Wall Callcott, John Linnell, and a score of artists turned to the study of rural scenery, with the result that they succeeded in establishing what is known as the Norwich School of Landscape Art. By far the most important name in the annals of this period, after Turner's, is that of John Constable, 1776–1837. Constable presents the contrast of diametric opposition to Turner. His pictures, so far from being golden dreams, are more like cast-iron realities. When Turner was an idealist, Constable was an uncompromising realist. If the one painted poetry, the other painted prose, and often very rugged, plain prose indeed. While Turner subordinated fact to fancy, illuminating his subjects with the glow of his fervid imagination, Constable devoutly stood before nature in the attitude of a worshipper. And faithfully labored to represent as truthfully as his powers permitted exactly what he beheld. In contrast with the shining canvases of his brilliant contemporary, Constable's pictures seemed dark, dull, and heavy to the British public, and the original genius of the conscientious artist was not recognized. His greatest works, Dedham Vale, The White Horse, The Hay Cart, Stratford Mill, Salisbury Cathedral, The Rainbow, and others were exhibited in succession during the second decade of the century, before an indifferent public. Only his fellow artists and a few connoisseurs caring for them, the painter meanwhile starving in neglect. In 1824 two of his pictures were shown in Paris, and were then instantly understood and appreciated. They created a profound impression and, as has been justly said, inaugurated the second revolution of the century in the realm of art. By this revolution the artists were driven out of their studios and out of the city, to study nature in the spirit of humble sincerity shown by John Constable. Among the young students who went forth to encounter poverty, hardship, and the severest toil were the men of 1830, the founders of the Barbizon school of painting. Millet, Rousseau, Diaz, Corot, Troyat, Daubigny, and Dupré left Paris and the ways that then led to success, and sacrificed themselves to what they saw to be the truth in art. They carried the study of outdoor nature further than ever before. Created the standard of modern landscape art, and attained immortal fame, though not until their leader and prototype had perished in poverty. Jean-François Millet, 1815–1875, has been called the greatest painter of the 19th century, and his masterpiece, The Angelus, is regarded by many as second only to the Sistine Madonna of Raphael in the brief catalogue of the world's artistic treasures. He lived the life of a poor peasant in the rural village of Barbizon, attracting around him, late in life, the ablest of the men of 1830, and producing there those works which have placed his name first on the annals of our time, The Sower, Waiting, Sheep Shearers, Woman Carding, The Gleaners, Shepherdess and Flock, and the few others that constitute the tale of his exceedingly careful and long-considered compositions. Theodore Rousseau, 1812–1867, was declared, by Edmond About, to be the Moses who led the landscape painters of France out of the Egyptian bondage of academic convention into the promised land of liberty, where rivers ran water, where trees were rooted in the ground, and where animals lived, moved, and had their being. As late as 1848 the Salon rejected Rousseau's noble work, The Alley of Chestnut Trees, one of the finest landscapes ever painted. But this was the last act of the academic tyrants, the foolish offense against the great master causing the old classic pedants to be relegated to oblivion. Rousseau took up his residence in Barbizon, and in the forest of Fontainebleau and the adjoining country studied those rural and pastoral scenes that have given him his place as one of the first, if not the very first, of landscape painters. Of these magnificent examples of landscape art, mention can only be made here of The Village, A Pool Under Oaks, Edge of the Forest at Barbizon, A Forest Interior, Watercourse at Salogne, and Hoarfrost. These being the pictures best known to the public through reproductions in black and white. If Turner was a painter of golden dreams, Corot was a painter of silver dreams. The pearly haze of early morning, the pale sky and misty treeforms of a grey day, and the soft, low tones of a still, cloudy afternoon attracting his loving devotion and commanding the conscientious exercise of his skill. Jean-Baptiste Camille Corot, 1796–1875, was certainly one of the happiest artists that ever lived. Like the other men of 1830, he was ostracized by the Academy, and he was never allowed to receive the first medal of the Salon, but he had every other honor and compensation, and, late in life, was given a magnificent gold medal by popular subscription. For many years he could not sell a single picture, but, being fortunately independent, in a modest way, he continued to paint the subjects which, as he said, delighted his heart, and to treat them, as he again said, with truth to your own instincts, to your own method of seeing, with what I call conscientiousness and sincerity. In due time Corot conquered his world and, in the height of his career, was earning not less than $50,000 a year by his brush. He was a constant visitor at Barbizon, maintained a close intimacy with his friends there, and studied in the vicinity many of the hundreds of landscapes his industrious and tireless hand rejoicingly produced. Jules Dupré, 1812–1889, and Charles-François d'Aubigny, 1817–1878, are distinguished members of the 1830 group, each standing at the head of the department of landscape art to which he was especially devoted. Narcís Virgil Díaz de la Peña, called Diaz, 1807–1876, another of the fraternity, was not technically so thoroughly trained as his fellows, but he was a stronger colorist than any of them and a romanticist of the most pronounced type. Constant Troyat, 1810–1865, was the most eminent cattle painter of the century. He came on the scene after the revolt of Jericho was accomplished, but was in full sympathy with the movement, and is usually accounted as one of the revolutionists. So also with Jean-Léon Gérôme, 1824, an artist surviving to the close of the century. He first exhibited in 1847, but he took up the line of Oriental romance, following Delacroix, and made so strong an impression with his illustrations of the splendors and glories of the East that his influence in art will be felt for generations to come. After attaining fame as a painter, Gérôme also developed marked ability as a sculptor. In strict chronological order, the birth of the Pre-Raphaelite movement in art preceded the Revolution of 1830, as the event actually occurred in Rome, about 1812. The movement was not originally known by the name subsequently given it, and it did not attain to more than local importance until it was fully developed in England, about 1850. It is to the great German artist, Peter von Cornelius, 1783–1867, that the honor of originating the Pre-Raphaelite revolution must be given. In 1811 Cornelius went to Rome and soon became the master spirit of the Brotherhood of Painters, popularly called Nazarites, banded together for the study of the 13th-century Italians, Cimabue and Giotto, and their successors in the century following, Guidi, Simoni, and Orcagna. This brotherhood was afterward imitated by Rossetti in London, and its purposes more fully developed. But it was the young German enthusiasts of the previous generation who effected a revival of the pure religious spirit, the devout simplicity, and the absolute sincerity of the Italian artists before the era of Raphael. Cornelius returned to Germany in 1816, became the founder of what is known as the Munich School of Painting, and was made director of the Art Institute of that city. He exercised a controlling influence in the evolution of modern German art and, indirectly, on art in England and in America. His pupil and successor, Wilhelm von Kaulbach, 1805–1874, imparted vitality and power to the Munich school, attracting to his classes students from all civilized countries. During the second and third quarters of this century, Kaulbach reigned as the first artist of Germany and one of the first in the world. Dante Gabriel Rossetti, 1828–1882, founded his Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood in London, with John Everett Millais, subsequently president of the Royal Academy, and William Holman Hunt, in 1848. The Pre-Raphaelite movement gave a richer and stronger color to English painting in the latter half of the century, and also awakened general interest in early Christian art, that is, the art of the Italian Renaissance. Beyond this, Rossetti's new departure, though widely advertised by John Ruskin, had very little permanent effect. Millet soon left the Brotherhood and produced his masterworks, the greatest historic genre pictures of his time, in England, after outliving Pre-Raphaelite influences. Little known outside of England, that movement did not entirely absorb British art, as proved by such a man as G.F. Watts, a master of portraiture, who made studies of many of the most notable men of the century in England, besides many imaginative works of great interest. Others were Holman Hunt, with his powerful religious conceptions, and the talented Landseer family, the youngest member of which, Edwin, is world famous for his animal pictures. The critic and philosopher, John Ruskin, studied art and became a proficient draftsman, although never using his skill professionally. His literary works on art, however, have had so wide an influence that it seems just to include him in the list of contributors to art's progress in this era. His criticism of the fantastic productions of James McNeill Whistler brought forth a controversy in lawsuit, resulting in a verdict of damages of 1 farthing to the injured artist, and enough advertising gratis to secure his fame. The genius of the latter for achieving artistic effects and personal notoriety are equal to his skill in avoiding oblivion. He is a unique and interesting figure, despite his abnormal vanity, for his unquestionable talent in many lines of art, and is American by birth, English by adoption, and now French by force of circumstances. Edwin Abbey is also an adopted son of Britain, although born in America. He is better known through illustrative work in black and white, but his superb decorations in the Boston Public Library testify to his great skill as a colorist. The most illustrious growth of foreign seed on British soil has been Lorenz Alma Tadema, whose wonderful representations of Greek and Roman life place him or concours as an artist, and hold before our eyes a mirror of ancient days. Sir Frederick Leighton, the recently deceased president of the Royal Academy, was a true Briton and a leader of modern art in England, as also was Mrs. Elizabeth Thompson Butler, with her patriotic war pictures, as vigorous as any man's could be. A talented young artist, whose untimely death cut short a promising career, was Frederick Walker, who is said to have been the original of Little Bill Lee, in Du Maurier's famous novel of student life in the Latin Quarter, Trilby. That masterpiece takes us into the art atmosphere of Paris, and we readily understand why there is the center of the artistic circle. From thence have risen most of the great modern names, one of the greatest and most honored being that of Rosa Bonheur, who has received all possible distinction as an artist and reverence as a woman. Her animal pictures, especially horses and cattle, are known the world over, and the story of her early struggle for study, disguised as a boy, that she might work unmolested where a girl could hardly have gone, is well known. Yet she never renounced an atom of her womanliness in adopting masculine attire. It is hard to avoid dwelling on the lives and works of the modern masters, but we must pass over the intermediate period between the revolt of 1830 and our own day, touching only an especially shining light here and there, such as Jules Breton, with his sturdy peasants, Léon Bonnat, Alexander Cabanel, and Carolus Duran, with their elegant distingué portraiture. Besides these are Edouard de Taille and Alphonse de Neuville, showing faithful studies of soldier life and action. Eugene Fromentin, with his picturesque Arabs, and the decorative allegories of Puvis de Chavannes. The brilliant Spaniards, Mariano Fortuny and Don Frederic Madrazo, are practically Frenchmen in their art, although each is distinctly individual in manner. We must also mention Vibert, with his delightful little satires on the human frailties of the Holy Fathers of the Church, and Meissonier, the master of exquisite finish in detail, and Pacini, with his small canvases crowded with oriental figures glowing with color. In addition to the great French names of this time are Defregger, of the Munich school, Israels of Amsterdam, Schreier of Frankfurt, whose works all hold that quality dear to the popular heart, but despised by the high priests of lofty criticism nowadays, that is, they have a story to tell, and they tell it. At the time these men were telling their artistic tales in Europe, such men as Washington Allston, the first great painter in this country, Thomas Sully, whose rare works in portraiture entitled him to paint the Queen of England, Victoria, when a girl, Henry Inman, also a great portrait painter, George Fuller, a painter of poetic dreams, and many others of talent, had said their say in America. Almost with the beginning of the new country, public interest had been roused in the fine arts by the efforts of such men as Gilbert Stuart and the Peels, Charles and Rembrandt, who bridged the 18th and 19th centuries together, and labored to advance the cause of art. Schools and academies, with adequate galleries for exhibition purposes, became necessary, and such institutions as the Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts and the National Academy of Design in New York were established. The latter was started in 1802, but did not receive its charter until 1808, so the Pennsylvania Academy, which was incorporated in Philadelphia in 1806, was really the first of its kind in the country. In 1807, the minutes bearing the date of October 8 record as follows: "Until the funds of the institution will admit of opening a school on a more extended plan. Persons of good character shall be permitted to make drawings from the statues and busts belonging to the Academy, thus showing the humble beginning of art education in America." Naturally, for many years the facilities for learning were too limited to supply more than rudimentary instruction, and the pilgrimage to Paris was a necessity before an artist could feel qualified to launch out professionally. In these latter days that need no longer exists, for the great art schools of New York, Philadelphia, Boston, Chicago, and St. Louis can amply provide all that is required. But the charm of the Latin Quarter still draws as a magnet all who can afford to go there. In that center is a constant mingling of ideas from all sources seeking new forms of expression, out of which proceed the impulses that vibrate through the world of current art. Naturally enough, many of the new departures are futile experiments, short-lived and not sufficiently important to discuss. But within recent years the movement known as Impressionism has been so widespread in influence, so radical in method, and so vital in result, that it has doubtless produced a permanent effect on art. Like its predecessor, the Renaissance after the Dark Ages, this movement moderne was an upheaval of all forms of expression. And in painting it seemed as if a wave of dazzling color had burst over the studios, drenching the canvases with rainbow tints, flooding the exhibition galleries with bewildering brilliance. The unaccustomed eye was overwhelmed, and the confused and wondering public burst into loud outcry against the insane folly of these mad young painters, who showed purple and green gridirons, speckled with green and streaked with scarlet, and called them landscapes, marines, and figure studies as they chose. Of course the pendulum swung to its limit, the radicals carrying things to extremes after the fashion of their kind, and making foolish caricatures of work that was really great. By degrees, however, sober sense prevailed, the new ideas became better understood, the public point of view changed, and it was seen that there was method in this madness. The new movement was intended simply to interpret what the artist saw most forcibly expressed by any given subject, or, as the name implies, to record his first impression and convey the idea rather by suggestion than by explicit statement and detail. Applied to out-of-door subjects, these principles were carried out by the plein-air colorists, as they were styled, from their efforts to suggest atmosphere glowing with light, a feeling of space and sunshine. Edouard Manet was the leader of the new school in figure work, and Claude Monet in landscape. No two styles could be more widely different save in their mutual abhorrence of detail, the first dark, heavy, and somber in color, the latter luminous and palpitating, every conceivable tint vibrating into harmony, an example which is followed in this country by Child Hassam, often successfully, but sometimes with extravagance. After reaching extreme high water mark, the flood of brilliance has somewhat subsided, and latter-day painters do not find it necessary to observe the world through a prism. While returning to more sober statements of simple truth, without trying to copy a kaleidoscope, the vision men have had of pure color sparkling with light has given them an insight into Mother Nature's method that has left a lasting impression upon the minds and manners of the best workers and lifted the whole tone of modern painting. Whether one was prepared to enjoy truly impressionistic pictures or not, the force of them in a collection of works in the old manner of hard outline and heavy shadow could not fail to be felt like a beam of light in a dark room. However one might protest against the invader, the old friends looked dull and flat after a time, in spite of the most determined loyalty. The style of the Hudson River School was narrow and petty, full of trifling little details, the color often being forced and theatrical in effect. The striking scenery of that noble stream inspired the efforts of American landscape painters of the 2 decades from 1830 to 1850. Asher B. Durand was a leader among them, and for many years the manner of a generation past held sway until the new method forced a place for itself. It was an amusing experience in following exhibitions of late years to see, one after another, the leaders, long established in their own particular methods, finally breaking away from lifelong habits and coming into line with the new movement. Some keeping step bravely with the vigorous newcomers, some halting along with pitiful attempts at a jaunty stride. The strong men neither hung back in sulky indifference nor flung themselves wildly about in exuberant freedom, but kept quietly on the even tenor of their way, absorbing what was best in the new, holding fast to what was best in the old. And producing the kind of work that is independent of schools and eras, but intrinsically great in itself. In Paris, the younger workers who began sending strange wild landscape and figure pictures to the exhibition at the Salon of the Champs-Élysées, the most important annual exhibition in the world, were indignantly rejected by the horrified jury of selection. Equally indignant at their treatment, the young painters, who felt themselves to be the coming men, gathered their rejected treasures together in an independent exhibition of their own, and established a rival salon in the Champ de Mars, which has come to hold an equal footing in the world of art with the older institution. By reference to men, we do not at all exclude women, for there is no sex in art, and women of our time paint as well as men, folding equal rank in the exhibitions, equal places on the juries of selection, and receiving equal honors and awards. One of the foremost women of the day is a Philadelphian, Miss Cecilia Bowes, whose portraiture ranks among the highest. Miss Mary D. Cassatt is also a Philadelphian, although long resident in Paris, and highly esteemed there. Her name is mentioned in a recent notice of a salon exhibition among those of distinguished men, which concluded with the words, "and other strong men," meaning thereby no grain of disrespect to the woman, but only honor to the artist, classifying her as among the first painters of the time. Important exhibitions nowadays are likely to contain strong works by many women, such as portraits by Mrs. Sarah Sears of Boston or Mrs. Rosina Emmett Sherwood of New York, child studies by Ellen K. Baker, or animal studies by Mrs. Helen C. Hovenden, widow of the late master of modern genre, Thomas Hovenden, whose untimely death the art-loving public of this country has not ceased to mourn. His faithful studies of American domestic life have touched the people, who are, after all, the final art critics. Despite the claims of those who feel themselves especially qualified by taste and training to tell others what they must and must not like. Many times public opinion has been unduly slow in setting the seal of its approval on worthy works, but once established in the heart of the populace, immortality is assured, and that place belongs preeminently to Thomas Hovenden. As proved by the throngs that stood before his picture, breaking the home ties, at the World's Fair in Chicago. That cosmopolitan collection showed, among other interesting developments, a strong school of vigorous young Norsemen, hardy Vikings of art from Scandinavia, of whom Anders Zorn was the leader, with a variety of figure subjects. Studied indoors and out, with an unconventional freedom and dash as inspiring as the breezes of his native fjords. Prince Eugene, the handsome popular second son of the King of Sweden, was no mean contributor to this school. Fritz von Thalow is a Norwegian by birth, but being well recognized in France he has taken up his abode at Dieppe, although still finding inspiration in his native land. He is an exponent of the theory of tone in painting, as it is technically termed. This refers to the quality of harmony, or perfect balance of light and shade and color. It does not depend upon the key of the picture, whether light and bright or dark and somber, but consists in keeping the relations of the different masses of color true to each other, the small details subdued to their proper places, yet each having its correct value in the whole. The Scotch painters, stimulated no doubt by the success of their literary brethren, have established the Glasgow School of Art, most original in its methods, and in some cases highly peculiar in its results, but with unquestionable strength in its more serious and less fantastic work. John Lavery is a leader among these men. Germany prides herself on one of the greatest painters of modern times in the person of Adolf Friedrich Menzel, a Prussian, born 1815, contemporary with Meissonier. As the latter was devoted to the Emperor of the French, so was Menzel to his hero, Frederick the Great, and their vivid portrayals of their respective sovereigns will keep the personality of these conquerors fresh as long as art lasts. For many years Menzel has been artist laureate to the court at Berlin, painting Hohenzollern family portraits, battle pieces and scenes of court splendor in the most masterly manner. The Hungarian, Munkacsy, has been widely known by his huge religious works, lately exhibited in this country, Christ before Pilate and the Crucifixion. His work shows great power and much originality in conception, although often somewhat morbid, a not unnatural condition, as the unfortunate artist has become hopelessly insane. The opposite extreme of expression is to be found in the gorgeous coloring and superb compositions of Hans Mackart of Vienna, notably his Coronation of Catherine Cornaro at Venice. A revival of interest in religious subjects has recently appeared, possibly stimulated by the work of Mr. James Tissot, a Parisian, who has given 10 years to the production of a series of careful studies of the life of Christ. These little paintings, numbering some 500 in all, are the result of close research in the Holy Land into the conditions of life and customs which prevailed at the time of Christ, and are a tribute of religious devotion. Whether through this influence or not, Dagnan Bovary has been inspired to paint a number of strong scenes of biblical subjects, two conceptions of the Last Supper being very powerful. A young colored man, H.O. Tanner, has achieved success on similar lines, an Annunciation recently shown giving evidence of deep and original thought. Curiously enough, the women painters of distinction do not seem to be given to religious subjects. One serious lack in most of the work exhibited in recent years is the absence of any importance in subject. The artists have been so concerned to express what they saw in the simplest manner, that they have carefully avoided seeing or thinking about anything but the simplest things to be expressed. While some powerful work has resulted, it has often been labor worthy of a better cause, for the pictures produced have had little to tell beyond the skill of the painter. A nobly painted cabbage field, or a superbly handled stone wall with the tail of a woman's skirt disappearing around a corner, may be masterly painting, but it is not great art. And it is to be hoped that the day of meaningless canvases will soon pass, and the coming painters will not be content to discourse grandly about nothing. Among the leaders of current art in America, the place of honor in portraiture belongs to Jonas Sargent, who easily ranks with Boldini and Benjamin Constant in Paris. He is closely followed by Edmund C. Tarbell, John H. Alexander, with his love for long flowing graceful lines of drapery, Robert Vaughan Noe, and William M. Chase. John McClure Hamilton has made some striking studies of some of the most prominent people of our time, among them Gladstone and Pope Leo XIII. Elihu Vedder, John Lafarge, Will H. Lowe, Carroll Beckwith, Abbott Thayer, and E. H. Blashfield are figure painters whose subjects are frequently of a decorative or semi-religious character. The latter is noted for his literary as well as artistic ability. George H. Boughton, though called an American, really belongs to England, where he paints interior genre subjects usually of olden times. John Swan, the animal painter, is also English. The names of Moran and Sartain are distinguished in the history of American art, each family having contributed several generations of talented painters. The elders were contemporary with Daniel Huntington, long president of the National Academy of Design, and Eastman Johnson, whose Old Kentucky Home was famous. William T. Dan Nat, Herbert Denman, Frederick Bridgman, and F. L. Weeks are all strong figure painters, the last two being especially given to Oriental subjects. Winslow Homer includes figures with his marine studies, often presenting groups of peasants on a stormy shore, while Alexander Harrison and W. T. Richards usually confine themselves to marines pure and simple. The ragged, dirty little street Arabs of J. G. Brown have been exceedingly popular, and so have the landscapes of H. Bolton Jones. The list of modern landscape painters really deserving of mention is far too long to give in anything like complete mention. A few leaders, such as Charles H. Davis, Homer Martin, the late William T. Picknell, and George Innes must suffice to close our talk on the painters of this century. 2. Sculpture. Human progress seems to advance in waves, sending forerunners to announce the gathering tide. And the ebb and flow of force is felt in all manner of endeavor, but in nothing so instantly or accurately as in the fine arts, the most sensitive and subtle forms of human expression. The plastic arts are as keen to record these changes as the pictorial, and the coming power of the 19th century found a few prophets in the dying years of the century passing away. Antonio Canova, 1757–1822, born near Venice, left many graceful and delicately finished works. His Three Graces and group of Cupid and Psyche are well known, also his colossal bust of Napoleon and seated statue of Washington for the state of Carolina. France produced a master in Jean-Antoine Houdon, 1741–1828, more vigorous than his contemporaries, as seen in his powerful work, The Seated Statue of Voltaire. His statue of Washington, in the state capital of Virginia, while preserving a faithful likeness, has a singular air of French elegance. Despite his strength, Houdon was not more accurate in study than the great Dane Thorvaldsen, born at Copenhagen, 1770. His famous Lion of Luzerne is known to all tourists, and his bas-reliefs are familiar the world over. His chief religious works, the colossal figures of Christ and the 12 Apostles, are in the church at Copenhagen, where he died in 1844. The greatest name of this period in England was John Flaxman, 1755–1826, who was as successful a teacher as he was a worker in his art. He was the originator of the cameo designs on the Wedgwood ware, being particularly happy in delicate reliefs. Christian Daniel Rauch, 1777–1857, achieved the place of honor among German sculptors of this time by his heroic imperial monuments, of which the most important is the equestrian statue of Frederick the Great. Although, for many generations, Rome was the Mecca of artistic pilgrims, and most of the great names have at one time or another been enrolled upon the list of students sojourning within her gates. The race characteristics of each strong mind were liable to find expression in spite of classic training. And when the mature artist brought forth his own creations independent of the touch of school or master, they were likely to present his own national tendencies of thought. Of late years, with increased facilities for studying other art centers, of intercommunication of ideas by travel and increasing duplication of works of art by various reproductive processes, the art atmosphere seems to have extended so as to absorb, and in a great measure obliterate, distinct lines of racial difference in manners of expression, the fundamental principles of truth being more generally sought for and applied. Thus, the unmistakably Teutonic aspect of German sculpture in the early half of this century shows in the great monument to German unity, by Schilling, at Niederwald on the Rhine, and the Valhalla decorations, by Ludwig Schwanthaler. For King Louis of Bavaria. German seriousness of purpose lends a dignity of appearance, even if it becomes somewhat grandiose at times, and German painstaking accuracy perfects the technique even to the finish of small details. During the same periods, in Italy, the classic influence was more dominant where the Roman school still held sway, and delicacy deteriorated into insipidity, and finish became finical. Religious and classic subjects were most frequently produced, beside more vital work in portraits, statues, and busts. Some there were who struggled for freedom, among them Lorenzo Bartolini, 1777–1850, a Florentine professor, whose group, entitled Charity, is in the Pitti Palace. Luigi Pampaloni achieved a surprising fame for his figures of children, one of which, from a monument on a Polish sepulchre, has been widely copied in cheap plaster under the erroneous title of The Praying Samuel. In France, the advance of sculpture has been more continual and consistent, the national artistic temperament finding abundant means of expression in the plastic art. The French dramatic instinct has a sure perception of the effect of a pose, the value of graceful or vigorous lines and the balance of proportion, so that whether under bonds to academic tradition in matters of technique, or broken loose and working under individual inspiration, the French sculptor is likely to create an artistic result. The minds of the common people are more awakened to artistic impressions through the general excellence of the public monuments and sculptural decorations, so freely displayed throughout the land, than are the masses in countries where art is at a low standard. Until after the middle of the century, French sculpture, like the rest, was mainly of smooth and delicate finish and inclined to be romantic, though François Rude was powerful and vigorous. As shown in his patriotic group, Le Chant du Départ, on the Arc de Triomphe. In England, the seeds of Flaxman's sowing slowly began to bear fruit in an awakening public interest, though the earlier efforts were sedate and conventional rather than spirited. The most important works being dignified and stately monuments and memorials. Westmacott, 1777–1856, Francis Chantry, 1782–1841, whose large fortune was bequeathed to the Royal Academy as the Chantry Fund. John Gibson, 1791–1866, a pupil of Canova. Henry Weekes, 1807–1877, who made the first bust of Victoria as Queen. And Alfred G. Stevens, 1817–1875, are a few of the more notable men of the past generation. Thomas Woolner, 1825–1892, expressed the feeling of the Pre-Raphaelite movement in sculpture, as did Hunt, Burne-Jones, and Rossetti in painting. American sculpture began with the new century and, like most American growths, began in a very small way. For although Rush had made a few figures, notably a fountain now in Fairmount Park, one of the first pieces of sculptural work in the country was that of a poor New Jersey stonecutter, John Frazee, who tried to comfort himself for the death of his child by making a memorial figure of him, although he had never seen a statue. From this meager beginning started a line of ever-increasing strength, until now, in the plastic arts, as in all others, we can hold our own with the best in the world. Of course the earlier students, led by Horatio Greenough, of Boston, Hiram Powers, of Vermont, and Thomas Crawford, of New York, made their way to Rome, where they applied the traditional methods to traditional subjects with conventional results. Greenough's colossal statue of Washington is in the Capitol grounds. Powers's Greek Slave is owned by the Duke of Cleveland. And Crawford's Orpheus Seeking Eurydice, now in the Boston Museum, and Colossal Liberty, in the Capitol, are his best-known works. Erastus Palmer, of Albany, contemporary with these, developed his talent at home, and secured models and subjects from his own neighborhood, giving a distinctly American character to his work. Among the most noted of the American colony at Rome, although not particularly given to American subjects, was William Wetmore Story, of Salem, Massachusetts, born in 1819. Thomas Ball, born in the same state in the same year, was of the same class in Rome. But his themes are more patriotic, notably the Emancipation group in Washington. Harriet Hosmer is the first feminine name on the American list of sculptors. She also settled in Rome, where she completed many works. William Henry Reinhardt and Randolph Rogers were both of the idealist school, the latter completing Crawford's unfinished Washington Monument at Richmond. The name of Rogers is more commonly connected with the familiar little statuette groups of everyday domestic scenes so appealing to the popular taste. The sculptor John Rogers, of Massachusetts, has also made a few large works, among them the equestrian statue of General Reynolds, before the City Hall, Philadelphia. Henry Kirk Brown, 1814–1886, made a number of equestrian statues of note, one of Washington being the first bronze actually cast in America. His figure of General Scott was cast from captured cannon, relics of the Mexican War. His pupils, Larkin Mead and J.Q.A. Ward, both attained high places, the latter being especially prominent in the progress of American sculpture through such works as his colossal Washington for the New York Treasury Building, and his Indian Hunter, Pilgrim, and Shakespeare in Central Park. After the middle of the century, French art became emotional and dramatic, the notorious Dance for the Paris Opera House, by J. B. Carpos, being one of the first of the new utterances. Paul Dubois was less astonishing in manner, and Henri Chaput was still more restrained, although far more vital than the old conventional school. The name of Frederick Auguste Bartholdi should be known to every American by reason of his colossal statue of Liberty Enlightening the World, now standing sentinel in New York Harbor. This, and his figure of Lafayette offering his services to Washington, were presented to America by the French government. Antoine Louis Barye, 1795–1875, was a sculptor sui generis, a law unto himself of his own development. And though he has many followers, as a sculptor of animals he has no rivals. In many branches of art he was proficient, but his best-known works are the marvelous studies of animal life, modeled with infinite skill. When the great wave of Impressionism rose and flooded the land, carrying music, literature, and the drama before it, plastic art as well as pictorial was caught up too, and whirled into a variety of strange forms. Auguste Rodin led the new movement in sculpture, his manner being copied with varying degrees of success by lesser lights, and like all new movements run to foolish extremes by incompetent followers. His heroic group, the Bourgeois of Calais, will indicate his style. From extreme realism on one side, with portrait statues in the last detail of modern costume, silk hats, kid gloves, and in one case holding a cigar, to the vague suggestions of a shapeless mass of marble, out of which protrude unfinished limbs and half-developed heads, sculpture has been pushed from side to side, but is settling into a vigorous, steady, onward movement, in which the best men of all nations stride along together. In the limits of a short article it is impossible to mention all deserving names, but a few will serve as types, and the Americans are well worthy to head the list. Daniel French's grand majestic golden figure of liberty, towering above the court of honor, the imperial hostess of the World's Fair at Chicago, placed him at once on a pedestal of fame. From the prominence of his beautiful Columbian fountain opposite the Golden Goddess, Frederick McMonnies became known the land over. His greatest late work is the crowning of the Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Arch for Prospect Park, Brooklyn, with a colossal quadriga of triumph and groups of the Army and Navy. Augustus St. Gaudens, though a cosmopolitan, is truly an American sculptor of the first rank, whose statues of Admiral Farragut in New York, Lincoln in Chicago, and the sturdy Puritan, Chapin, in Springfield, Massachusetts, are well known. Olin Warner is another distinctively American product, although he had the advantage of some training in Paris. His work is French in technique but not French in spirit, having the native traits of freedom and originality, as shown in his figure of William Lloyd Garrison, and later in his relief portraits on the Art Building at the Columbian Fair. This great occasion offered opportunities to American sculptors of which they took full advantage, showing the high rank to which they were entitled. It made an American of Karl Bitter, the talented Austrian, whose decorations on the Pennsylvania Railroad Station, Philadelphia, are well known. It added further luster to the name of John J. Boyle, whose heroic Indian Mother, in Fairmount Park, and seated statue of Benjamin Franklin, are matters of just pride to Philadelphians. It gave prominence to such men as Lorado Taft, with his graceful work on the Horticultural Building. Philip Martini, on the Agricultural Building, the Great Columbus Quadriga, by E. C. Potter and Daniel French, whose beautiful relief of Death staying the hand of the sculptor, is a masterpiece. All visitors to the White City will remember the vigorous animal studies by Edward Kemys, and the Indian figures of A. C. Proctor. The sculptural commissions of the Congressional Library in Washington have produced a remarkable collection of works by talented Americans, and every great exhibition brings interesting examples from those already named. And such others as Herbert Adams, Edwin Elwell, Bessie Potter, with her dainty little statuettes, portrait work by Charles Grafley, Catherine Cohen, C. E. Dahlin, strange visionary suggestions, in the Rodin manner, by George Bonnard, and an array of lesser names too numerous to mention. For this reason, but few of the notable names of modern foreigners can be given. However, Homo Thornycroft, of England, must not be overlooked, whose famous mower is much admired, nor Onslow Ford, more youthful and romantic in style. John Henry Foley, of Dublin, has had a pronounced effect on English sculpture, being a successful teacher, including among his pupils several distinguished women, among them the Princess Louise and the Earl of Elgin's granddaughter, Miss Grant. George Tinworth's terra cotta reliefs must conclude the list of English works. A few Russians have reached eminence, mainly by animal studies. Antokolsky, a Jew of Wilna, of poorest parentage, has done powerful figure work of a serious, rather melancholy sort, the most important being a Christ bound. What is best in modern Italian and German work is practically French, and of the French themselves the list is too long to complete. A few must suffice, such as Jean-Alexandre Falguier, who aspires, like Carpos, to give vitality by means of vigorous action to his figures. Emmanuel Fremiet has worn with some distinction the mantle descended from Barry's shoulders. Vidal, another pupil of Barry, was blind for 20 years, yet gained 2 medals for correct anatomy in his modeling. Carrier-Belleuse, Hebe Asleep, is an example of the delicate style, and Alfred Boucher shows the other extreme in his rendering of sturdy masculine figures, toiling or racing. Striving to present in sculpture the picture of human struggle for existence, as did Millet in his paintings. These materialistic studies represent the fight for the bread and breath of life, while the impressionist contortions of the Rodin school try to suggest the conflict of emotions, good and bad, and the battle of spiritual and physical desires and development. 3. Ceramics and glass work. From time immemorial to the present day, men have been fashioning shapes of clay, experimenting with different kinds, different degrees of heat, and different chemical combinations to form glazes and colorings. The fundamental processes of pottery making have changed but little since prehistoric times, and wall pictures of the days of the Ptolemies show the potter's wheel whirling much as it does at present, although, of course, many modern inventions have been made to facilitate different forms of work. In the famous Sèvres factories in France, established under royal patronage and still remaining government property, a modern device has rendered possible the making of large vases of extremely thin ware. To prevent the delicate paste of which these are made from collapsing by its own weight before it can harden, the vase or jar is molded in an airtight chamber, the mouth of the object sealed, and the air exhausted from the chamber, leaving the object in a vacuum. The air contained in itself is sufficient to hold up the sides until they harden and danger of collapse is over, when it can be fired. Attempts were made in vain to equal the delicacy of the Chinese eggshell ware, when, one day, an educated Chinese visitor to the factories observed the method employed, and exclaimed, "This is the way we make those cups," and, taking a mold, he dipped it into the liquid paste, rinsed it around and emptied it at once. A thin film like a soap bubble remained in the mold, which hardened enough to form the dainty ware the workers had been trying without success to produce, so the Chinese method was at once adopted. About the middle of the last century an impetus of development in ceramic art appeared all over the continent of Europe and in England. This was probably due to the discovery, in different places, of kaolin or the fine clay of which porcelain is made, which stimulated the pottery industry and caused the establishment of many factories which are still working today. The Dresden works, founded in 1700, were hidden in an old fortress, and their secrets jealously guarded. After about a century they went into decay, but in 1863 were revived and re-established in large new buildings of their own, where dainty flowered ware is produced, which has again come into popular favor. Italian ceramics are apt to be florid and overloaded with decoration, that called Majolica, deriving its name from the island of Majorca, where it was first made. Faience comes from Faenza, and the French form of the name, faience, has been used to designate porcelain in general. The town of Limoges, in France, has been a center of ceramic art since 1773, when a French firm established a factory for the production of a peculiarly fine ware, made possible by the superior quality of the kaolin found in the neighborhood. In 1839 a lady in New York showed the Haviland firm a cup of delicate ware, asking them to match it for her. It was so much finer than anything they had seen that they desired to import some for their own business. With this end in view, Mr. David Haviland took the cup and went to France trying to find where it had been made. He was directed to Limoges and, in the factories there, he tried to have English shapes and decorations copied in the exquisite ware. The conservatism and slow methods of the place were not equal to his demands, and he therefore established a factory of his own, which, since the middle of the century, has been the most important in the town. In England, the most celebrated potteries are all over a century old, and the ceramic art has been developed to the highest degree both in technical and artistic directions. The works of the Doulton firm, who own many potteries, are particularly rich in color and decoration, those from their factory at Lambeth being especially fine. So also are the Coalport wares, celebrated for their rich blue color, the Royal Worcester and the Crown Derby. In these English factories, and also in those on the continent, artists of great skill are employed as decorators, and in the Wedgwood works the delicate cameo figures in white relief on a tinted ground were originated by the famous sculptor John Flaxman. In America, the Trenton potteries turn out a vast quantity of wares of varying degrees of artistic excellence, and one factory has the secret of an old Irish ware, the bell leek, of indescribable delicacy, like an iridescent sea shell. Long thought to be a lost art. The Rookwood pottery, of most artistic quality in design and color, is made in Cincinnati, and was the invention of a woman who has trained a school of girls as decorators, as has also the Tiffany firm in New York for their marvelous glasswork. An adequate description of the work of this firm would fill a book, as they have developed undreamed-of possibilities in the use of glass for decorative purposes. They have revived forgotten arts of coloring and invented new processes of treatment, that give results like fairy work, no two pieces being alike. These and many other forms of industrial art products are brought to a high plane of perfection nowadays, although the word art is grievously abused, being applied to everything saleable, from writing paper to soap. The great schools and institutions which teach the arts and industries combined are doing vast good, however, in improving public taste and teaching the world to discriminate between true art and false. And their influence can already be felt in higher standards of decoration in articles of common daily use. 4. Industrial arts. Closely following painting comes black and white art in various forms, either reproductive or original work, and it is difficult to discriminate between fine art and handicraft in the many processes employed. Engraving on metal has long been known, and steel was considered an especially valuable method of reproducing paintings until within a generation. Etching is another old form of black and white work, and is still popular, though less so than formerly. Wood engraving during this century has passed through many stages of development, and in the illustrations of books and magazines has been brought to a high standing as a fine art. It is still used in many ways, but all those processes that require line work by hand are being superseded by the phototype processes, of which there are many kinds. The making of plates or blocks for printing required skilled hand work, and the engravers and woodcutters were necessarily artists themselves, so that while they were copying the work of others they were also producing works of art themselves. The plates and prints were, therefore, valuable and expensive, and, as modern haste grew more and more to demand cheap quick work, the old careful style of working gave way to mechanical methods of greater speed. With the development of photography and its application to the engraver's art, while a certain individual artistic character in the work was lost, the actual copying of painting in all the details of light, shade, and half-tones has been carried to a high degree of perfection. By what is known as photogravure, every tiny brush mark and every different tint of color is reproduced with scientific accuracy in black and white. This is accomplished by having a photograph of the painting taken on a gelatin film, which is suspended in a bath of acid in the line of an electric current. This current, playing over a sheet of copper, sets free the molecules of metal that are deposited upon the film, and filling all the little inequalities of the surface, produce what is practically a cast of the photograph in copper. The plate, thus secured, is gone over by hand and finished here and there with engravers' tools, and from this prints may be duplicated to any extent. In engraved plates the design is cut into the metal, incised lines being either drawn by hand with a sharp point, called dry point work, or eaten in by acids, the remaining surface of the plate being protected from the acid by a greasy film. In wood cutting, the blocks show a reverse process, the design being left standing in fine lines, while the remaining surface is cut away, so that a woodcut is in reality a carving in low relief. The modern electrotype processes produce a similar result on a metal block by the action of acid, a method capable of most speedy work and therefore in demand among the multitude of daily publications illustrating current events. Of course these hasty results can scarcely be called fine art, but they are developments of artistic industries, calculated to meet certain needs of our busy civilization. For more artistic effects, various forms of lithography have given beautiful results. This valuable process was accidentally discovered in 1796, by a young Bohemian, Alois Sennefelder, of Prague. Desiring to write a list, and having no paper, he scrawled on a fine stone floor tile a few words, and later on, coming to remove them, he bethought him of an experiment with acid on the stone. This he tried, finding the stone eaten away all around his writing, leaving that raised in sufficient relief to print from, the lettering being done with a greasy writing substance that repelled the acid. Later experiments proved that the eating away of the stone was not necessary if the design were made with an oily material and the rest of the surface kept moist with a weak solution of acid. A greasy printing ink being applied would stick only to the oily design and not to the acidulated surface, which process made possible the printing from flat stones, which were not so liable to wear out as the relief designs. Sennefelder died in 1824, living long enough to see his invention in use throughout the world, although of course he could not know the improvements that photography would bring. On the centennial anniversary of this great discovery in 1896, exhibitions of lithographic works were held in London and Paris, and the possibilities and developments shown. Mr. James McNeill Whistler has made many very interesting experiments with it, as have also Mr. Joseph Pennell and Mr. Hubert Herkimer. The latter has made innumerable experiments and inventions in his busy artistic career, and has just recently perfected an improvement on lithography which he calls plate printing, and which has been dubbed by the irreverent the Herkitype process. It is simply painting in a peculiar oily ink on a metal plate, which, while the ink is moist, is dusted over with a fine powder which adheres to every brush mark on the surface. One ingredient of this powder is a metal that is electrically conductible, and, after the excess of powder is brushed off, the plate, with what remains sticking on the oily surface, is placed in an electrotype bath. The copper deposited thereon by the electric current hardens and forms a negative of the original painting, which can be stripped from the plate and used in a printing press, giving an absolutely faithful reproduction of the artist's handiwork. A similar process, called algraphy, has been invented by Mr. Scholes, of Mayence, who has developed the possibilities of aluminum for plate work, the advantage of this material over stone or other metal being its extreme lightness. These processes are especially valuable to artists who can work in black and white, as their own original conception is perfectly reproduced without the possibility of misconception by some copyist, as exists where a painting is interpreted by an etcher or engraver. Of the new processes or improvements on the old, that have arisen because of the discovery of photography, it may be said their name is legion. Photography itself is rapidly being developed into a fine art, and has become one of the most important factors of modern existence. It combines science, art, and industry, and is equally necessary to all these occupations. While it is difficult to state what was the first attempt that led to the suggestion of photography, it may be supposed the experiments of the Swedish scientist Scheele were among the first. He found that the action of the sun's ray blackened silver chloride, and others experimenting after him, at the beginning of the century, had glimmering ideas of the possibility of a new art. As has so often happened with the dawning of some great idea, some new appreciation of a great natural law, the thought was working in many minds, and the discovery seemed to be almost simultaneous in several places. As early as 1802 Wedgwood published in the Journal of the Royal Institute an account of a method of copying paintings on glass and of making profiles by the agency of light on nitrate of silver, with some remarks by Sir Humphrey Davy. These gentlemen were, however, unable to fix the impressions they procured, and a Frenchman, de Niepce, seems to have been the first to succeed in this direction. In 1826, learning that M. Louis-Jacques Daguerre was experimenting on the same lines, he conferred with him and they formed a partnership. The latter seems to have been the more businesslike of the two, and the process they evolved became known as the daguerreotype. De Niepce died in 1833, and Daguerre continued the partnership with his son Isidore, making many improvements, and becoming really the pioneer of modern photography. The extent of advance may be calculated from Daguerre's own remark, that the landscape requires 7 or 8 hours to be photographed, but a single statue or monument, if strongly lighted, can be taken in about 3 hours. Comparing this with the instantaneous camera work of today, that gives us the lifelike moving figures of the kinetoscope, will illustrate the change wrought in 2/3 of a century. The earliest portrait work was slow and tedious, the first portrait in New York probably being produced by Dr. Draper, the scientist, although the celebrated Professor Morse was vastly interested in the new science or art, and advanced its cause in this country. From the beginning of photographic experiments, the greatest desire has been felt to photograph in color, and numberless attempts with more or less success have been made, but the processes are mainly slow and very expensive. A new method of photo printing in color, however, has recently developed very artistic possibilities. This is accomplished by means of 3 plates, one for each of the 3 primary colors. The negative having been made and the plate prepared for printing in each color, the inks of each color are applied separately. One printing produces a red impression, directly on this comes a yellow impression, and on top of that is put a blue. And as all gradations of color are composed of various proportions of these 3 primary tints, the overlaying of the 3 inks produces a picture containing all the variety of the original subject. A still more recent discovery makes an impression upon a glass plate that gives all 3 colors on the same plate, but this process is a secret, and is too new to be classed among the successes of industrial art as yet. One of the later and more notable uses of photography is found in its application to the purposes of astronomy, an evolution in modern science, which, although still in its infancy, has already produced wonderful results. About the middle of the century, photographs of the moon were secured by Warren de la Rue and other astronomers, which greatly facilitated studies of the Earth's satellite. And these were followed by photographs of the sun and the sun's corona during eclipse. It was not, however, until Professor Henry of the Smithsonian Institute originated the idea of uniting the camera with the telescope that the marvelous possibilities of stellar photography were discovered. It is not too much to say that this discovery has revolutionized the science of astronomy, extending the field of human observation into the realm of the infinite. By the aid of clockwork attachments, the telescope is made to follow the apparent motion of the star to which it may be directed, throughout the night, if desired. And the sensitive photographic plate is exposed to the action of light during a corresponding period. Each image, however faint, has a comparatively long time on the sensitive surface, and therefore exerts a cumulative action. The result is that stars are pictured by the camera which no human eye has ever seen. It is estimated that the camera has revealed double the number of stars discovered by the most powerful telescopes. In 1887, at a convention of astronomers held in Paris, it was resolved to photograph the entire skies, with the purpose of making a new stellar atlas to include the latest discoveries among the heavenly hosts. With this object the firmament was charted in squares, and each observatory of importance throughout the world was assigned certain of these squares to work on. This monumental labor is still going on, and it will necessarily be extended well into the first quarter of the 20th century. The epoch-marking paper of Dr. Röntgen, in which he announced the discovery of the X-ray, was made public in the latter part of 1895. It immediately attracted the attention of the scientific world, and, since that date, endless successions of experiments have been made with the marvelous ray in all civilized countries. The X-ray produces no noticeable effect on the retina of the eye, and we therefore acquire knowledge of it through indirect agencies. One of these agencies is the photographic plate, on which, under certain conditions, the ray acts somewhat in the same manner as does a ray of light. It is not a ray of light, in the ordinary sense, as it penetrates opaque bodies which light cannot traverse. Just what it is scientists are not yet ready to state, but its discoverer defines it as a longitudinal vibration of luminiferous ether. This vibration will traverse many substances opaque to light, as wood, paper, vegetable and animal tissues and fabrics, as wool, cotton, silk, etc., and, if then directed upon a photographic plate, will produce an image there. The resulting picture is not of the object traversed by the ray, but of any intervening object which it does not pass through. As a consequence, the picture is the image, so to speak, of a shadow, and, hence has been called a shadowgraph. To illustrate, if the ray is directed through a human body, it will give a shadowgraph of the bones, or of a bullet or piece of metal, if such foreign substance be encountered on its way. Again, the ray will traverse a diamond and cast no shadow, but it will not pass through the finest imitation ever made, the shadowgraph, showing the manufactured article. The Century's Advance Indiana Surgery. By J. Madison Taylor, M.D., and J. H. Gibbon, M.D. Surgeon in Pennsylvania and Children's Hospitals. At the dawn of the century. In the year 1579 the celebrated French surgeon, Ambrose Pare, probably the greatest of his day, in completing his work on chirurgery, made the following statement, which to us of today is both amusing and pathetic. He says, "For God is my witness, and all good men know, that I have labored 50 years with all care and pains in the illustration and amplification of chirurgery. And that I have so certainly touched the work whereat I aim that antiquity may seem to have nothing wherein it may exceed as beside the glory of invention, nor posterity anything left but a certain small hope to add some things." This great man had scarcely passed away when the practice of surgery of his day was a thing of the past, due to the realization of that certain small hope which he allowed as possible to posterity. Every reader, when he reflects upon the crude surgery practiced in those days, when the operations were those of necessity and not election, that is, were done for injuries and not for disease, done to relieve and not to cure. When he remembers that not only antiseptics but also anesthetics were unknown, must be filled with sympathy for this old gentleman, and wonder what he would think now were he to see what progress posterity has made and is still making. It is not our purpose, however, to carry our researches so far back as Pare's time, but to begin with our own century and bring before the reader the advances in surgery since the day of our grandfathers. In the beginning of this century surgery was practiced by many great men, men who did not enjoy the self-satisfaction of their predecessor, Pare, but who accomplished much by constant endeavor and faithful application to advance this art and science. They, too, realized manifold hopes, and their children and grandchildren have moved on, and today are still pressing forward in the line of invention and discovery. But to us, the art of 100 years ago appears widely different from that of our day. Anesthesia had not then been discovered, no germ theory had been evolved, and, consequently, no such thing as antiseptic or aseptic surgery was known. The abdomen was opened for disease only, and rarely, and brain surgery consisted solely in trepanning for fractures of the skull. Surgery was not regarded as a specialty, but every surgeon was also an obstetrician and a practitioner of general medicine. Outside of the treatment of broken bones, dislocations, gunshot wounds and injuries, the surgeon at that time operated for strangulated hernia, for stone in the bladder, cutting for stone, as it was called, for cataract and for cancer. Dentistry was just beginning to be taken up as a specialty, and all medical men extracted teeth, and many filled their cavities. Ophthalmic surgery consisted largely in operations for cataract, and was done by the general surgeon. One department of the surgeon's education at this time was well attended to, and that was his anatomic knowledge. Our bodies were the same then as now. And although the surgeon dared not trespass in anatomical fields which are familiar ground to the student of today, he did study the body after death, and was quite as well informed regarding the gross anatomy of the human body as the surgeon of today. And, had anesthesia been known to him, he would probably have accomplished nearly all that was done during the middle of the century by his successors. During the first quarter of the century no great advance was made in surgery, that is, nothing revolutionizing, but many minds and hands were at work perfecting old methods of operation and devising new ones. They had to trust to whiskey and opium to control the pain of the patient, and consequently operations requiring much time in their performance were avoided when possible, and, when necessary, had to be performed with such rapidity that the essential object aimed at was often missed. The patient was given a large dose of laudanum and a huge drink of whiskey or brandy, and was then held or tied on the table while the surgeon proceeded with his work. One can readily understand the torturing pain the poor patient had to endure, and the hurried and often unsatisfactory operation which the surgeon had to perform. The endurance of pain was not the worst part of the patient's lot, for afterward he ran the greatest risk of blood poisoning and gangrene, which were common complications in those days. It was the rarest thing for even the simplest operation wounds to heal by primary union, as it was called, that is, without the formation of pus. Every wounded surface was expected to go through a certain amount of suppuration. Many patients lost their lives from compound fractures of their bones, and a compound fracture, that is, where there was a wound connecting the seat of fracture with the skin, usually meant many months in bed, and very often the loss of the limb. Excepting for the purposes of removing a fetus from the womb, the so-called caesarean operation, because Caesar was from his mother's womb untimely ripped, the abdominal cavity was practically never opened. And when it was, the patient nearly always died. The operation for the radical cure of hernia was seldom resorted to, excepting when strangulation of the intestine necessitated operative interference to save the patient's life. During the latter part of the 18th century, the quacks, calling themselves rupture cutters, were not scarce, but the great mortality of their practice produced a wholesome fear among the people. The operation was so often fatal that most of the best surgeons would only perform it under unusually urgent circumstances. What caused the deaths was peritonitis, or gangrene of the intestine, and not the method of operating. For at this time nearly every method of operating had been devised that was in vogue 50 years later. Bone surgery, the treatment of fractures, dislocations, and diseases of the bones, was greatly improved in the first half of the century, this subject receiving more attention at the hands of surgical writers than any other. Anesthesia. Anesthesia may, certainly from the patient's point of view, be looked upon as the greatest advancement ever made in surgery. It was great not only for the reason that it gave the patient absolute unconsciousness during the time of the operation, but because it enabled the surgeon to work with greater exactness and less hurry. The conception of the anesthetic state did not, however, come into being for the first time in our century, for, like most great ideas, it agitated the minds of medical and scientific men for centuries. Gross tells us that Theodoric, in the 13th century, recommended the inhalation of a certain combination of opium, hemlock, and other vegetable derivatives for the purpose of producing sleep. And that in India similar combinations were for centuries in use. It is needless, however, to say that the effect produced was nothing like that following the use of nitrous oxide, laughing gas, ether, or chloroform, and that their use never became general. Toward the close of the last century Sir Humphrey Davy and others performed repeated experiments with nitrous oxide gas, but finally gave up in despair. In the early part of our own century several methods of producing insensibility to pain were recommended, such as pressure on nerves and bleeding to the degree of producing unconsciousness. But none of them was ever sufficiently successful to render their adoption general. And it remained for a New England dentist, Dr. Horace Wells, in 1844, to first use satisfactorily upon himself and his patients the complete state of unconsciousness produced by nitrous oxide gas. This poor man, however, failed signally when he endeavored to demonstrate its powers before a body of medical men, and was subjected to the most unwarranted ridicule. However, a pupil of this man, another dentist, named Morton, 2 years later, experimented with ether, and finally proved upon himself and on patients the wonderful power of the vapor. He exhibited his discovery at the Massachusetts General Hospital at Boston, where Dr. Warren performed an operation upon a patient etherized by Dr. Morton. The fame of this man and his great discovery spread rapidly over the continent and into the Eastern Hemisphere, and in 1847 Sir James Y. Simpson in Edinburgh discovered the anesthetic powers of chloroform. These two agents, ether and chloroform, have existed as rivals for professional favor for nearly half a century, one being more popular and more generally used in one country and the other in another. There is, however, a field for the use of both, the operator choosing the anesthetic to suit the individual case. In our own country ether is more generally used in the north and east and chloroform in the south and west. Chloroform has had more deaths attributed to its use, but in many cases is a much safer anesthetic than ether. It is most amusing to observe the attitude of the so-called conservative surgeon toward the use of anesthetics soon after their discovery. This is particularly true of their employment in obstetric practice, many eminent obstetricians maintaining that the parturient woman was intended to suffer, and referring triumphantly to the Bible for authority. It is, however, needless to say that although many men were at first uneasy in the use of these newfound agents, those who did not take advantage of their wonderful powers found themselves rapidly becoming out of date and deserted by their patients, who preferred unconsciousness to the older method of using opium and whiskey. notwithstanding the great step made by the introduction of ether and chloroform. The medical man is today still dissatisfied and is continually endeavoring to discover some agent or combination of agents which will produce insensibility to pain without unconsciousness and without the slight danger and the uncomfortable after effects of chloroform and ether. An ideal anesthetic then must be a local anesthetic, one that will render the field of operation insensible and be without the slightest danger to the patient. Local anesthesia. At the beginning of our century, freezing with ice alone, or with ice and salt, was the only method employed for producing local insensibility. Freezing as a local anesthetic was, however, not extensively used until 50 years later, when Dr. Richardson of London showed the anesthetic effect of spraying the surface of the tissues with ether. During the late 60s, this method of freezing became quite popular for producing local anesthesia for small operations such as extraction of teeth, removing nails, opening abscesses, etc. And occasionally was employed for more protracted operations, caesarean section having been performed a number of times by the aid of this agent. The Rigoline spray was found later to be more satisfactory than ether in many respects, and the two together were frequently used. Another freezing agent which is now used very extensively and has entirely supplanted those just mentioned is the chloride of ethyl. This, when applied to the dry skin, produces in a few seconds complete freezing, and renders the surface comparatively painless for many of the minor surgical operations. The properties of cocaine as a local anesthetic were known 30 years ago, but it was not until 1884 that Dr. Kohler of Germany demonstrated its practical applicability. Today most of the operations on the eye, nose, and throat are performed under the pain prevention afforded by this drug, and in general surgery it has an extensive field. Being found satisfactory where freezing is inapplicable or general anesthesia not desired, as, for instance, in removing small tumors, splinters, ingrowing nails, etc. In the eye, nose, and throat it is applied simply in solution to the mucous membrane, but where anesthesia of the skin is desired, it is necessary to inject it under the skin with a hypodermic syringe. When used in strong solutions this remedy is dangerous, and it has lately been shown that weaker solutions when used in larger quantities are just as satisfactory and less dangerous. A recent substitute for cocaine is eucaine. But, although less dangerous, it is less satisfactory and not harmless to the tissues themselves. Antiseptic and aseptic surgery. Excepting the introduction of anesthesia, no greater step has ever been made in surgery than that which was brought into use by the antiseptic and aseptic method of treating wounds. It is now about 30 years since Sir Joseph Lister, believing in the so-called germ theory, evolved by Pasteur, Virchow, and others, advocated the use of agents which were destructive to germ life in the treatment of wounds. At first the great antiseptic, and the one used most generally by Lister, was carbolic acid, which was applied to the wound in solution, and used as a spray during the performance of operations, to protect the wound from infection by germs in the atmosphere. It was not long, however, before it was discovered that the danger lay not in the atmosphere but in the skin of the patient and in the hands of the surgeon and in the condition of his instruments and dressings. And to these sources attention was given with results known to us all. Other antiseptics, such as bichloride of mercury and boric acid, afterward came into use, and within the past 10 years the first of these two has largely supplanted carbolic acid, and is the one reliable and practical destroyer of germs. The antiseptic treatment of wounds was probably not in full swing until about 1885 to 1890, and was quickly followed by the more recent aseptic method. These two can, however, never be successfully separate, as the latter is dependent entirely upon the former, that is, in order to render the field of operation in the hands of the surgeon aseptic, the antiseptics must be used. Asepsis means without poisonous germs, and, as applied to surgical treatment, it is essential that, after the instruments, the dressings, the patient's skin, the surgeon's and his assistant's hands have been thoroughly cleaned with soap and water and rendered free from germs, there be use of antiseptic solutions in the wound or on the dressings. This has been a great step forward, this discovery that it was in the skin that the germs lurked, and that soap and water and a scrubbing brush were as necessary as antiseptics. Few surgeons today employ antiseptic solutions in wounds unless the wound itself is already infected, when it becomes necessary. In wounds which are clean and made by the surgeon under aseptic conditions, no antiseptic drug is required, which may indeed be actually harmful, for these chemicals which destroy germs are not altogether harmless to healthy tissue, particularly when used in strong solution. The discovery of anesthesia and the promulgation of the germ theory of inflammation, together with the subsequent perfection of the means of destroying microbes, all within the memory of many now living, have revolutionized surgery to such an extent that the surgeon reaches fearlessly into regions which before were impracticable, and undertakes operations which were never even dreamed of a generation ago. One can readily imagine that no surgeon would care to undertake, and no patient would endure, the agony of an operation lasting for several hours without an anesthetic. And that it must have been only an immediate and certain danger of death that compelled a surgeon, in pre-antiseptic days, to open an abdomen or brain when he realized the great probability of subsequent inflammation and death. Let us look at some of the individual advances of surgery since the introduction of anesthesia and of the use of germ-destroying agents, considering first, simple fractures. Of simple fractures, anesthesia was the means of permitting surgeons to set fractures in a satisfactory manner and without pain, and the use of antiseptics has prevented many of these fractures from becoming compound fractures. Lately there has been a change in the general treatment of fractures which is proving a great advancement. Formerly it was the custom to keep not only the broken bone itself perfectly quiet on a splint until union had taken place, but also to immobilize all the neighboring structures, joints, muscles, and tendons. This meant that when the limb was taken off the splint, not only would the bone be solid, but there was also a tendency to fixation of the muscles and joints, so that it took the patient as long to get back the use of the limb as it did to unite the broken bone. This is now obviated in many fractures by beginning both the passive and active motion of the neighboring muscles and joints at a much earlier period than heretofore. In fact, in many fractures, such as those near the wrist, by never allowing these adjacent structures to get stiff at all, but keeping up the passive motion, while the fragments are held firmly together, from the very first dressing. In other more complicated and serious fractures where motion is contraindicated, the use of carefully applied massage prevents largely the stiffness and the wasting of the muscles which results from long confinement on splints. Compound fractures. In pre-antiseptic days, compound fractures were one of the greatest causes of the amputation of limbs. And yet, today, these same breaks, which 25 years ago would have cost the patient his limb, are, by means of antiseptics, rendered aseptic and converted into a simple fracture by the closing of the wound. And the part is not only saved but fully restored to function. Bone diseases. Diseases of the bones, as inflammation, caries, and necrosis, are now dealt with very differently from of old. The diseased structures are now thoroughly removed, and the inflammation which at one time kept the patient in misery and danger for a long time is subdued from the start. Osteotomy. This term, which means the division of a bone, is generally applied to the correction of deformities, such as bow legs. This operation 50 years ago was not frequently resorted to, and then only in severe cases, the milder ones being left alone or treated with braces, which at best could do little more than prevent increase in deformity. When the operation was performed on the bone, it was then divided, usually with a saw. The operation nowadays for this condition is what is called subcutaneous osteotomy. That is, the wound made is only as large as the chisel used for severing the bone, about 1/2 inch, and owing to our knowledge of microbes and our means of destroying them and preventing their ravages, hundreds of legs are made straight every year which a generation ago could not have been safely touched. Amputations. The first successful amputation at the hip joint, for either injury or disease, in the United States, was done in 1806 by Dr. Brasher. The next was not accomplished until 1824. As late as 1882, the great American surgeon, Gross, wrote in his System of Surgery, "To no operation that can be performed on the human body is the oft-repeated maxim, ad extremos morbus extrema remedia," more justly applicable than to amputation at the hip joint. The operation may become necessary both on account of disease and accident, but it is of so formidable a nature and so fraught with danger, that it should never be undertaken unless the patient has no other chance of escape. The great risk which attends it is chiefly due to shock, loss of blood, suppuration, erysipelas, and pyemia. Under highly favorable circumstances, much of the enormous wound may unite by the first intention. But, in general, more or less suppuration takes place, and in some instances the discharge is so copious as to lead to fatal exhaustion. The greatest danger of all, however, is the occurrence of pyemia, or secondary abscess, especially in amputations at the hip joint in consequence of injury, as a compound fracture or a gunshot wound. This gives the attitude of the profession toward this operation a little more than 15 years ago, and the dangers which attended its performance. Let us add that the mortality at this time may be expressed in the following figures. Dr. F. C. Shepard prepared these statistics for Dr. Ashurst. Of 613 cases in which the results are known, 237 occurred in Army practice, of which 30 recovered and 207, or 87.3%, died. 71 were performed in civil life for injury, with the result of 47 deaths, or a mortality of 66.1%, 261 were practiced for disease, with 105 deaths, or a mortality rate of 40.2%, and of 44 amputations for unknown causes 34, or 77.2% were fatal. In 1890, Dr. John A. Wyeth of New York introduced his bloodless method of amputation at the hip joint, and he recently reports 69 operations performed after this manner by himself and others, in which there were 11 deaths. 5 of which occurred in cases of extreme injury, where the patients had lost a large amount of blood and vigor before operation. In 40 cases the operation was done for malignant growth, and 4 deaths occurred, 10%. In 22 the amputation was made for inflammatory disease of the bone, and 3 died, 13.6%. One has but to contrast these statistics to understand what antiseptic methods and recent improvements in the control of hemorrhage have done to lessen the mortality of amputations. The still more recent use of salt solution injected into the circulation of patients suffering from profuse hemorrhage has lately been the means of saving many lives which would have otherwise succumbed to the loss of blood and the shock subsequent to injury and operation. As illustrating the contrast between the septic and antiseptic methods, let us consider the surgery of our Civil War and compare with that of today, and we shall see the enormous differences in methods, and particularly in economy of limbs and organs as well as mortality. Hemorrhage. The arrest and control of hemorrhage has greatly improved within the past 25 years. The making of an aseptic wound does away largely with the much dreaded secondary hemorrhage of a generation ago, by preventing suppuration, which is usually the cause of secondary hemorrhage. The clumsy and complicated apparatus of former days for controlling hemorrhage has been superseded by the use of the S-March rubber tourniquet, the neat hemostatic forceps, and the sterile animal ligature. No surgeon thinks today of applying a silk ligature to a blood vessel and allowing it to hang out of the wound until it separates, so that in case of secondary bleeding he could readily find the vessel. But he applies an absorbable ligature, usually of catgut, which is sterile, and which is entirely absorbed by the tissues after it has done its work. Much suffering has been saved patients by the introduction of absorbable materials for ligation of vessels and sewing of wounds. Formerly one of the great dreads of wounds was the taking out of the stitches. Today where the wounds are not inflamed this is little complained of, and where the animal suture is used there is no discomfort whatever. Many means have, during the past century, been employed for the resuscitation of patients suffering from profuse hemorrhage and shock. The idea of injecting into the veins of the patient thus affected blood from another person or from an animal is not new, and has at times been quite successful. The most generally used method was to draw the blood from a healthy person or animal and inject it into the vein of the patient with a syringe. However, so-called direct transfusion was also employed, and consisted in pumping the blood direct from the vein of the healthy individual into that of the patient. Other materials than blood have been injected into the blood vessels of persons suffering from great loss of blood, notably milk. All of these methods have been put upon the shelf, never to be called into use again. The ingenuity of the 19th century suggested the substitution of a solution of common salt for blood and, today, the intravenous injection of normal salt solution saves hundreds of lives. The solution is made to resemble as closely as possible the liquid portion of the human blood, the liquor sanguinis, especially as to specific gravity. And as it is always sterilized by boiling before being used, it is free from all the dangers which accompany the transfusion of one person's blood into another. No well-appointed operating room is without its transfusion apparatus and its salt solution ready for use. Wounds. Reference to the remarks on asepsis and antisepsis will show the reader that the treatment of wounds has undergone a complete change in the past quarter of a century. But probably the modern treatment of gunshot wounds illustrates this better than anything else. Until 1885, only 6 cases were recorded where the abdominal cavity was opened for gunshot wounds, but since that time hundreds of cases have been treated in this way every year. The injuries were formerly considered almost certainly fatal, and if the intestine was injured the patient assuredly died. Now the abdomen is opened, hemorrhage-controlled, wounds, often to the number of 6 or 8 or even 30 or more, of the intestines closed, or an injured section of the intestines removed and the abdominal cavity cleansed and closed. With many favorable terminations to make the operation not only a justifiable one, but one of necessity and safety. There is no comparison with the present-day results of gunshot wounds of either abdomen or chest and those of a generation ago. It is the duty of the surgeon, in case of gunshot wound of abdomen, to open, explore, and repair, whereas formerly it was considered the part of wisdom to leave the patient without radical treatment and only to make him comfortable with opiates. Thus cases of damage to the intestines and viscera did occasionally recover in pre-antiseptic days, but it was the rarest occurrence. What has been said of gunshot wounds applies also to stab wounds of the chest and abdomen. The alimentary canal. Probably the surgery of no portion of the body, unless it be the brain, has been so much improved during the past 15 years as that of the alimentary canal. The esophagus or gullet is now opened with impunity for both disease and injury. This organ is not only approachable through the neck but also through the back part of the chest, by resection of the ribs, and the latter operation is frequently made necessary by the lodgment of foreign bodies, buttons, false teeth, etc. So low down in the esophagus that they cannot be reached through the mouth or through an opening made in the neck. The stomach. This organ, which was formerly a forbidden field to the surgeon, is now subjected to the most varied surgical operations. From simple opening for the purpose of removing a foreign body or establishing a fistulous tract to the resection of a portion of it or to its complete resection. As has been successfully accomplished several times within the past year or two for malignant disease. The removal of the smaller end of the stomach for cancer is now a frequent operation. During the War of the Rebellion there were 64 cases of wounds of the stomach, and only 1 recovered. In over 650 cases of wounds of the intestines there were recorded only 5 cases of recovery from wounds of the small and 59 from wounds of the large intestine. The intestinal tract. What has been said of the stomach applies also to this portion of the alimentary canal. No surgeon can nowadays call himself such if he is incapable of removing a diseased portion of intestine, it may be only a few inches or several feet. And bringing the dividing ends of remaining intestine into such apposition that healing takes place and the function is restored. Until recently, when the means of anastomosing the intestinal canal were perfected, it was the custom of the surgeon to bring the severed ends of the intestines into the abdominal incision and suture them there, establishing in this way an artificial anus with all its accompanying discomforts. This was certainly better than allowing the patient to perish from his disease, but how infinitely preferable is the present method of bringing the healthy cut ends of the intestine into apposition and re-establishing the caliber. It is this operation which has so much reduced the mortality of intra-abdominal injuries, gunshot wounds, stabs, etc., and has made hundreds of sufferers from intestinal cancer either well again or comfortable for years. The perfection of the operation of joining one part of the alimentary canal to another has been due largely to the ingenuity and perseverance of American surgeons, who have devoted years to experimentation and practice upon the cadaver and upon animals. The kidney has not been behind the other organs of the body in reaping the benefits of modern surgery. The first case of removal of the kidney was done in 1869 by Simon, and was successful. It was done only after a number of dogs were operated on successfully to demonstrate that life and health are compatible with only one kidney. Since this time the removal of a kidney for disease or injury, when its fellow of the opposite side is healthy and performing its function, has been looked upon as an entirely justifiable operation. The surgery of this organ has lately so far advanced, however, that many kidneys are now treated by more curative operations. In 1880 the first operation was done for the removal of a stone from the kidney, an operation which now nearly every surgeon of much experience has performed. The operation for the fixation of a floating kidney, which is now so common, was first done in 1881. Now, since Simon's bold experiment the lives of between 2,000 and 3,000 persons have been thus saved who had otherwise certainly died. The bladder. For generations the bladder has been considered a legitimate field for surgery, but modern methods and technique have greatly extended the domain. One of the greatest advances in bladder surgery has been the crushing of stone and its immediate removal. Until 1825 the treatment of all stones in the bladder was their removal through an incision made in the organ. At that time Civiale first performed the operation of passing a bladed instrument into the bladder and crushing the stone, then allowing the patient to pass it subsequently at urination. The operation became quite popular with certain surgeons as early as the middle of the century. The cutting operation has, however, never been entirely put aside, and even today it is, in many cases, the best and only procedure. In 1878 Bigelow, of Boston, devised the method which is now universally used, of crushing the stone and washing it out at once through a silver tube. This was a great stride ahead of the old method. One of the great difficulties in deciding upon the removal of a kidney has been the trouble of finding out whether the other kidney is doing its work, and this Kelly, of Johns Hopkins University, has done much to overcome in devising his method of examining by looking at the openings of the tubes of the kidneys where they empty into the bladder. If the kidney is performing its function the urine will be seen flowing from its tube into the bladder. Hernia or rupture. Probably the treatment of no condition has received more consideration from the surgeon of the 19th century than that of rupture, and it was not until 1891 that an operation was devised, simultaneously by an Italian and an American surgeon, which has proved for itself all that its originators claimed. Hundreds of operative methods have been brought forward for the cure of this troublesome and dangerous condition. But, until the operations of Halsted and Bossini were brought forward, little prospect of an absolute cure could be promised a patient. And the conservative surgeon would only undertake to operate upon very troublesome cases such as could not be controlled by a truss. Now nearly every case of hernia may be looked upon as curable by an operation. Operative gynecology. The operative treatment of the disease of the female generative organs has been revolutionized in our century, and its revolution has been largely due to American surgeons. The first ovariotomy ever performed was done in Kentucky, by Dr. Ephraim McDowell, in 1809. In the 50s, Marion Sims won great renown for himself and his country by his wonderful ingenuity and boldness in this line of work. The greatest advance here, as in all departments of surgery, has been made since the introduction of antiseptic and aseptic principles. Today there is no disease or condition which, if seen early enough, cannot be cured, or essentially relieved at the hands of an expert abdominal surgeon. Thousands of women are now saved every year by these means who formerly would have certainly died or remained hopeless invalids. Appendicitis. This condition must seem to the ordinary reader to be either a new disease or one much more prevalent than in days gone by, but it is not the case. The cause of this appearance is the fact that in former times the condition was not recognized in its incipiency, and the exact cause of the trouble was unknown. The condition then advanced until it was called typhlitis, peritonitis, and obstruction of the bowels, etc. All of which would today occur if the conditions were not recognized early and treatment immediately instituted before the inflammation and infection extended from the appendix to neighboring tissues. Brain surgery. This branch of surgery is practically a triumph of recent years. Formerly the brain was never interfered with except for injury, traumatic, and even then nothing was done excepting for the removal of pressure, as from a piece of depressed bone, and the institution of drainage. Today the skull is opened for epilepsy. Abscesses of the brain are opened and drained successfully, and tumors of the brain are removed, thus not only in numberless instances saving life but, what is equally important, saving the usefulness of the life and mind. The first actual successes in this line are recorded by Bennett and Godley in 1884, who localized and operated on and ultimately found a tumor. The patient died, but the bold beginning was followed by a number of other surgeons, till this new region for exploration, hitherto untouched, has become a fertile ground for successful efforts. Abscess of the brain, until 20 years ago, was almost invariably fatal. Macewan in 1879 located an abscess of the brain and begged to be allowed to operate, but was refused by the family of the patient. After the death of the patient he operated precisely as he would have done in life, evacuated the pus and demonstrated that had he been permitted to do so he could have saved life. Where the cranium is wounded, surgeons nowadays will not hesitate to open the skull, secure the bleeding vessels, remove clots, and thus many lives are saved. Even comparatively slight injuries to the skull, where the brain is damaged, involve oftentimes destruction to the arteries and blood is effused, producing such destructive pressure as causes very serious symptoms or even death. In other instances, the results of a blow or a fall without injuring the skull may cause profound damage and subsequent hemorrhage. In all these cases operative interference, now extremely safe and easy, may readily save life. Gunshot wounds of the brain are now only occasionally fatal, provided opportunity offers for prompt and clean operative work. Even where the ball has traversed the entire length of the cerebrum, recovery has followed operation. The results of brain surgery in relieving certain forms of epilepsy are occasionally most brilliant and frequently much relief is afforded. Where the epilepsy is of the character known as focal, and where there is evidence of irritation of the brain, due to a local pressure, whether of the cranial walls or of some new growth within the brain tissue. The removal of these sources of irritation has in many reported instances been most satisfactory. Again, certain cases of protracted headache, so severe as to render life insupportable, have been cured by trepanning the skull. Certain forms of insanity have been modified and relieved where this had followed upon brain injuries. It is of great interest to reflect upon the methods by which students of brain disease are enabled to determine so exactly the location of tumors, abscesses, hemorrhages, clots, scars, and other alterations of tissue giving rise to epilepsy and brain disorders, and which afford no indication of the diseased locality by any changed condition of the surface. In dealing with other parts of the body, if the precise locality of the part to be operated on cannot be at first determined, there is no hesitation in the minds of the surgeons in cutting down upon, and searching for, that which he proposes to remove. In dealing with so delicate an organ as the brain, however, this cannot be permitted, for a variation of the very smallest dimension will sometimes change the manipulations from those of perfect safety to the most fatal results. Our knowledge of the location of the functions of the brain and the areas from whence arise governing influences has been derived almost solely from experiments upon living animals. Among the names of the great pioneers in this direction must be mentioned those of Ferrier and Horsley, of England, Fritsch, Hitzig, and Goltz, of Germany. The researches which have thus opened up a new realm of operative possibility are among the very greatest triumphs in our means of saving life and affording opportunity for relief of the most serious disablements known to modern times. For illustration of how these studies are pursued, it may be of interest to review the method used by Horsley. The brain of a monkey having been exposed at the part to be investigated, the poles of a battery are applied over squares 1/12 of an inch in diameter, and all the various movements which occur, if any, are minutely studied. One square having been studied, the next is stimulated, and the results are again noted, and so on from square to square. These movements are then tabulated. For example, all those adjacent squares which, when stimulated, produce movements of the thumb are called the region for representation of the thumb, or the thumb center. And to all those squares which produce movements of the hand, the elbow, the shoulder, or the face, etc., are given corresponding names. In this way the brain has been mapped out, region by region, and the same minute, patient study given to each. These animals are etherized so that they do not suffer the least pain. Such operations, with few exceptions, even without ether, are not painful. The brain itself can be handled, compressed, cut, or torn without the least pain. A number of cases have already been reported in which a considerable portion of the human brain has been removed by operation, and the patients have been about their ordinary avocations within a week or two. Studying in this way the brain in the lower animals, it is now possible to get a very fair knowledge of the localization of many of its functions in man. Moreover, portions of the body can be entirely severed, and, if suitably preserved, can be replaced, and they will adhere and grow as if nothing had happened. When a wound is slow in healing, we now take bits of skin, either from the patient's own body or provided by the willing family or friends, or even from frogs, and graft them on the surface of the wound. They usually adhere, and as enlargement takes place at their margins, they coalesce by 1/2 the time required for healing. Even a large disc of bone, 1 or 2 inches in diameter, when removed from the skull, can be so saved and utilized. It is placed in a vessel filled with a warm antiseptic solution, which is again placed in a basin of warm water, and it is the duty of a special assistant to see that the thermometer in this basin shall always mark 100 degrees to 105 degrees FAHR. The bone may be separated from the skull so long as 1 or 2 hours, but if properly cared for can be replaced, and will grow fast and fulfill its accustomed but interrupted duty of protecting the brain. Röntgen rays. One of the most recent advances in the art of surgery is the discovery and use of the X-rays. In December 1895, Professor Röntgen, of Würzburg, announced his discovery, and since then its utility has continually increased, until today no large hospital or properly equipped teaching institution, indeed no first-rate surgeon, is without the X-ray apparatus. By its use many doubtful cases of both injury and disease in surgical practice are thus entirely rendered clear. In the diagnosis and treatment of many fractures it is nearly indispensable, showing the exact location of the break and the position of the fragment before and after dressing. Probably in no other condition, unless it be in fractured bones, has the X-ray proved itself of so much value as in the location of foreign bodies lodged in any of the organs or tissues of the body. Before Professor Röntgen's discovery it was not of infrequent occurrence that an exploratory operation was necessary to positively prove the presence of a foreign body, and even this was at times of necessity a failure. Today the X-ray picture enables the surgeon to learn the exact location of the foreign body and indicates to him the best point from which it may be attacked. With repeated improvements in apparatus the time of exposure required for making the picture of the part has been greatly reduced. The advantage of this was made manifest when it was discovered that destruction of the skin, the so-called X-ray burns, might follow long and repeated exposure to the rays. It is not always necessary to make a plate of the part to be examined. Since by simply studying the parts by the eyes through the fluoroscope or the fluoroscopic screen the surgeon can readily see everything that a photographic picture could show him. The fluoroscope or screen is now often used during the operation of removing foreign bodies. Through it the surgeon can watch the various steps of his operation, his approach to the foreign body and its final removal. If the field of its usefulness continues to expand at its present rate, it will not be long before its use as a diagnostic measure will be as valuable to the medical man as it now is to the surgeon. By such instruments of precision as this, and others less conspicuous, the old elements of intelligent inference and argument by analogy and exclusion are rendered of less value. And a rapid approach is made to scientific exactitude in surgery as well as medicine. All this has attained a far higher quality and scope in the last quarter of this century than in any other period of the world's history, and we may look to great advances in the coming century. In all life-conserving and remedial measures whereby the race may enjoy a larger measure of relief as well as immunity from the onslaught of disease and the results of accident. There is shown here for illustration a photographic picture of a limb, taken by the X-ray now growing familiar to everyone. It should be borne in mind that while it is a simple matter for the casual observer to note obvious solutions of continuity in bones, or the presence of foreign bodies, this is not the chief item of usefulness to the surgeon. And certainly not to the medical practitioner. A special training is required to study and interpret the findings and appearances of the tissues, their altered relationships, densities, and many other matters entirely insignificant to the uneducated among medical men or laity. Again, the picture here shown is similar in outline to but a reversal of the shading seen through the fluoroscope by direct vision, when the greatest skill is required in noting the significance of altered states in the denser or softer tissues. When suits for malpractice are instituted against surgeons, it is not to be admitted that the evidence or findings of the highly intelligent, but not technically skilled witness can have the slightest weight as proving the condition of tissues of which they are very ignorant. Not only physiologically but more so pathologically. Progress of Medicine. By Frank C. Hammond, M.D. Instructor in Gynecology, Jefferson Medical College, Philadelphia. As a point of history pregnant with valuable deductions, it is good to look back upon the conditions of medicine in former times and find that it has always kept pace with the progress of the physical and moral sciences. Where these, however, have been marked by folly and credulity, medicine has exhibited the same imperfections. It is difficult to trace the improvement in successive eras, because they melt into one another by indefinable gradations. During the earliest period it was believed that physic was an art which was supposed to be most mysterious, and it was presumed that the practicers held communion with the world of spirits. The practice of medicine in those days consisted in the usage of agents necessarily unreliable, as, for instance, the word abracadabra hung around the neck as an amulet to chase away the ague, etc. Much time has been wasted in attempting to portray the first origin of medicine. Bambilla, a surgeon of Vienna, has asserted that Tubal-Cain was the inventor of cauterizing instruments, apparatus for reducing fractures, and other instruments for surgical procedures, thus endeavoring to prove that surgery antedated medicine. It is evident that medicine must have had a very early origin, for mankind even in the earliest ages suffered pain and the train of sequences due to exposure, and hence soon discovered a method of alleviation. Their category probably consisted of herbs. Unacquainted, however, with the construction and function of the human economy, practitioners were unable to trace the progress of disease, and the more fatal internal maladies were ascribed to the deities whom they feared. Hence, various superstitious practices would arise and be handed down from one generation to another. We may imagine this to have been the origin of the healing art, and such is nearly its present condition amongst the savages of Africa, Australasia, Polynesia, Sumatra, etc. Later on, the priests became the physicians, from being the oracles of the divinity whom the people wished to consult. The various remedies were handed down from one to another, as medical science did not exist at that time. Herodotus informs us that even in his time the Babylonians, Chaldeans, and other nations had no physicians. When anyone was attacked with disease the patient was carried into the public street, and passers-by who had suffered from a similar affection, or nursed one who had, advised the sufferer to employ the measures that proved successful in former cases. The earliest writers on medicine trace its origin, in common with that of most other branches of knowledge, to the Egyptians. They appear to be the first nation that cultivated medicine and furthered its progress. Many peculiar medical properties were attributed to the deities. All diseases were supposed to originate from the anger of Isis. Resin was burned in the morning, myrrh at noon, and a composition termed cyphy in the evening, in the temples of Isis, and the sick were taken there to sleep, during which the oracles might reveal to them the means which they should employ to effect a cure. This is an illustration of the superstitions which prevailed at that time. The earliest authentic records which we can ascertain from collateral reading are to be found in the scriptures. Here it is stated that Joseph commanded his servants and physicians to embalm him, 1700 BC. This shows that Egypt at that time possessed a set of men who practiced the healing art, and that they embalmed the dead. This must have required an idea of anatomy, which, needless to say, was crude and unscientific. As dissection of the human body at that time was prohibited, the penalty being death. According to Pliny, the Egyptian kings encouraged post-mortems, for the purpose of ascertaining the cause of diseases, and this method was fostered by the Ptolemies, during whose reigns anatomy was raised to a higher standard. Through the writings of Moses in the sacred scriptures, we learn that the medicine of the Hebrews appertained mostly to public hygiene. Meat of the hog and rabbit was forbidden, as being injurious in the Egyptian and Indian climate. The relation of man and wife and the purification of women were regulated. The measures suggested by Moses for the prevention of the spread of leprosy have not yet been surpassed. Next to Moses, Solomon acquired quite an efficient knowledge of compounding remedies. The Indian races were divided into castes, the priests alone enjoying the privilege of practicing medicine. Their medical knowledge was condensed in a book which they called Vagadasastra. They believed the body gave rise, through 17,000 vessels, to 10 species of gas which conflicted and engendered disease. So far as we know, they were the first to record a way of testing the specific gravity of urine. Though accused of many absurdities, they claimed to cure the bites of venomous snakes and compounded an ointment which eradicated the cicatrices of smallpox, a result which has not as yet been attained in the present epoch. The Chinese attribute the invention of medicine to Hong Ti, one of their emperors, who lived about 2687 B.C., but possessing no anatomical knowledge. Their surgery, to say the least, was barbarous. For over 4,000 years the Chinese were not allowed to communicate with foreigners, and naturally their progress was at a standstill. They used cups, acupuncture, fomentations, lotions, plasters, baths, etc. Their midwifery practice consisted mainly of murderous principles, and it is only since the introduction of missionaries that a reformation in the medical practice of the Chinese Empire has been accomplished. The condition of medicine in Greece did not differ from that of the rude and uncivilized nations. But later, Greek physicians are credited with the most brilliant discoveries. The most distinguished of Chiron's pupils was Aesculapius, who occupies the most conspicuous place in the history of medicine. Aesculapius is always painted with a staff, because the sick have need of a support. And the serpent entwined around it is the symbol of wisdom. The sons of Aesculapius are considered the fathers of surgery, and, for their distinguished valor at the siege of Troy, have been classed by Homer among the Greek heroes. The first operation of venesection, or bloodletting, formerly so promiscuously done, with at times good, but oftener disastrous, results, and now rarely resorted to, is attributed to Podalirius, of recognized Grecian medical skill. The patient being a princess. The early Greeks above all recognized the value of physical culture, which today occupies a prominent place in our curriculum. Were the children of today, like those of the ancient Greeks, compelled to follow a routine of physical training, a rugged constitution would replace many a delicate and infirm one. And the race propagated would tend to develop a stronger character. Then the weak-minded, now so conspicuously present, would be eradicated, and many diseased conditions fostered by an inanimate race would disappear. Hygeia, from whence comes hygiene, or the art of preserving health, was a pretended sister of Aesculapius. Anatomy could not flourish in Greece, because a most exemplary punishment awaited any untoward conduct toward the dead. Their peculiar religious beliefs regarding the rest of the soul were responsible for this. The knowledge of the functions of the body in health and disease was appreciated by Pythagoras. Diogenes asserts that Alcmaeon, one of the Pythagoreans, wrote a work on the functions, which work would consequently be the most ancient known treatise on physiology. The age of Hippocrates, B.C. 460 to 370, was marked by a revolution in medical science. This central figure in the history of medicine was descendant of a family in which the practice of medicine was hereditary. He was an extensive writer on such subjects as epidemics, acute diseases, dislocations, fractures, etc. Owing to the impossibility of establishing a physiology without an anatomical basis, his references to these subjects are crude and incorrect. To Hippocrates we owe the classification of endemic, sporadic, and epidemic forms of disease, and their division into acute and chronic. He wrote on diseases of women and epilepsy, and his therapeutics, though crude, were a marked improvement on what had preceded. He wrote fully on external diseases and surgical therapeutics. In obstetrics he was a close observer and a thoughtful teacher. The brilliant theories and practices so diligently observed and urged by this master were thrown in the shadow by his thoughtless followers. The well-instructed physician is not ignorant of the opinions of Hippocrates, for truly the divine old man is the father of physic. He caused a revolution in the practice of medicine, semiology, pathology, and dietetics. He taught physicians to observe attentively the progress of nature, proved the inutility of theories, and showed that observation is the basis of medicine. An important age, and one of marked progress in medicine, is from the foundation of the Alexandrian Library, 320 B.C., up to the death of Galen, d. 200. Under the Ptolemies dissection of human bodies was allowed, and hence, as already stated, the science of medicine received quite an impulse. Herophilus deserves first mention as a dissector. He described the brain and its vessels, the eye, the intestinal canal, and parts of the vascular system. The valves of the heart were more exactly described by Erasistratus, who discovered the lymph vessels and pointed out that the epiglottis prevents the entrance of food into the lungs. Aretius, more than any other up to his time, attempted to found pathology upon a sound anatomic basis, an effort which shows the scientific progress of his age. Of all the physicians of antiquity, Galen was probably the most brilliant genius. In the midst of disorder he led back to the safer road of sound doctrine and accurate observation which distinguished the Hippocratic school. He wrote extensively on anatomy, especially regarding the muscles. He was the first vivisector, by exposing the muscles of animals and demonstrating their functions, and his classification according to their use is at present in vogue. Carefully regulated vivisection has been, and always will be, of incalculable benefit to the development of accurate medical knowledge, and an indirect aid in the alleviation of human suffering. Galen divided the body into cranial and thoracic cavities, and described the organs, etc., contained therein. Anatomy and physiology, the fundamental bases of medicine and surgery, made the most progress during the period just reviewed, and next came the description of diseases, their medical and surgical therapeutics. After the 6th century medicine was exercised almost exclusively by the monks of the West. They were unworthy the name of physicians, as they resorted more to prayers, and were retarded by ignorance and prejudice. During the 7th and 8th centuries there were among the monks a few traditionary remains of science, originating from the East. The prelates, archdeacons, etc., though continuing the practice of the healing art, were gradually discouraged by the Church, but as late as the middle of the 15th century the Bishop of Colchester was chaplain and first physician to Henry VI. In 1452 physicians of the University of Paris were not allowed to marry the applicant, prior to admission, taking the oath of celibacy. During the 12th century the school of Salernum, through the personal interest manifested by Emperor Frederick II, acquired a degree of reputation attained by few similar institutions in ancient times. Schools in Paris and England were placed on an advanced standing, the professors being salaried, and about this period the titles of bachelor, licentiate, and master, were granted to the physicians. During the 13th and 14th centuries medicine made remarkable progress in France under St. Louis. During the reign of this prince the teaching of medicine and surgery was divided into separate and distinct classes. Medical institutions now became greatly encouraged, and in the leading cities of Europe universities were erected under the auspices of royalty. Medical instruction experienced an important revolution in the European countries during the 14th century. For the first time in Europe anatomy was taught by dissection of the human body. Guy de Chauliac, who lived at the end of this century, wrote a treatise on surgery which served as the basis of European instruction until Ambrose Père of France published his celebrated work upon the same subject. The 15th century was also one of improvement. The Arabs added a few observations on pathology, especially of the eruptive fevers. Some useful works on pharmacy and materia medica were published during this epoch. During this era the operation was devised for replacing the nose when removed by accident or disease, by using for the purpose a piece of flesh taken from the arm, and applying it by a grafting process. About the middle of this period the internal administration of metallic drugs was introduced. Towards the latter end, the invention of printing tended to assist the progress of medicine. Near the close of this century scurvy was first noticed in Germany. During this period more energy was devoted to post-mortem demonstrations and the study of symptoms of diseases. To Benevini we owe the commencement of the study of gross pathology and pathological anatomy. Malgaigne remarks of him, a eulogy which he merits, and which he shared with no other person, and which has not been accorded to him up to this time by the many historians of surgery, who have superficially searched among these precious sources, is that he was the first who had the habit, felt the need, and set the useful example, which he transmitted to his successors, of searching in the cadaver, according to the title of his book, for the concealed causes of disease. His observations on anatomical heart lesions, gallstone, and presence of parasites in the body, were original. John Fernald, who has been surnamed the modern Galen, divided medicine into physiology, pathology, and therapeutics. The fundamental maxim of therapeutics, that every disease must be combated by contrary remedies, was early laid down by him, and he claimed that anything that cured a disease was contrary to it. Surgery was placed on a high scale during this era, as thorough a course as the time afforded was given, and a rigid examination held at its termination. Ambrose Pare contributed largely toward making this a glorious century. He rose from the lowest walks of life to the highest professional attainments and honors. He was the first to control hemorrhage by tying the bleeding vessels, thus doing away with the former crude and painful method of pouring on hot oil. This procedure proved quite a boon to surgery. As an instance it may be mentioned that prior to the introduction of this method in amputations the bleeding was controlled by means of a hot iron, and this before the days of anesthesia. Every age of ancient, medieval, and modern medicine has had its charlatans, and the more civilization progresses, the more popular these quacks become with certain types of people, particularly those of the middle and lower classes. Although no class appears to be exempt. Latent, unscrupulous, and unprincipled, they play upon the credulity of the ignorant. The central figure of the medieval charlatans was Paracelsus, who was given to drink and debauchery. He advertised extensively, similar to the charlatans of today, and exerted an influence in his time. The school which he would have founded was nothing but a school of ignorance, dissipation, and boasting, a school of medical dishonesty. During the 16th century the greatest discoveries took place in anatomy, based upon dissections, the only rational method of ascertaining anatomical knowledge. The lesser circulation of the blood, or that through the lungs, was appreciated. The officers of the universities were chosen by the students, who assisted in laying out the curriculum. Compare this with the rigid methods of medical instruction now in vogue. The practitioners were of roving habits, which were evidently contracted during their student days, as it was customary for them to go from one school to another, the poor classes defraying expenses by begging and singing. There was evident improvement in the social and mental status of medical men upon the approach of the 17th century, and this period is signalized by the discovery of the circulation of the blood. One of the most important ever made in medicine. Chemistry now assumed the dignified aspect of a science, which fact benefited the progress of medicine. It is difficult for us at the present time to understand why the circulation of the blood was not discovered prior to this period, but to the ancients it was incomprehensible. They believed the arteries contained air, because after death they were found empty. William Harvey, the discoverer of the circulation of the blood, did not publish the results of his investigations until 1628, first submitting them to 15 years of proof. This naturally revolutionized physiology. The capillary circulation, or that intermediate between the arteries and veins, was described by Malpighi in 1628. Of course this was possible only through the means of a microscope. No less remarkable was the discovery of the lymphatic vessels. Peruvian bark, the alkaloid quinine being more commonly employed, so universally employed as a specific for malaria, was first used in the early part of this epoch. During this period ophthalmology, which treats of the diseases of the eye, was cultivated in France, cataract was first recognized, and the diseases of the ear first systematically described. Altogether the century showed marked progression, closing with the teachings of Sydenham, the English Hippocrates. The 18th century was one of continued progress. The eminent observers devoted more time to microscopical work, studying the minute structure of the tissues and cells. One of the most prominent is Lieberkühn, who invented the solar microscope, with which he was enabled to exhibit the circulation of the blood. The systematic practice of the preventive inoculation against smallpox by vaccination originated in this decade. The first inoculation with cowpox was in 1774. Edward Jenner, the English surgeon, was the father of vaccination, which he first did in 1796. About 1800, Dr. Waterhouse, then professor of medicine in Harvard College, performed the first vaccination in America, the patients being his 4 children. The treatment of the insane was changed from one of torture and barbarous methods to a more scientific one, conducive to the comfort and return to health of the patient. This period marks the earliest example of medical teaching in this country, consisting of the demonstrations of anatomy in Philadelphia by Dr. Thomas Cadwallader, upon his return from Europe. This was previous to 1750, about which time a body was dissected in New York. In 1754–56 Dr. William Hunter of Scotland delivered a series of lectures on anatomy, accompanied by dissections, at Newport, R.I. In 1762 Dr. Shippen laid the foundation of a medical school in Philadelphia, which finally developed into the medical department of the University of Pennsylvania. This was the first medical school established in this country. In 1768 a school of medicine was organized in New York, and the next in succession was the medical department of Harvard College in 1782. The fourth was established at Hanover, 1797, being connected with Dartmouth College. These were the only medical colleges instituted prior to the present century. The first book on American surgery was written in 1775 by Dr. John Jones, the title being Wounds and Fractures. The tendency of the 19th century seems to be a continuation, and, perhaps, in some respects an exaggeration of the condition that obtained in France during the previous century. In other words, the world has become practically an enormous school of pathological anatomy and diagnosis, a school inaugurated by Bichat, as representing so-called scientific or exact medicine. Darwin has promulgated the most influential philosophic doctrine of this or any other century. Our materia medica and the laws of physics have been enriched by botanical discoveries, aiding greatly the experimental researches of today. Helmholtz has given us an instrument called the ophthalmoscope, containing a series of numbered magnifying lenses, with which the interior of the eye can be explored by looking directly through the pupil of the eye. Similar to looking through a door into a room. Through his knowledge of physics, Seebach was able to make fame through his discovery of thermal electricity. Daguerre, who invented photography, must not be overlooked, as by means of this process, many conditions are directly appreciated by the eye which could not be told in words and still convey an idea of the tumor, etc., being described. It may not be amiss to mention here that the biograph will in a few years prove an important factor in teaching the various operations. One surgeon in France is now employing it. We must not overlook Edison and his electrical achievements which directly and indirectly affect medicine, nor Bell's telephone, which is sometimes used to locate a bullet. By placing the receiver to the ear and probing for the bullet with electric conductors, the making and breaking of the circuit upon contact with the missile is transmitted to the receiver and distinctly heard. This procedure, however, has been discarded since the introduction by Röntgen of the X-ray. A very significant feature of the age has been the extraordinary development of associations devoted to scientific discussions and the publication of medical literature and journals. The formation of medical societies, especially in the United States, has been quite active. But few counties are without a medical organization, referred to as the County Medical Society. The American Medical Association was established by Dr. Nathan Smith Davis in Philadelphia 52 years ago, 1847. The first 2 years no meetings were held, but since then regular annual meetings have been in progress, the place of assembly being decided upon by a majority vote of its members. It has met in the city of its birth 5 times, the founder has been elected president twice, and is still, 1900, in active practice at the age of 82. He has attended all its meetings held in various cities from Boston to San Francisco. The first medical journal in this country appeared in New York, 1797. It was called The New York Repository, was published quarterly, and managed to reach its 23rd edition. 50 years ago there were about 20 journals published in the United States. At the end of the century there are 230. In 1810 there were 650 students of medicine in America, and 100 graduates. At the present writing about 20,000 medical students are enrolled in our various colleges, and during the spring of 1899 about 3,500 received the degree of M.D. The original branches, practice of medicine, surgery, obstetrics, physiology, anatomy, therapeutics, and chemistry, have been subdivided and specialized. Among the chief of these specialties are gynecology, which treats of diseases of women; pediatrics, which treats of diseases of children; dermatology, which treats of diseases of the skin; ophthalmology, which treats of diseases of the eye; laryngology, which treats of diseases of the throat and larynx; otology, which treats of diseases of the ear; neurology, which treats of diseases of the nerves; medical jurisprudence, which treats of the relation of medicine to law; pathology, which treats of diseased tissues and organs; bacteriology, which treats of the microbes; and physical diagnosis, which treats of the art of discriminating disease by means of the eye, ear, and touch. The nucleus of the teaching regarding the latter subject is due to the efforts and observations of Corvisart, of France. He was the first to ascertain the diseased areas of the lungs, by tapping on the chest with the fingers, and listening to the pitch of the note thus elicited. A low, dull note indicates that the lung is solid, as in pneumonia. A flat note that fluid is present, and so on. By placing the ear to the chest wall, sounds in health and disease are heard, which vary in intensity, degree, etc. Laennec discovered by accident that this method was greatly improved and the sounds more distinctly heard if a cylindrical tube was interposed between the ear and the chest wall. The outcome of this principle is the stethoscope. The name of Prevaz, the lion surgeon, has been perpetuated by the hypodermic syringe which he devised. The employment of suitable drugs in this instrument is the method par excellence for relieving pain. With it drugs can be injected into unconscious patients. Suicides who refuse to swallow emetics can have their stomachs emptied most effectually of their contents by a hypodermatic injection of apomorphine. The thermometer used for taking the temperature of the human body is so arranged that the mercury does not descend into the bulb until shaken down, hence after taking the temperature it remains uninfluenced until shaken down. Were an ordinary thermometer used, by the time it was removed from the patient to the light the mercury would descend several degrees. Pasteur began the studies of fermentation in 1854. Through his observations, aided by the microscope, the opinion was reached that microorganisms played an important role in the causation of disease. Many of the laboratory investigators became imbued with the spirit, and through their diligent observations the microbes causing many diseases have been isolated. It remained for Koch to discover the tubercle bacillus, or Bacillus tuberculosis, which is the cause of consumption. The sputum of a patient, properly stained, and examined under the microscope, will at once decide whether that individual has consumption. Having ascertained that bacteria were the cause of disease, sepsis, blood poisoning, etc. It then remained to discover a method of killing them, without any undue injury to the patient. Sir Joseph Lister began experiments upon this hypothesis, and in 1867 was able to publish favorable results. But lo! The world was slow to bend to a new thought ably demonstrated, and for a score of years he was bitterly opposed. It was Crawford W. Long, in a little village of Alabama, who, in 1842, was the first to put to sleep a patient with ether, and remove a small growth. The patient, upon awakening, had experienced no pain. This method of relieving pain was christened anesthesia several years later, by the distinguished Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes, whose writings did more than those of any other American to eradicate childbed fever. Every woman in the land owes him an eternal debt of gratitude. To Guthrie, of Sackett's Harbor, New York, is due the credit of first discovering chloroform, but Sir James Simpson, of Edinburgh, deserves the credit of first employing it in medicine. The surgeons of America laid the foundation of gynecology, the progress of which has been more marked than any department of medicine. The first ovariotomy in the world was performed by Dr. Ephraim McDowell in Kentucky, December, 1809. This was prior to the days of anesthesia and antisepsis, and a howling mob awaited outside, ready to murder the brave surgeon should his patient die during the operation. In 5 days, says Dr. McDowell, I visited her, and much to my astonishment found her engaged in making up her bed. Dr. J. Marion Sims, our illustrious genius who established an international reputation, did much to promulgate plastic work on the female genitalia. The deeds of medical men are soon forgotten by an ungrateful public, and the sons of Aesculapius are the last to have monuments erected to their memory. But 4 exist in America, 1, in New York, to that grand old gynecologist, Dr. J. Marion Sims. 1 in Washington, to Dr. Samuel D. Gross, the Nestor of American surgery, 1 in Bushnell Park, Hartford, Connecticut, to Dr. Horace Wells, the discoverer of anesthesia, and 1 in the Public Garden in Boston to the discoverer of anesthesia. This last bears no name. Antisepsis and anesthesia have played an unusually important role in obstetrics, by alleviating the sufferings of childbirth and eradicating childbed fever, thus reducing the mortality of both mother and child. Physiology has made very rapid strides during this era. Beaumont, in his famous work, describes digestion in the stomach and experiments on the gastric juice. He was enabled to observe this in a voyageur who was accidentally wounded in the stomach by the discharge of a musket, June, 1822. Quite a large opening remained, which nature closed with a valve. By pushing the valve to one side, the interior of the stomach could be explored. Through the work of the experimental physiologists in the laboratories, the study of the action of drugs on the lungs, heart, liver, stomach, nerves, etc. has been greatly enhanced. Anatomy is now being taught by the only true method, and that is dissection. Didactic lectures are given, but the student must dissect every part of the human body before he can receive his degree. Formerly graves were robbed, and the bodies sold to the colleges. Now, however, through legislative enactment, unclaimed bodies are turned over to the colleges, where they are preserved either by injection, a pickling process, or by cold storage. The ophthalmologists of today fear nothing inside nor outside the eye. Cross eyes are straightened, cataracts removed, eyeballs taken out and glass eyes inserted. This article would be incomplete, were not a few remarks directed toward the trained nurse. The first training school for nurses in America was established in connection with the Lying-in Charity Hospital of Philadelphia in 1828. This school, still in existence, thus has the honor of being the oldest in this country, and is antedated by only one abroad. The generally recognized profession for women, that of the trained nurse, is practically of recent development. 25 years ago the training school connected with the Bellevue Hospital, New York, graduated a class of 5 nurses. This was a marked departure in the medical history of this country. Since then the demand for the trained nurse has been great, and no hospital is complete without such a training school. The progress of medicine in the 19th century has been far more rapid, creditable, and momentous than during any like period of the past. This is true not only in the United States, but in every civilized country. Its entire scope, meaning, and purpose have undergone changes equivalent to revolution. Antique superstitions, idle theories, foolish speculations, absurd practices, the ridiculous jealousies and incriminations of opposing schools, have been largely eliminated. Medical institutions are upon the loftiest plane in their history. Teachers are better endowed than ever before. Periods of scholastic preparation have been lengthened and curriculums enlarged, thus securing for the fields of practice a higher mental equipment and more conscionable devotion to duty. Never before have the auxiliary and material agencies been turned to so frequent and preventive account. Electricity, the microscope, anesthesia, antisepsis, laboratory experiment, hospital opportunities, etc. are ever constant inspirations to skilled treatment and fresh researches. As the grand army of humanitarian workers was never so large as at the end of the century, so it was never better fortified for attack upon the enemies of health, fuller of enthusiasm or more deeply established in the public confidence. One may not, as yet, assert that medicine is ridding itself of empiricism with a satisfactory degree of rapidity, or that it has arrived at the stage of an exact science, but it surely has approached such a stage as nearly as conditions will allow. Evolution of the Railway. By E. E. Russell Trapman, C.E. Assistant Editor of Engineering News, Chicago. The railway as a means of rapid transportation and general intercommunication is one of the most important factors in the development of modern commerce and civilization, and, after reviewing what it has done and become in the 19th century, one cannot help wishing for the opportunity to review the railway wonders of the 20th century. While the history of the railway dates back far beyond the 19th century, yet the railway, as we know it today, is essentially a product of this century. It dates, in fact, from England in 1830, when the Liverpool and Manchester Railway, 31 miles long, was opened, and was operated from the beginning by steam locomotives. The Stockton and Darlington Railway, 37 miles, was opened in 1825, but this line was intended only for private coal traffic, while the other line was built for general passenger and freight service, and for the use and benefit of the public. The United States followed this lead very closely. In 1828 the Delaware and Hudson Canal Company built a line from its mines to its canal at Honesdale. This was a private coal road, however, and may best be compared to the Stockton and Darlington Railway. The first public railway operated by steam was the Mohawk and Hudson Railway, from Albany to Schenectady, 16 miles, which was opened in 1831. The Baltimore and Ohio Railway was the first railway enterprise of more than local character, being designed to open communication with the Ohio River, a distance of 400 miles. It was chartered in 1827, commenced in 1828, completed to Ellicott's Mills, 13 miles, in 1830, and to Washington, 40 miles, in 1834. It is one of the great monuments of the American railway system, and it was examined by government commissions from Russia and Austria in 1831 and 1849. In speaking of the railway we unconsciously associate with it the steam locomotive, since the two are so entirely interdependent. Railways operated by horses, or by cables and stationary engines, could never have become the great civilizing and commercial medium which the railway operated by swift locomotives has become. Similarly, the development of the locomotive grew apace, as soon as it was recognized that the smooth track of the railway, and not the rough track of the highway, was to be its field of operation. At the end of the 19th century, after 70 years of development, the world has nearly 500,000 miles of railway, on which locomotives of 80 to 110 tons in weight, without their tenders, haul freight trains of 1,000 to 3,000 tons. Passenger trains, too, are run at speeds of 40 to 75 miles per hour in regular daily service, and even make bursts of speed at 80 to 100 miles per hour. The fact that in 1890 Europe and North America had about 320,000 miles of railway out of a grand total of 370,000 miles, indicates that this phase of 19th century progress has been due mainly to peoples of Christian civilization. And besides this, it must be remembered that the railways of Asia, Africa, Australia, and South America have been mainly built by the same peoples. The central regions of these four latter geographical divisions are fields for 20th century development. The great trunk lines of railway communication are hardly more important than the vast network of branch and minor lines which connect and intersect them. These latter lines bring the people of smaller towns and country districts into closer relation with the large cities, the centers of industrial and intellectual energy, enterprise, and wealth. They thus tend to reduce isolation and dependence upon purely local resources. Railways also serve important military and strategic purposes. In India, many of the railways have been built with a view to the defense of the northeastern frontier, and many European governments assume certain military authority over the railways. The first transcontinental railways of the United States and Canada were largely assisted by government subsidies on account of their great importance for the transportation of troops. The railway also serves purposes of pleasure, as well as of commerce and war. Not only do the ordinary railways carry much tourist and pleasure travel, but lines are built exclusively for such travel. Some of these take people to the summer and pleasure resorts, while others cater to the inherent desire of man to ascend great altitudes and to behold the world in its beauty and grandeur spread below them. For this purpose alone have railways been built to the summits of the Rockies, the Alps, and other mountain ranges. At the end of the century, the United States has about 185,000 miles of railway, which have cost about $53,000 per mile and earn $6,500 per mile. Great Britain has about 22,000 miles, which have cost $225,000 per mile and earn about $20,000 per mile. A large proportion of this high cost of construction is due to the high prices for land and to the preliminary parliamentary proceedings which are necessary in securing the right to build railways. One of the great economic purposes of railways in new countries is to reduce the cost of rapid transportation in bulk far below that of slow transportation in small quantities. Train speed is a matter of secondary importance in such cases, the traffic accommodation and capacity of the slowest train being far beyond that of road or canal transportation. Traffic will be served better and at much less cost by being carried in bulk on 500 miles of railway at 10 miles per hour, than on 100 miles of railway at 35 miles per hour. And then in small lots on wagons or canal boats at 3 miles per hour for 400 miles. The advantages of the rapid transportation of perishable freight by rail, especially in regard to food supplies for cities, were early recognized, and by 1854 the trains brought carloads of country milk into London every day. Previous to this, the supply was obtained from cows kept in stables, which was an unsanitary and expensive plan. Another immediate result of railway service was that people began to live farther out of the towns, and then began the growth of the suburban residence districts, which are such a feature of modern cities and city life. The early railways were built merely as local lines, and there was little idea of their ultimate connection or extension. These small individual lines, however, with their own rate-making powers and systems of management, have been consolidated into great systems, thus affecting material economies and facilities in operation. Thus the Mohawk and Hudson Railway of 1831 was the first of a series of lines now consolidated to form the New York Central Railway. While the Liverpool and Manchester Railway of 1830 was the beginning of what is now the London and Northwestern Railway system. Not only is there this consolidation, but also a most comprehensive system for the interchange of traffic between different systems. Thus passengers can purchase through tickets and travel through from Paris to St. Petersburg, or from Boston to San Francisco, while freight cars can be sent through in a similar way. This is really a wonderful feature of railway development. In some countries the government owns and operates all, or nearly all, of the railways, as in Germany, Belgium, and the African and Australian colonies. Switzerland, in 1898, decided that its government should acquire the railways. In Holland and Italy the government owns the railways, but leases them to operating companies. France, Brazil, and the Argentine Republic have both state and private lines, with a greater or less degree of state assistance and control of the latter. In Great Britain the railways are owned entirely by private companies, but their operation is subject to government supervision in the public interests. In the United States there was at first almost absolute freedom of construction, but the consequent abuses and financial disasters, owing to unnecessary lines and cutthroat competition, have led some of the states to wisely exercise some degree of control over railway affairs. The interference of the federal government in railway affairs has been slight but important. In 1862 it aided the construction of the first transcontinental railway, in 1887 it passed the Act for the Regulation of Rates, etc., in interstate traffic. And in 1893 it passed the Act making compulsory the use of power brakes and automatic couplers on freight cars. Government ownership and operation of railways is rarely satisfactory from a financial or a traffic point of view, but, on the other hand, an absolutely unrestricted railway element is liable to become a serious evil. The best system is undoubtedly that in which the railways are owned and operated by private enterprise, but subject to state supervision, like steamships, factories, etc. It must not be forgotten, however, that private enterprise is not always available. In Russia, for example, the development of railways would have been but slow on such a basis. And in India, government backing was needed to induce British capitalists to enter the field. It is unfortunate for China that neither the government nor the people have been competent or enterprising enough to deal with the railway question. The present system of development by rival interests of various nationalities seems almost certain to lead to the eventual dissolution of the empire and its partition among other nations, as Africa is already in large measure partitioned. In the United States railway construction has gone by leaps and bounds, and there is now a vast network of lines, main, secondary, branch, and local. The highest records of construction within the past 20 years were 12,800 miles built in 1887, and 11,600 miles in 1882, while the lowest record was 1,750 miles in 1896. Perhaps the railway of most recent interest is the first line in Alaska, which is 20 miles long, and was built as a result of the rush to the Klondike gold fields. This was opened on February 20, 1899. The great transcontinental railways, however, are of much broader interest. In 1835 the Reverend Samuel Parker, a missionary in the Northwest, suggested a railway from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and Dr. Samuel E. Barlow proposed one from New York to the Columbia River, 2,000 miles, to cost $10,000 per mile, and to carry traffic at about 7 miles per hour. From 1844 to 1849 Mr. Asa Whitney urged Congress to grant land to aid him in building a line from Lake Michigan to San Francisco, 30 miles, to cost $20,000 per mile. Between 1853 and 1861 Congress had surveys made of 5 routes, but no definite action was taken until after the outbreak of the Civil War, in 1861. When the federal government soon recognized the importance of having direct communication with the Pacific states, which were at that time isolated. Companies were organized in 1862, and work commenced in 1864, under government subsidies and military aid and protection. On May 10, 1869, the Union Pacific Railway, from the east, and the Central Pacific Railway, from the west, met at Promontory Point, Utah, 1,186 miles from the Missouri River and 638 miles from Sacramento, California. Now, 30 years later, we have 6 so-called transcontinental railways, no one of which, however, has its own line from ocean to ocean, and none of which run through trains or cars. In Canada, however, the Canadian Pacific Railway, opened in 1887, has a through line from Saint John, Montreal to Vancouver, with through trains daily between the latter points, 2,905 miles. Of the various completed and partly completed interoceanic railways across Central America, the most important by far is the Panama Railway, in Colombia, 47.5 miles long. This was opened as long ago as 1855, and was originally intended as a link in a route between New York and San Francisco, 5,450 miles. In South America there are few railways of great importance, and the interior yet remains undeveloped, with the exception of the Great Plains of the Argentine Republic. A transcontinental line between Buenos Aires and Valparaiso, 850 miles, is nearly completed, but work has been stopped for some years, leaving 50 miles yet to be built at the summit of the Andes. An interesting, but as yet visionary, scheme is that for an intercontinental railway through Central and South America. The distance from the southern frontier of Mexico to Buenos Aires would be 5,500 miles. About 1,280 miles of this are built, but comprise many small lines which would have to be rebuilt. The total cost would be about $220 million, at a low estimate, and the total distance from New York to Buenos Aires would be 10,300 miles by rail. In Europe there is a vast and comprehensive network of railway lines, but the distances are less, even St. Petersburg and Constantinople being but about 1,600 and 1,800 miles from Paris. While the development of railways has been remarkable, the most striking features are the lines which cross the Alps to connect the interior with the Mediterranean ports. The first of these was the Semmering Railway, on the route between Vienna and Trieste, 1854. The Mont Cenis Railway, 1867, was mainly a surface line, with heavy inclines operated on the fell grip rail system. Its route followed the Great Carriage Road built by Napoleon in 1803–10. The railway over the Brenner Pass was opened in 1868, in 1871 the Mont Cenis Tunnel superseded the high-level line, and in 1880 the Great St. Gothard Railway was opened. This was followed by the Arlberg Railway in 1884, and the Simplon Railway is now under construction. Europe has the only railway within the Arctic Circle. It runs from Luleå, on the Gulf of Bothnia, northwest to the Gällivare iron mines, 44 miles within the circle. As the port is closed by ice during the winter, the line is to be extended to the Atlantic coast at Ofoten, 69 degrees north latitude, where the influence of the Gulf Stream keeps the ports open. This end of the line will be 130 miles north of the Arctic Circle. The countries of Asia, with the exception of India, are but scantily supplied with railways. Even Palestine, the Holy Land, has, however, been invaded, and has now 2 railways. One of these is from Jaffa, the biblical Joppa, to Jerusalem, 54 miles, 1892, the other is from Beirut to Damascus, 70 miles. British interests have long advocated an all-rail to India project. The line would start opposite Constantinople, pass down the Euphrates Valley, across Persia, and along the coast of Baluchistan to Karachi, connecting there with the Indian railway system. This great system aggregates 25,000 miles, and extends up to the Bolan Pass and the Khyber Pass, on the Afghan frontier. Southward, it has been proposed to connect with the Ceylon railways by a line of bridges and embankments along the reefs and shoals known as Adams Bridge. Owing to the vigorous opposition of the government and people, China has but 350 miles of railway to its 4,200,000 square miles and its population of 420 million. Many lines are projected, but are all in the eastern portion, and the 20th century will be well advanced before the railway opens up the heart of the country to civilization. Japan, the very opposite of China, has encouraged railway construction, and now has 3,000 miles of railway to its 147,600 square miles and its population of 45 million. The most notable of all the railways in Asia is the Great Trans-Siberian Railway, now being built by the Russian government. It was commenced in 1891, and may be completed by 1903, the distance from St. Petersburg to Vladivostok, or Port Arthur, being then about 5,670 miles. There are several large cities on the route, and the line does not pass through such a wild and uninhabited country as that through which the Union Pacific Railroad was built 30 years ago. It is now open to Lake Baikal, the trip of 3,230 miles being made in about 12 days by the slow train, or 8 days by the less frequent fast train. The road is roughly and lightly built in many respects, so that high speeds cannot be maintained. The eastern end of the road will pass through Chinese territory, thus giving Russia a firm foothold in that empire. Hardly less interesting is the Trans-Caspian Railway, from the Caspian Sea to Samarkand, 885 miles, with a branch from Merv to within 95 miles of the Afghan city of Herat. An extension to the Persian Gulf is also projected. As the Trans-Siberian Railway has developed a new wheat-growing region, so the Trans-Caspian Railway is developing a new cotton-growing region. In Africa the railways already extend northward from Cape Town, through the land of the Boers and up to Bulawayo, the old Zulu stronghold, 1,400 miles. There is a picturesque project for carrying the line on to the Mediterranean, a total distance of 5,500 miles, but this will not materialize for many years. The Congo Railway, passing the rapids, opens communication between the coast and a long stretch of inland navigation. Several lines are being pushed from the east coast into the interior, and a transcontinental railway from St. Paul de Loando, on the west, has been commenced, but there is not now much life in this latter project. The French have two favorite schemes for railways, from Algeria to Timbuktu, and from Tunis to Lake Chad, the latter line being about 1,600 miles in length. In Australia, the lines of the different colonies are gradually extending and connecting to form a continuous system, which is hampered, however, by differences of gauge. There is railway communication between the capitals of Queensland, Brisbane, New South Wales, Sydney, Victoria, Melbourne, and South Australia, Adelaide. The great stretch westward to the coast cities of Western Australia is yet in the future, as is also the South Australian transcontinental line from Adelaide northward across vast deserts, already crossed by the telegraph, to Palmerston. Great bridges and tunnels are among the prominent features of the railways of the world, but space forbids entering into details of these works. They are in principle similar to those required for highways, but many of these great works would never have been undertaken for such traffic as is carried by a highway. The only railway suspension bridge ever built was the Niagara Bridge, opened in 1855, and replaced by a steel arch in 1898. The development of bridges and traffic may be judged from the fact that the Victoria single-track tubular bridge over the St. Lawrence, at Montreal, which was opened in 1859, was replaced in 1897–98 by a double-track railway and roadway truss bridge on the same piers. The Steel Arch Bridge, 1,700 feet long, across the Mississippi, at St. Louis, cost $5,300,000. The Tubular Bridge, 6,592 feet long, over the St. Lawrence, at Montreal, Canada, cost $7 million. The Cantilever Bridge, 8,925 feet long, over the Firth of Forth, Great Britain, cost $13 million. The cost of the proposed suspension bridge, 3,000 feet long, over the Hudson, at New York, is estimated at $13 million. The first railway tunnel was the Portage Tunnel, in Pennsylvania, built in 1831. The longest railway tunnel is the Simplon, in Switzerland. It is 12.25 miles in length, and is still under construction. The next longest is the Gotthard, Switzerland. It is 9.30 miles long, and was opened in 1881. In track construction, cast iron rails began to be superseded by wrought iron in 1820, and many of the early American railways had strap iron laid on timber stringers. Within the past 20 years steel has been used almost exclusively. In place of rails weighing 25 to 35 pounds per yard, and 3 to 15 feet in length, we now use rails of 80 to 100 pounds per yard, 30 to 60 feet long. Stone blocks and wooden ties were first used to support the rails, and the latter are now generally used, although metal ties are extensively used and date back to 1846. In 1894 there were 35,000 miles of railway laid with this form of track. The next development will probably be a permanent and continuous concrete bed for the rails. As the present construction, with wooden ties laid in stone or other ballast, requires continual attention and repair under the effects of heavy traffic. The semaphore signal was introduced in England by Mr. C.H. Gregory in 1841, and is now used in all parts of the world, to govern and protect train movements. The first interlocking plant was erected in 1843, and the complete plants, as used today, date from 1856. Now, practically all important junctions are equipped with interlocking plants, which prevent conflicting signals and switches being so set as to lead to accident. The electric telegraph was patented by Cooke and Wheatstone in 1837, and in 1839 they secured its introduction to govern the train service on the Great Western Railway, England. The movements were telegraphed from station to station, and a train was not allowed to leave a station until the preceding train had passed the next station in advance. This was the beginning of the block system, which is a great element in the safe operation of traffic, since it maintains an interval of space between trains. Mr. Edwin Clark's telegraph block system was introduced in 1853, and as traffic increased intermediate block signal stations were established between the regular stations, so as to shorten the distances between trains. This system is compulsory in Great Britain and is already largely used in the United States. It was at first held that it was not adapted to conditions in this country, where so many lines have but a single track. But experience has shown that it increases the facility as well as the safety of operating traffic on single and double-track lines alike. Steam locomotives were used on colliery railways in England as early as 1804, when Trevithick built an engine, which was the first to haul a train on rails. George Stephenson built his first locomotive in 1814, and in 1825 built the locomotion for the Stockton and Darlington Railway. Horses, stationary engines, and steam locomotives were all proposed for the Liverpool and Manchester Railway, and in 1829 the directors offered a premium of $2,500 for the best locomotive. Each engine was to consume its smoke, weigh about 6 tons, cost not more than $2,750, and be capable of hauling a train of 20 tons at 10 miles per hour. This led to the now historical trials at Rainhill, in October, 1829, between the Rocket, Stephenson, the Novelty, Braithwaite and Ericsson, and the Sans Perel, Hackworth. The award was made to the Rocket as the most practicable machine, although the Novelty attained a higher speed, and the Sans Perel was also a good engine and continued in use for several years. Seguin introduced the locomotive in France in 1827, having modified and rebuilt an old Stephenson engine. The first locomotive operated in the United States was the imported Starbridge Lion, on the Delaware and Hudson Canal Company S line, in 1829. Cooper's Tom Thumb was run on the Baltimore and Ohio Railway in 1830, and in 1831 the directors of this road offered premiums of $4,000 and $3,500 for locomotives. Each engine was to weigh not more than 3.5 tons, to have 4 wheels, and to haul loads of 15 tons at 15 miles per hour for 30 days. 5 engines were presented, by Davis, Castell, Milholland, Childs, and James. The prizes were awarded to the first 2, the Davis engine, Ork, being rebuilt under the direction of its inventor and Mr. Ross Winans, while the Castell was put in switching service. In 1831 the John Bull was built by the Stephensons in England, and was put in service on the Camden and Amboy Railway, USA, in the same year. In 1893 this old engine was readjusted and ran from New York to Chicago, 912 miles, under its own steam, hauling 2 cars of the type of 1836. In 1898 there were about 19,500 locomotives in Great Britain and 36,500 in the United States. As a comparison between the little engines of early days and the huge and swift engines of today, it may be stated that modern passenger locomotives are now constructed with as many as 6 driving wheels, and 10 wheels in all. Some of those in use on the Great Northern Railway, Great Britain, have driving wheels of 97 inches in diameter. On the Fitchburg Railway, U.S., locomotives are in use which weigh 75 tons. Some modern freight locomotives have as many as 10 driving wheels, and 12 wheels in all, and a total weight of 115 tons. Since the application of electric traction to street railways, it has frequently been said that it would eventually supersede the steam locomotive. In no instance, however, has it yet been applied to regular railway service, with heavy trains and long runs, nor is there yet any indication of increased economy or efficiency due to its use in such service. It is successfully used for local and suburban lines, but these form a class in themselves, and the conditions of operation are very different from those which obtain in ordinary service. The Baltimore and Ohio Railway has some heavy electric locomotives, but these are for hauling trains through a tunnel, to avoid the trouble and discomfort from the smoke and gases from the steam engines. The early passenger cars were either open cars with cross seats, or had coach bodies on four-wheel platform cars. The coach body cars on the Mohawk and Hudson Railway, in 1831, were 7 feet 4 inches long and 5 feet wide. In 1836 the American type of car was introduced on the Camden and Amboy Railway, having a long body mounted on 2 four-wheeled trucks. These cars seated 48 passengers, and cars for 60 passengers were in use in 1839, their cost being $2,400. American day cars are now 60 to 80 feet long, seating 60 to 84 passengers, and weighing from 30 to 47 tons. The standard day car of the Pennsylvania Railway is 60 feet 7 inches long overall, and seats 66 passengers. Dining and sleeping cars weigh from 45 to 65 tons, much of the weight being due to the special equipment for the comfort and convenience of passengers, and consequently so much dead weight to be hauled. It can be said without dispute that in no other country have the railways done so much for the comfort and convenience of their passengers, and have charged so little therefor. In Europe, the cars developed into the compartment system, with side doors, there being high transverse partitions with seats on each side, so that in a full compartment half the passengers must ride backward. The cars are usually short, with 2 or 3 axles, but about 1872 the American system of mounting cars on trucks was introduced, and longer cars on trucks are now somewhat extensively used. Within later years corridor cars have been introduced, with a corridor connecting the compartments. Such details as steam heat, toilet arrangements, ample light, luxurious finish, etc., which have long been a matter of course in this country, are quite end-of-the-century improvements in Europe, and generally below the standards observed in this country. Sleeping cars were used on the Cumberland Valley Railway, USA. in 1836. In 1856, Mr. T. L. Woodruff built a sleeping car, and in 1857 two were built by Mr. Webster Wagner and operated on the New York Central Railway. Mr. George M. Pullman began his experiments in 1859, and in 1864 he put in service on the Chicago and Alton Railway the first sleeping car with the berth arrangements now almost universally used. He pushed the business more vigorously than his predecessors and acquired many of their patents. The Pullman Palace Car Company was organized in 1867, and in 1879 its various works were all concentrated in a new industrial town, called Pullman, near Chicago. In 1898 the company owned 2,428 cars, which were operated on 121,236 miles of railway, ran 190,562,758 miles, and carried 4,852,400 passengers. Most of the cars are in the United States, but some are in Europe and Australia. The Wagner Palace Car Company owns 560 sleeping cars and 143 parlor cars. In Europe most of the long-distance sleeping and dining car service is operated by the International Sleeping Car Company, which runs cars between Paris and Constantinople, 72 hours, Paris and St. Petersburg, 120 hours, Calais and Brindisi, 25 hours. Passenger cars are now usually lighted by oil, the mineral oil used in America being superior to the vegetable oils commonly used in Europe. Oil gas, compressed in tanks, is very extensively used, and gives an excellent light. The system was invented by Mr. Julius Pinch, and was introduced in Germany in 1873, and in the United States in 1881. It is now applied to about 85,000 cars in 22 countries. 32,000 of these cars being in Germany, 17,000 in Great Britain, and 15,000 in the United States. The electric light is as yet used only on a few of the finest express trains, the current being generated either from a steam engine and dynamo in the baggage car, or from a dynamo on each car, driven from one of the car axles. Storage batteries maintain the light when the cars are at rest. American cars were heated by stoves at a very early date, and this developed into the hot water system, with a stove and circulating pipes in each car. Steam from the locomotive, however, is now generally employed, and its use is compulsory in some states. In Europe the passengers have to rely largely upon their own wraps and rugs. In American freight cars, great improvements have been introduced, increasing the carrying capacity while reducing the weight. The capacity has been increased from 10 tons of load in 1870, to 30, 40, and even 50 tons in 1899, an increase of 300 to 500%. The weight has increased only from 10 to 15 or 17 tons, or 50 to 70%. Cars are now being built entirely of steel, and while their first cost is greater, the cost per ton and the expenses of maintenance are less than for wooden cars of similar capacity. As sleeping, dining, parlor, tourist and other special cars have been introduced for passenger traffic, so refrigerator, stock, horse, fruit, poultry, and furniture cars have been introduced for special requirements in freight traffic. In other countries, however, the use of such special equipment is much more limited. The ordinary foreign freight cars are the same as those of 30 or 40 years ago, being short four-wheel cars, weighing 5 tons, and carrying 8 to 10 tons. These are not well adapted to the handling of bulk freight, and greatly increased economy and facility in such traffic would result from the introduction of the American system, as has been done in Australia. In modern American practice, too, the cars are equipped with automatic couplers and power brakes, thus greatly increasing the safety and facility of operating heavy fast trains. In 1893, Congress passed a law requiring that by January 1, 1898, all freight cars should be equipped with automatic couplers and enough cars equipped with power brakes, operated from the engine, to put the trains entirely under the control of the engine men. The date was afterwards extended to January 1, 1900. As the speed and weight of trains increased, the dangers due to lack of brake power soon became alarmingly apparent, and numerous forms of continuous brakes were devised, to be applied to the wheels of every car, under the control of the engine man. In 1889, the British government passed the Railways Regulation Act, making compulsory the use of the block system, the interlocking system, and continuous brakes. In England and some other foreign countries, the vacuum brake, introduced about 1871, is largely used, but it is slower in action than the compressed air brake, and is therefore less efficient for long, heavy, and fast trains. The Westinghouse brake is one of the most important factors in the safe and efficient handling of heavy and fast trains. Mr. George Westinghouse patented his straight air brake in 1869, his plain automatic brake in 1872, and his quick-action freight train brake in 1887, while in 1892 he introduced his high-speed brake for express trains. Up to the opening of 1899, the Westinghouse brake had been applied to about 55,500 locomotives and 912,000 cars, of which 34,300 locomotives, 50,000 passenger cars and 750,000 freight cars were on American railways. With this brake, a passenger train of 300 tons, traveling at 60 miles per hour, can be stopped in about 4,500 feet and about 90 seconds, or in 1,200 feet and 31 seconds in case of emergency. A freight train of 800 tons, running at 30 miles per hour, can be stopped in about 950 feet in 32 seconds, or in 300 feet and 11 seconds by an emergency application. Very few countries have applied continuous brakes to freight cars, except the United States and Canada, and, to some extent, Russia and New South Wales. The improvement in train service has been even greater than that in train equipment, and this improvement has been in speed, accommodation, and number of trains. Among the notable runs are those across the American and European continents. The Canadian Pacific Railway starts a train daily from each end of the line for a through run of 2,900 miles. In 1888, a through train service, with sleeping and dining cars, was instituted between Paris and Constantinople, about 1,800 miles, and through trains are run twice a week between Paris and St. Petersburg, 1,600 miles. There is also a similar service between Calais and Brindisi, 1,200 miles, in connection with the mail steamers between England and India. In 1898, the Trans-Siberian Railway was completed to Irkutsk, and a through-train service between St. Petersburg and that city, 3,230 miles, was commenced. Railway trains were at first intended to have speeds of about 10 to 20 miles per hour, the latter being looked upon as almost excessive, but much higher speeds were very soon attained. There has been almost from the earliest days a public demand for higher and higher speeds, with consequent rivalry between the railways. The United States and Great Britain, and France within the past few years, have the fastest trains and by far the greater number of fast trains. The highest recorded train speed is that of the Exposition Flyer, 270 tons total, upon the New York Central Railway, May 10, 1893. It ran a distance of 1 mile at the rate of 112 miles per hour, and again, on the same date, maintained a speed of 100 miles per hour, through a distance of 5 miles. As a daily train between New York and Chicago, it maintained a rate of 60 to 75 miles an hour, throughout the entire 980 miles of distance. It will be seen that the speed of 100 miles an hour, which is popularly looked upon as a sort of ideal, has been more than once exceeded. But it may be well to explain that such spectacular bursts of speed are really less important and less wonderful than the trips of 50 to 1,000 miles at speeds averaging 50 to 65 miles per hour for the entire journey. Taking into account the loss of time by stops at stations, by changing engines, by the resistance of long grades, etc. It will be easily understood that in order to maintain the average speed from start to finish, the actual speeds must often range from 60 to 75 or even 80 miles per hour. The regular daily transcontinental train of the Canadian Pacific Railway has an average speed of 30 miles per hour, but maintains this for the trip of 2,906 miles, which occupies 94.5 hours. This is a train and a record of which railway men in general, and those of the Canadian Pacific Railway in particular, may well be proud. There are no such through trains in the United States, but in 1876 a special theater train was run from New York to San Francisco in 3 days 7 2/3 hours. In 1889, the time of the transcontinental mails was 5 days 8 1/4 hours, but that same year it was reduced to 4 days 12 3/4 hours, which schedule continued in force until 1899. On January 1, 1899, a new mail service was inaugurated, making the 3,408 miles in 98.5 hours, or at an average of 34.5 miles per hour, including all stops, and the transfer of mail bags across Chicago by wagon from one station to another. The actual running speed is often 60 to 75 miles per hour for long stretches. Engines are changed 18 times and postal crews 7 times. Fast passenger trains are a popular attraction, but only railway men can fully appreciate the advantages and economies of heavy trains for handling freight traffic. In Europe coal trains weigh from 300 to 400 tons, but in the United States the weight of coal, ore, and freight trains is from 800 to 2,000 tons. Automatic couplers and power brakes enable the freight trains to be run as fast as passenger trains, with entire safety. Improved cars carry greater loads, and more powerful locomotives are continually being put in service to haul heavier trains. The heaviest trains on record are as follows: 1. Pennsylvania Railway, 130 cars, 5,213 tons, or 5,560 tons with engine and tender. 2. New York Central Railway, 81 cars, 3,478 tons, or 3,595 tons with engine and tender. Both these were run in 1898, the length of journey being 160 and 140 miles. The mails were carried by rail between Baltimore and Washington in 1834, on recommendation of the Postmaster General. The U.S. Railway service was instituted in August, 1864, between Chicago and Clinton. The railway express business was started in 1838 by Mr. W. F. Harnden, on a suggestion from Mr. Josiah Quincy, who had to travel weekly from Boston to New York, and was in the habit of taking small packages for business acquaintances. Mr. Alvin Adams became associated with Mr. Harnden, and in 1845 formed the Adams Express Company. In Great Britain, this business is conducted by the parcels post and the railway companies, but in other European countries it is mainly in the hands of the post office department. A very remarkable feature of railway development is that from the beginning there has been a tendency to increased traffic, better service, and a steady reduction in rates. While the reduction in passenger rates has been comparatively small, it must be remembered that the safety, speed, comfort, and service have greatly improved. The marked reduction in freight rates has been made possible only by a still greater and more remarkable reduction in the cost of transportation. This has been effected by consolidation of companies, by improvements in roadway, bridges, etc. And by the introduction of heavier trains, with engines of greater power and cars of greater capacity. This economy can be still further extended. The reduction in rates has been much greater than that in the prices of commodities. Rates for wheat and hay, for instance, have decreased 23 and 20% more than the market prices, and the rate for shipping anthracite coal to Tidewater has decreased 50% in the past 10 years. While the price of the coal has decreased only 10%. The average freight rate on the Pennsylvania Railway in 1898 was 0.536 cent per ton per mile, while the cost was 0.369 cent. The lowest passenger rates in the world are on the Indian railways. In Europe the passenger rates average higher than in the United States, though the accommodation is inferior. Railway transportation has almost entirely superseded barge, canal, and river transportation, except in special cases. This is due to the greater speed, the greater efficiency of service, the greater carrying capacity, and the extent to which spurs and branches are built to enable cars to reach mills, factories, and other industrial plants. It was for a long time held that the low rates of water transportation exerted an influence in keeping railway rates down, but with the present condition of the latter this no longer holds good as a general proposition. Especially for the limited capacity of barge canals. The rates established for wheat and corn from Buffalo to New York by rail in 1899 are about 0.23 and 0.18 cent per ton per mile, which is but little above the canal rates, while rail shipments are much more advantageous. The railway system is a vast employer of labor, directly and indirectly, and several million persons in the United States derive their support from the various railway industries, without taking into account such allied industries as rail mills, bridge works, locomotive works, and car works, etc. The number of direct railway employees, exclusive of the employees of terminal and sleeping car companies, fast freight lines, etc., is over 820,000, or over 1.2% of the total population. A large proportion of these represent skilled labor of a high degree of intelligence. France has about 1,110 employees per mile of railway, and 10% of these are women. The railway service especially demands some better and more intimate relation between the employers and employees than that of the mere buying and selling of labor for a price. Both humanity and self-interest have led several railways in this country and abroad to establish relief departments, providing temporary financial aid in case of accident or sickness, with other forms of benefits in addition. The object being to induce men to continue permanently in the employ of the road. Such associations have existed in England since 1850, in Canada since 1873, and in the United States since 1880, when one was started by the Baltimore and Ohio Railway. In 1896 there were 6 of these associations in the United States, with an aggregate of about 125,000 members. The 6 railway systems owned 15% of all the mileage and had 20% of all the railway employees in the country. Before closing this review of railway development, brief reference may be made to certain special classes of railways. Mountain railways. These include lines either isolated or forming part of main lines, having grades so steep as to require special means of traction. They may be operated by a. cables, b. grip rails, or c. rack rails. Cables are used for many short lines, but are now rarely adopted for regular railway working. The grip rail system was first used on the Mont Cenis Railway in 1867, and has been used in later years in Brazil and New Zealand. Rack rails were used in 1848 on the incline near Madison, Indiana, USA. In 1866 they were used on the Mount Washington Railway, USA, with the Marsh rack, this being the first mountain climbing railway. In 1885, the ABT rack rail system was introduced, and is a great improvement. It has been used both for ordinary railway service and for special mountain lines. Rapid transit. Street or surface railways for city traffic date from 1831, in New York, and were operated by horses until 1873, when cable traction was introduced. Electric traction was introduced in Germany in 1881 and in the United States in 1884, and the growth of this system was such that in 1894 it was in use on 9,000 miles in this country and 195 miles in Europe. Locomotives operated by steam, gas, compressed air, etc., have been used to a limited extent. For high speeds it was necessary to remove the railway from the street surface. The first elevated railway was built in New York in 1869, and now New York, Brooklyn, and Chicago have about 100 miles, operated by electricity and steam. The only foreign railway on this system is at Liverpool, England, the line being 5 miles long, and operated by electricity. The first underground railway was opened in London in 1863, and that city now has several miles of such railway, mostly operated by steam locomotives. 2 underground electric lines are in operation and another is being built. Budapest, Hungary, and Boston, Massachusetts, have also underground electric railways. New York has for years needed and demanded a railway of this character, but political methods and extravagant demands for franchise rights have prevented the commencement of work upon the line. Military railways. Railways cannot be made available to any extent for tactical purposes, but are of great importance as a means of supply and communication. They were used by the Russians in the Crimean War, 1854, and were prominent features in some of the campaigns of the American Civil War, 1861–65. In the Franco-German War, 1870, the German army advancing on Paris was closely followed by a military railway, and in the Soudan campaign of 1898–99. The British Army carried with it the head of a railway communicating with the base of supplies on the Nile. Portable railways. These are narrow-gauge lines of light construction, for use on plantations, in lumbering operations, on engineering construction works, and for pioneer railways. The rails are riveted to steel ties, forming complete sections of track, straight or curved, which can be laid down, taken up, or shifted, as required. Such a line, of 24 inches gauge, was used to carry passengers around the grounds of the Paris Exhibition of 1889. Ship railways. These are projected as substitutes for ship canals, but none have been built in modern times, if we except a few small ones for canal boats, including one at the Columbia River Rapids, in Oregon, USA. One was proposed for the Isthmus of Suez in 1860, and in 1879 Captain Eads strongly advocated one across Tehuantepec, Mexico, to connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. This line would be about 150 miles in length, and the cost is estimated at $50 million. In 1888 work was commenced on the Chignecto Ship Railway, Canada, at the head of the Bay of Fundy. But it has never been completed. The general principle of the system is to float the ship into a dock and deposit it upon a wheeled cradle of suitable form. This would then be raised by machinery and hauled along the railway by a number of locomotives. Advance Indiana Law and Justice. By Luther E. Hewitt, L.B. Librarian of Philadelphia Law Association. International law. Exclusive rights asserted in past centuries have been succeeded by freedom of the seas and privileges on the rivers. The principle back of the American guns off the Barbary coasts has prevailed. Crimes of one country against another are punishable in either. Extradition for non-political crimes is general. Expatriation has been one for those who would change their country. Internal affairs of countries are free from interference, but a rule may be so revolting, or so hurtful to foreign interests, as to justify intervention. The Monroe Doctrine was intimated in the Declaration of Independence, and has developed with our country. Regard for other nations has increased. Protectorates and spheres of influence are respected, while recognition of insurgent states will not be hurried. Devastation and weapons causing needless pain are condemned, while guerrillas are regulated by requirement of a responsible head, a badge recognizable at a distance, and subjection to rules of war. The sick and wounded, attendants, and appliances are protected from intentional attack. Open, unfortified places are in practice spared, and ransoms no longer extorted. 24 hours are allowed for withdrawal of non-combatants from places to be attacked. Military occupation no longer confers sovereign power. And compensation on the closing of war has been recommended for private property of an enemy used in military operations. Impartial neutrality is demanded. Nations once bound themselves for troops in case others went to war. This has ceased. Passage of troops through neutral territory is not allowed. Even sick and wounded will be denied if their passage would relieve a combatant's own lines, but neutrals have interned such refugees. The neutral cannot allow fitting out of armed expeditions or enlistment of troops. Jefferson advanced international law by demanding Genet's recall for such offenses. Carriage of signals, dispatches, or persons in military operations is unneutral, and the United States insisted that this ruled the Trent affair. A belligerent ship of war can remain in port but 24 hours, unless in an emergency, like need of repairs. Coal will be afforded only to the nearest port, nor will a new supply be furnished within 3 months. Statutes enforce some of these rules. Neutral trade is not lost except on blockade, although goods which may be put to military uses are liable to seizure as contraband. Free ships, free goods, was long contended for. And at last the Declaration of Paris, in 1856, provided even further, as follows: 1. Privateering is and remains abolished. 2. The neutral flag covers enemies' goods, with the exception of contraband of war. 3. Neutral goods, with the exception of contraband of war, are not liable to capture under an enemy's flag. 4. Blockades, in order to be binding, must be effectual. Spain, Mexico, Venezuela, and the United States declined to adhere to the declaration. The United States adopted 2, 3, and 4, and offered to agree to the abolition of privateering if non-contraband property of the enemy were exempted under its own flag. The United States and Spain refrained from privateering in the recent war. Private property of the enemy on land has long been exempt from capture. 2. Lawmaking bodies. State legislators were originally chosen from landed proprietors, except, perhaps, in Pennsylvania. Legislatures frequently had the selection of governors, judges, and other high officials, but the Ohio Constitution in 1802 foreshadowed the coming democracy. Distrust has followed reliance on legislatures. Their sessions have been limited in about half the states to an average of less than 90 days, and almost everywhere made biennial. Increase of the members' own compensation is forbidden. Their duties are carefully prescribed. Common requirements are, reading of bills on 3 days, 1 subject for a bill, and that expressed in title, recital of old law, upon revision, prohibition of riders on appropriations. Nearly half the states require a majority in each house of all members elected thereto. Constitutional restrictions on state and municipal indebtedness and loan followed the burdens assumed in the first exultation over inventions in transportation. The Pennsylvania Constitution, for instance, prohibits local or special laws in about 30 cases, such as in municipal affairs, descent of property, judicial proceedings, remitting penalties, exemption from taxation, regulating labor, chartering corporations. Boundaries between legislative and judicial proceedings have been simplified, special legislation in marriage and divorce has been forbidden, appellate jurisdiction has been taken from senates once possessing it. The British House of Lords retains such jurisdiction, but within it sit the great judges, and the lay lords almost never vote on appeals. Payment of expenses of members was derived from England, and although abandoned there has continued here. Members of Congress give attendance remote from home, so that they receive salaries rather than compensation. Sums for expenses are allowed in the other American republics, in France, Australia, Sweden, Switzerland, chiefly in the lower houses. Some are paid by the local constituency, but this tends to create classes. Representatives to Congress were generally elected at first on the state ticket, and in some states this continued until the Congress in 1872 required district election. The revised statutes appoint the day of their election, and require a printed or written ballot. 3. The courts. A feature of American jurisprudence which excites the wonder of foreigners is the power in the courts to declare legislative or executive acts void because unconstitutional. Before the Revolution the Rhode Island court struck down a statute contrary to the provincial charter, and a recent instance is the decision of the U.S. Supreme Court on the income tax. The power is exercised on individuals, without direct conflict between the great departments of government. The judicial power has otherwise widened. Civil trials without jury are frequent. In the counties judges exercise much administrative power. Road and bridge cases, grants of liquor licenses, appointments to educational and other offices, are illustrations. In what has been termed government by injunction, functions both of the executive and of the jury have been assumed. Perhaps this justifies the demand that all judges shall be elected by the people. Frequently the choice of judges was originally by the legislature, or by the governor, alone or with the approval of the Senate. The judicial tenure of office has generally been lengthened to a term ensuring a long service. In Pennsylvania, a Supreme Court judge holds office 21 years, a county judge 10 years. Age limit prevails in some states. In a democracy, it is not surprising to find the doctrine sometimes asserted that juries in criminal cases are judges both of law and fact. In certain civil cases, the jury is a crude but powerful engine for holding corporations to strict responsibility for the citizens' safety, although excessive or unfounded verdicts are to be deplored. Much of the old law of deodans has force today in subtler form. A feature to note in passing is the duty imposed on the judge to answer before the jury points of instruction framed by counsel. 4. Civil procedure. 29 states and territories rejoice in escape from puzzling classifications by substitution of simple statements. Extreme separation of law and equity had made the old condition worse. Equity might often soften legal principles, or law lend vigor to equity. Much of this has now been done, had been done, in fact, in Pennsylvania, from early days. Its enforcement of equitable rights through remedies at law was largely followed in the English Judicature Act of 1873 abolishing forms of actions at law and interblending law and equity. This statute has been copied largely in British colonies. England abolished the cumbrous system of real actions in 1834, and substituted simpler remedies for assertion of title. The simplicity of present procedure is accompanied by ability to reach decision more promptly, and an old reproach has been greatly lessened. V. Codification. The New York Revised Statutes of 1828 embraced nearly the entire civil procedure, and in 1848 a Code of Procedure was adopted, although the original draftsman, David Dudley Field, complained bitterly of changes. 42 states now have more or less complete codes of practice, and criminal codes likewise are numerous. Codification of the branches of substantive law may be anticipated. Something of this is going on in England. The Bill of Sales Act, the Employers' Liability Act, the Bills of Exchange Act, the Public Health, Scotland, Act of 1897, the Land Transfer Act of the same year, are instances. In Pennsylvania, there are codelets like the Evidence Act of 1887, or the Building Law for Philadelphia of 1893. Instances could be multiplied. A code intended for all the states on negotiable instruments has been prepared by commissioners, and has been adopted in New York, Connecticut, Colorado, and Florida. In Great Britain there has not been general codification, whereas the continental systems run largely that way, even in substantive law, being based on the Roman law. 6. Criminal jurisprudence. The grand jury is no longer grand in many states. Indeed, less than 12 members suffice in some, and their service may even be dispensed with under some Western constitutions. Individual malice has been avoided by the creation of public prosecuting attorneys. Standing aside jurors resulted from 33 Edward I, denying government challenge except for cause. It has been generally abolished, and the prosecution equalized by a number of peremptory challenges. Pennsylvania retains the old practice. Prisoners may now testify, but refusal is not to weigh against them. The Statute 7 William III allowed counsel in treason cases, but England did not extend the privilege to trials for other felonies until 1836. The courts in mitigation permitted counsel to prompt prisoners with questions. Penn's charter gave prisoners privileges of witnesses and counsel, and this is now universal in American constitutions. Many states provide counsel for prisoners without means, some with compensation. Standing mute has become equivalent to a plea of not guilty. Unanimity in a verdict is essential to conviction of crime above misdemeanor, except in Utah, and there it is limited to capital cases. In civil and in minor criminal cases about a dozen constitutions in the far west or southwest either recognize verdict by proportion of jury or else empower the legislature so to do. England refuses criminal appeals, but in this country they are allowed. The courts of this country have never been subservient to military passion, and all friends of the great French Republic must rejoice at the courage of the Court of Cassation in the Dreyfus case. The English law inflicted death for 160 crimes, some great and many otherwise, about the period of our Revolution, and in 1819 this number had become 200. American jurisprudence never had such stain of blood, yet 10 crimes were punishable with death in Massachusetts, and 20 in Delaware, at the time of the Revolution, and the pillory, stocks, shears, branding irons, and lash were busy. Horrible prisons existed, filled with every foulness and immorality. The older penitentiary system has been modified in 20 states by the parole system under police supervision, and in for the policy of indeterminate sentences within fixed limits and ages has been adopted. Bertillon and other methods of identification have greatly lessened crime in England. The law of deodand, whereby the value of an object causing accidental death was forfeited for charities, was abolished in England in 1846. Societies to prevent cruelty to children, or to animals, attest the advance of refinement in humanity. 7. Capital punishment. In England, treason and felony, except petty larceny and mayhem, were punishable with death. The fiction by which males who could read were supposed to be of the clergy saved first offenders, who escaped with branding. In the 18th century, the fiction was forbidden, and death imposed on additional offenses, so that 160 crimes were so punishable. In 1826, the efforts of Sir Samuel Romilly and Sir James Mackintosh, and later of Sir John Russell, resulted in a more merciful spirit, and since 1861 murder, treason, and firing of the great dockyards, have been the only capital offenses. The American colonies were more humane, yet Massachusetts punished 10 and Delaware 20 crimes with death. Since the Revolution, imprisonment has been the general penalty. In Maine, Wisconsin, and Colorado capital punishment has been abolished altogether, in Rhode Island, except where murder is committed by a life prisoner, in Michigan, except for treason. In some states, as in Ohio, the jury may avert the death penalty. New York and Iowa, after experiments, restored capital punishment. The federal law imposes death for murder, piracy, robbery on the high seas, rape, treason. The introduction of degrees of murder has reduced the number of executions. In New York, electrocution has been substituted for hanging. Capital punishment has been abolished or qualified in the Argentine Republic, Belgium, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Holland, Italy, Norway, Portugal, Russia, Switzerland, in 8 cantons, and in Venezuela. 8. Police power. The citizen of the present day is protected by the police power to a degree which, perhaps, would have seemed marvelous a century ago. The sale of food is governed both in quality and quantity. Building laws prescribe yards for light and air, height and thickness of walls, and forbid wooden buildings in many populous centers. Explosives are placed under strict regulations. Health laws protect from impurity of food and from pestilence, establish quarantines, deny the importation of rags, cattle, etc., likely to breed disease. Medicine, pharmacy, dentistry, and nursing are protected from ignorance. Immigration laws exclude persons or races deemed uncongenial or objectionable. Railroads are subjected to provisions promoting safety, comfort, and impartiality of service. Lotteries, gambling, threatening letters are forbidden. Game laws preserve the various species from extinction. Women and children are guarded by special laws. Almost the entire body of this division of law is new to this century, and much of it is recent. 9. Married women. In 1800, a husband could appropriate his wife's personal property not held in trust, and use her realty while he lived. Except for necessaries or for her separate estate, she could not contract. Her emancipation began in 1839, in Mississippi, and now her property, under the statutory interests secured to her by laws generally prevailing, is hers free from control or interference. This statutory estate includes property inherited, or derived by purchase or gift, or in some states by labor. The wife's power to contract has been extended, and in some states has little restriction beyond perhaps inability to become surety. Before this era, some states, acting on a London custom, had allowed femmes sole traders in cases of mariners' wives, or of desertion or neglect. Children. Regulation of the labor of children in hours and employments is usual, debarring them from workshops and factories at certain ages and from occupations dangerous to their morals, as in theatricals, circuses, rag-picking, mendicancy, street music. Laws prohibit their entrance into gambling, or worse, houses, into pool rooms, or unaccompanied into dance or concert halls, roller rinks, vaudeville theaters. Minnesota excludes them from criminal trials. Sale of liquor to minors is prohibited. Numerous recent statutes prohibit sales of cigarettes, cigars, or tobacco, and Utah and West Virginia forbid sales of opium. Oregon and Rhode Island prohibit their public use of tobacco. New Hampshire, Indiana, and Connecticut forbid children over 3 in almshouses. North Carolina makes it a misdemeanor to leave a child under 7, and unattended, exposed to fire. Prohibiting employment inconsistent with school attendance is usual. Compulsory education exists in 29 states and 2 territories, and largely throughout Europe and the colonies. 14 is the more frequent limit of age. Children's welfare now determines their custody, rather than the rights of either parent. Laws in some states protect children more or less from wills made before their birth by parents. Many states provide that bastards may inherit from their mother or from each other, and she from them, and that their parents' marriage legitimates them. 11. Real estate. Ownership of land is no longer embarrassed by joint tenancies, nor need conveyancing resort to cumbrous fine and recovery. While transfer has been further lightened by title companies pending the adoption, likely, of the Torrens system of registration and certificate. Democracy has rejected distinctions of sex or age in inheritance, and the half-blood may share in many states after certain degrees. Disability of aliens to hold lands has been removed in some states, in others there are limitations in acres, value, or time, while in some disability ceases on declaration of intention to become a citizen. The English doctrine of tacking, whereby ownership of earlier and later encumbrances cut out intermediate titles, mortgages, etc., is inconsistent with the American Recording Acts. 12. Copyright. After printing became general, the author received some, if inadequate, protection, in England through the Stationers' Company, or sometimes through particular privilege, in continental countries, through such privilege. The statute of and confined him to such years, etc., as it specified, and the courts have decided with hesitation that there was no copyright at common law. The statutory rights have varied. Since 1831 the copyright period in this country is 28 years, with 14 more if author, widow, or children are living at expiration of first term, and in England since 1842 it is 28 years or author's life, whichever is longer. The first known copyright directed to an author was granted by Venice in 1491. In 1791 France allowed copyright to all dramatists, extending it in 1793 to authors in general. Countries in sympathy with France adopted the policy. Prussia in 1794 extended copyright to authors represented by publishers at the Frankfurt and Leipzig book fairs. General protection has now come about, aided by consolidation of European states into great nations. International copyright began with separate treaties, and the movement culminated in the Berne Convention of 1887, participated in by Germany, Belgium, Spain, France, Haiti, Italy, Switzerland, Tunis, Great Britain, Liberia. Authors resident in any country which was a party to the convention may have copyright in the other countries. The United States did not join, although it had and since has had treaties with a few nations exchanging such protection. The International Copyright Law of 1891, however, protects foreign authors but not foreign publishers, it being required that the printing shall be done in this country. 13. Admiralty. The difference between the majestic rivers of America and English streams was recognized in the case of the Genesee Chief, wherein the Supreme Court rejected the English doctrine that admiralty has no jurisdiction except on the seas or where the tides ebb and flow. This has ensured uniformity in the regulations of travel and commerce, and has protected such waters from local interference. International rules to prevent collisions at sea have been joined in by the United States. By Acts of 1851 and 1884, Congress relieved innocent shipowners of liability for merchandise destroyed by fire, and provided that liability in case of collision, embezzlement by crew, etc., shall not exceed the owner's interest. The Harter Act of 1893 provides that on due diligence neither owners nor charterers shall be liable for faults in navigation or in management, nor for perils of the sea, defects in goods, etc. But prohibits agreements relieving from liability for injuries caused by neglect in fitting out, provisioning and manning the vessel, stowing the cargo, or in caring for or delivery of the same. Parliament, in 1890, protected seamen from commercial greed by requiring load lines to be marked on vessels at a height fixed by the Board of Trade. 14. Corporations. The source of corporate life was formerly the king. Today, the charters are virtually the general corporation law, and special incorporation is forbidden. For a season, minor amendments for particular companies were tolerated, but constitutions are forbidding even these. Applications for charters must state such particulars as name, nature, and place of business, amount of stock, limit of indebtedness, number and names of directors. Annual reports must be lodged with the tax authorities. Doctrines respecting corporations have wonderfully changed. The Dartmouth College case held that charters were contracts and could not be impaired. And thereafter, by constitution or otherwise, the states provided that all new charters should be subject to alteration or repeal, although even this does not authorize radical change of corporate character. American law has recognized advantage of freedom in execution of corporate affairs. It has dispensed with the burdensome requirement of seal to contracts, and even in England the corporate seal is unnecessary, unless in unusual transactions. The American courts uphold negotiable notes and bonds given in authorized business. The company is confined to the business for which it was created, although a cautious tolerance exists in respect to related enterprises. And mortgages may be acquired if for debts contracted previously and not as a device. The old theory was that a company could not be held for misfeasance, since it could not authorize its agents to commit wrong. But corporations are now held for many torts sanctioned by them, such as trespass, assault and battery, infringement of patents, negligence, and even fraud and libel. Exemplary damages may be awarded against them. One or another kind has even been subjected to indictment, in cases of nuisance, violation of Sunday law, maintenance of disorderly house, habitual omission of lights or signals, etc. They may be guilty of contempt. They may be punished by penalties and forfeitures. A corporation outside its own state cannot exceed either its own charter or the power granted like companies of the other state. Connecting railways are sometimes adopted in each of several states, but the parts remain foreign to each other as respects jurisdiction in the federal courts. Foreign corporations are subject to the police power, but not to interference by the state in their interstate commerce, except Congress so authorizes. Companies not engaged in interstate commerce nor in governmental service may have conditions placed upon their entry into a state, and may be practically excluded by taxation. Property within the foreign state is alone taxable there, but the value of the franchise may be considered. Usually, statements are required showing location of agent, names of officers, etc. Contracts made before compliance are differently regarded, being void in some states, and only until compliance in some others, and in some not void at all where penalty is imposed. Some states seek revenue by lax laws inviting outside companies. Thus, by Delaware law of 1899, companies need not oblige themselves to keep their original books nor hold their meetings there, assessment beyond subscription is forbidden, and taxation is light. In 1825 and 1827 the free organization of trades unions and banking associations was authorized, and thus was introduced into English jurisprudence the principle of free association familiar to the Roman Republic. In 1838, but more especially in 1844, limited partnerships with transferable shares were authorized by general law, and in 1862 freedom from liability beyond subscription was somewhat recognized. A form of partnership, Société anonyme, has been known in France for 600 years, and by law of 1867 may be organized without special leave. The managers alone assume full responsibility, and the association bears now a company name. Germany adopted the principle of general incorporation in 1870, as have the greater nations, excepting Russia and Austria. So early as 1784 New York enacted a general incorporation law for churches, and for libraries in 1796. In 1811, woolen, glass, and some other manufactures were thus favored. The principle widened out, was adopted elsewhere, and became quite general by 1850. Pennsylvania adopted the policy in 1874, although its religious, library and charitable organizations had enjoyed such law since 1791. 15. Religion. Scorned, lashed, thrown into prison, his tongue cut out, banished to savage woods, such was the fate of the Massachusetts Quaker among the first settlers, and Roger Williams shared little better. A long stride had been taken when, in 1691, the Massachusetts Charter proclaimed liberty of conscience for all, except papists. Then was the brave and gentle pen securing religious liberty to all confessing one God. Yet much further progress was essential. Roman Catholics were excluded from office except in New York and Maryland, while even in Pennsylvania no Jew could sit in the legislature. Most of the states required some religious test for higher offices. Massachusetts allowed no voters or officials outside of the Congregational Church, and church membership was essential in Connecticut and New Hampshire. In 1776 Pennsylvania admitted to the legislature any who believed in God and in a future state of rewards and punishments. Massachusetts threw down the barriers to office in 1780, except that until 1821 the governor should be of the Christian faith. But office holding was limited to Protestants in North Carolina until 1835, and in New Hampshire until 1877. Jews received the same rights as other sects in Connecticut in 1843, in Maryland in 1825. The Virginia Bill of Rights declared that all are entitled to the free exercise of religion, and a few years afterwards, in 1786, proclaimed further in words written by Jefferson that religious opinions shall never affect civil capacities, and that no man can be compelled to support religious worship. The Lake region was secured from molestation for religious sentiments by the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, and the Constitution not only secures all from such interference by Congress, but prohibits religious test for federal offices or establishment of religion by Congress. South Carolina made the Episcopal the state church in 1776, but dropped establishment in 1790. Support of religion was likewise abolished in Maryland in 1810, but continued in Massachusetts until 1833. And New Hampshire authorizes public Protestant teachers of religion. Maryland, Kentucky, and Tennessee exclude clergymen from office. Political hierarchies and polygamy are not within constitutional protections. Courts have declared Christianity part of the common law, but in present law its force is in its principles. Christian institutions, in common with other religious or charitable agencies, are favored in policies and exemptions. And blasphemies, like railings in general, are forbidden. Bible reading in public schools is generally discretionary with the school board, although held illegal in Wisconsin, but religious garbs may not be worn in such schools by teachers. A public hospital may not be erected on sectarian ground. The English Corporation and Test Acts excluded from office all without the established church, until 9 George IV. 16. Summary of Advance. Increased respect for the rights of others, both individually and as nations, characterizes the law of this century, and may be perceived in every direction. It has created a new international law, developed democratic institutions at home and abroad, almost revolutionized criminal jurisprudence, extended the police power in every direction, and secured freedom of conscience and separation of church and state. It has emancipated woman, thrown a protecting care over children, and favored charities, asylums, houses of refuge. Imprisonment for honest debts has been abolished, and the wretched sight of debtors imprisoned for paltry sums no longer reproaches society. Homestead and exemption laws preserve the family. Honest bankrupts are again lifted up in hope. The legal means of settlement and recovery of rights has been greatly expedited. England has followed America in making lands assets for payment of debts. And claims against the state have received recognition in some of the states and under Act of Congress, and likewise in England. Barriers excluding persons as witnesses have been broken down, first in Connecticut in 1848, next in England in 1851, and now there is little exclusion unless the adversary has died. Something had been done before in compelling answers to written interrogatories, but with a weakness and lack of logic that should have ridiculed the whole exclusion. Promotion of uniformity of laws has engaged the attention of state commissioners, who have drafted a code concerning negotiable instruments which has been adopted in 4 states. Constitutional amendment has afforded an entire race opportunity to develop from the low estate of slavery into such condition as the future shall manifest. Questions of civil rights, due process of law, and of equal protection and privilege, are constantly bringing state laws before the federal courts, as do questions of interstate commerce. Anti-pool and antitrust enactments mark both federal and state law, and lately have broken up the alliance of the Trans-Missouri transportation companies. Inheritance and succession taxes were imposed in Pennsylvania in 1826, and now are found in some dozen states. The progressive feature, or increase of rate with increase of estate, has been sustained by high authority. Congress has imposed such taxes, but its power to do so is in dispute before the United States Supreme Court. In the early days of the Republic, property requirements existed both for office and for voting. New states came in with manhood suffrage established either by law or custom. Original states threw open the polls, Maryland in 1810, Connecticut in 1818, New York in 1821, Massachusetts in 1822. The white labor of Virginia was denied the suffrage in 1830, but gained it in 1850. Similar movement in England is marked by the Reform Bill of 1832, and now manhood suffrage is universal in Germany, France, and Greece, and well nigh so in England. Evolution of Building and Loan Associations. By Michael J. Brown, Secretary of Building Association, League of Penna. General Principles. Do not forget to pay your dues tonight, is an expression familiar to the occupants of 50,000 Philadelphia homes, 150,000 Pennsylvania homes, and 650,000 households in the United States. This means that nearly 700,000 families are contributing towards gaining homes of their own through building and loan associations. The entire membership is nearly 1,700,000, of whom fully 400,000 are women and children. The picture, paying their dues, is a representative one, and in Philadelphia there are 475 such gatherings every year. The Philadelphia associations generally meet once every month, but in some parts of the state, and in other states, many societies meet weekly, so there are fully 10,000 such gatherings every 12 months in the United States. The women have shares in their own right, and the children are either paying dues for their parents or for themselves, the father or mother acting as trustee. The boys and girls know exactly what nights the associations meet, and are generally on hand with their money long before the officers are ready to receive the funds and give receipts in the passbooks. What is the meaning of these gatherings? To enable every member to become his own landlord, to purchase homes for themselves, by paying their money into a joint concern for a few years until each one has saved enough, with gains added, to buy a home. And in the meantime the entire receipts being loaned to the members to gain homes in advance of the final reckoning or maturity of the shares. The members have well learned the principle that money makes money if well used, that if many pay rent for the benefit of the few, through the building association the many may combine together so as to put the rents into their own pockets. 2. The system. For convenience, a share is the payment of $1 a month, 5 shares $5, and so on. The final value of a share is arbitrarily fixed at $200. The money received is promptly loaned to the members, on which the borrowers pay $1.00 per month interest on every $200 borrowed, until the final value of $200 is reached, which occurs in 12 years or less. A member may have borrowed $2,000 from the association on 10 shares of stock, $200 being the limit loaned on each share, and the shares having matured, or become worth $2,000, his loan of $2,000 is cancelled and his home is free. The member who has not borrowed receives $200 in cash for every share he holds. The building association in its simplest form, and as it existed in Philadelphia for many years, took all its members in at one time, and the members paid from $2 to $20 each every month until the shares matured. At maturity all the borrowers received cancelled mortgages, and the non-borrowers cash for their shares, and the society then closed its affairs. Hundreds of such associations have wound up their affairs successfully. Very many associations are now working on the permanent plan, that is, they admit new members every 6 months or every year, the first set being the first to mature, and so on, one set going out every year and a new batch coming in. Each series is a separate association so far as the dues are concerned, but the total gains are divided so as to give each dues dollar invested a like rate % per annum for the time of investment. There is really no positive or final division of profits. The gains are kept in a lump sum, and the division is on paper only for the purpose of showing the progress made towards maturity. When a set of shares matures, its portion of the gain is taken from the accumulated profits and divided to the stock that has reached its final value. Some associations count all the loans as assets and all the dues and gains as liabilities. In such societies the borrower pays interest on his full loan until the end, and gets credit for profit on his dues until one account cancels the other. Other associations, at the end of each year, deduct the dues paid in from the loans and charge interest on the net amount only of the loan. By the latter system the borrower's payments decrease every year, but it requires a longer time to finally cancel the loan than by the former system. When there is a demand for money, and more than one member is anxious to secure it, the funds are offered at auction, and the member who bids the highest premium secures the prize. The bidding is generally done by offering so many cents per share per month above the required interest. These payments continue until the shares mature. The dues are the contributed capital, and the interest and premiums are the gains. 3. Their early history. Their early history in England seems to date back as far as 1781. In Mr. Langford's Century of Birmingham Life mention is made of certain proposals for establishing a society for building on lands belonging to William Jennings, Esq. The society was organized by rules or articles, similar in some respects to those employed by the building societies of today. Dr. John Henry Gray, in his History of the Laws, Manners, and Customs of the People of China, describes some moneylending societies which seem to partake in some measure of the character of building associations, at least in their cooperative and equitable features. He tells us that these societies are called Li Wo, and were instituted by a person named Pong Kung, an official of great wealth, who flourished 200 BC during the Han Dynasty. The money was loaned to members and returned in monthly installments with interest. Each member was compelled to contribute to the fund a sum equal to that which he contributed at the first meeting. One of the rules was, each member shall deposit in a lottery box, placed on a table, a tender or bid for the money, setting forth the rate of interest which he is disposed to pay on the amount in question. That the tenders shall be taken out of the box by the president, and the highest bidder takes the loan. When two bids were alike, the first bidder took the loan. A fine was charged for non-payment of dues. 4. American associations. There is no evidence other than that Frankfort, now a part of Philadelphia proper, saw the first building society that was organized in the United States. It was called the Oxford Provident Building Association, and was started in 1831, 68 years ago. It closed its affairs in June, 1841. The Second Frankfurt Society, of the same name, was organized in February of 1841, and ran out in August, 1852. Isaac Whitelock was president, Samuel Pilling treasurer, and Isaac Shallcross secretary, of the first association. And Henry Taylor president, Isaac Shallcross secretary, and William Overton treasurer, of the second association. The Holmesburg Building Association was organized in January, 1842, and closed its business satisfactorily to the members, June 25, 1853. John B. Duff, a lumber counter by trade, was instrumental in organizing the first building society within the compactly built-up city of Philadelphia, in the year 1847. The name of the society was the Kensington Building Association. The society issued 500 shares of stock in one series, and wound up its affairs in 10 years and 2 months after it was organized. The first advertisement of any building and loan association, so far as can be ascertained, appeared in the Philadelphia Public Ledger, February 5, 1847, and called for a meeting of the Kensington. Mr. Duff died in 1883, and a few months before that event he presented to the writer a document now known as the Old Yellow Poster. It is the call for the first building society in Old Philadelphia, a copy of which is herewith presented. Mr. Duff seldom, if ever, held forth in public, but his efficient work was done by taking individual cases and converting them to the benefits of obtaining homes for themselves. Frequently he has been seen on a pile of lumber with chalk in hand, demonstrating a problem in building society arithmetic to converts to this system of saving. There has been scarcely a great mind in the country that has not moved the lips to say some good word for the building society cause. Henry Ward Beecher in a sermon said, "I think that a young man who places before himself not a speculation, not a fortune, but some object that he means to achieve, who selects a particular piece of property that he would like to own, and aims steadily at acquiring it and works diligently for it, and saves for it, will be almost sure to succeed. I will say that every young man in a city, either through the instrumentality of a building association when there is one, or independently, when such an association does not exist, and when at last, having toiled and waited patiently, the debt is paid and the piece of property is earned, is a great deal richer than the assessor knows him to be. The assessor goes around and puts a valuation upon his property for the purpose of taxing it. But, those habits of industry and self-control, those wise measurings, which we call economy, all these the man has gained over and above the property. He has saved himself from 1,000 temptations. He has protected himself against remorseless vices, which would have gnawed out his marrow. And though you call it merely amassing property, it may be amassing manhood. It is one step on the upward way. State officials who closely examine the workings of these societies never seem to tire in their praise. Superintendent Kilburn, of New York, in his last annual report, refers to the conservative and honestly managed building association as follows. During the past year, associations of this class alone have returned to withdrawing members' dues and profits amounting to $8,014,039. During the same period, no less than 57 associations were engaged in the payment of matured shares, and $829,752 were paid to members who had faithfully continued payments through a series of years, and at last saw their confidence justified. But these sums are of small consequence when we consider the comfortable homes that have been erected, and the families that have been permanently and comfortably housed through the facilities for frugality and thrift, for self-denial and saving afforded by them. My attention was recently called to a village of the state in which it was said that nearly one-third of the houses had been erected through the agency of a small local association. Nor is this an exceptional case, unless the element of proportion be taken into consideration. In nearly all the cities of the state, and in many of the large villages, there are associations that are models of their kind, and are worthy of the admiration and support of every good citizen. Their educational influence, too, can hardly be overestimated. The working man who joins such an association takes part in the administration of its affairs and learns his first lesson in finance from those of larger experience, and, who perhaps, touches elbow with the lawyer, the merchant, and the minister as they discuss the safety of an investment, or proper amendment to the Articles of Association, and will not lend a ready ear to teachers of socialism, of class hatred, or of financial heresies. As shown elsewhere, the members of the New York societies have over $37 million invested. The Building Association League of Pennsylvania, an organization of 26 years standing, composed of the most active associations in the state, some years ago proclaimed a Declaration of Principles, from which we quote: "The local building societies of the state of Pennsylvania are true cooperative organizations, transacting no business with the public, and not amenable to laws affecting financial institutions that have dealings with the public. They encourage thrift among the wage workers, help to create taxable property in its best form, real estate, educate their members in business methods and teach them both how to save and how to invest money. By this service they have created a state police of tens of thousands of homeowners, more efficient for the protection of life and property than a standing army. They have lessened the cost for the maintenance of almshouses, prisons, and asylums, by teaching men and women to be self-helpful and self-reliant. And in that way have benefited the state to an amount far exceeding any sum that could be gathered by taxation. The work of the societies is done gratuitously by the directors, and in no other way could they be maintained, the profits resulting from the services of men who, though they have never posed as philanthropists, are engaged in the best kind of charity, helping men and women who help themselves." Joseph H. Paste, a prominent Philadelphia Building Association expert, has been president of the league since it was organized. Other states have leagues, and they are all combined as a national league, whose motto is, "The American home is the safeguard of American liberty." At certain intervals the national government, states, cities, and hundreds of industrial enterprises distribute earnings and accrued interest to those entitled to the same. The vast sums of money drawn out of thousands of banks and banking institutions represent millions of dollars of canceled debts. Within a few days after these distributions take place, at least 9/10 of this money finds its way back into the strong boxes that parted with it. 1/10 of the money is, perhaps, held in the pockets of the people, to be gradually dispersed for current needs until the next pay arrives. I do not remember having received a statement or statistical report referring to the building association share in these distributions. True, there are no set dates for building societies to part with money, but in Pennsylvania alone these cooperative companies distribute $20 million annually in matured shares and withdrawals. This is no insignificant sum. Today their accumulated wealth, mostly savings of people in the humbler ranks of life, is over $107 million, and in the United States fully $600 million. The annual outgo for cancelled shares is about $100 million, or fully $8 million every month. Since these associations were organized, quite $1,500 million have been returned to the members in the value of homes clear of debt and in cash for withdrawn and matured shares. Despite these vast disbursements, there has been a gradual increase in their assets from year to year. Beginning with one association in 1831, their number increased in a small way until probably not over 200 societies existed in 1800. From that date until the present moment it is estimated that over 8,000 have been organized throughout the land, increasing at a rapid rate every year, and leaving at present, after closing out a great number, nearly 5,000 active associations distributed among the states. It is estimated that of the above-named membership over 325,000 are women. Of the $600 million of assets, at least $100 million is a gain credit to the sharer. It is believed that an average of at least 3 members of a family contribute toward the payment of the dues and interest, and although 1,700,000 names are on the books, nearly 5 million persons actually contribute. These societies have done more to teach the people practical thrift than any known device ever promulgated. Thrift is described as good husbandry, economical management in regard to property, success and advance in the acquisition of property, increase of worldly goods, vigorous growth, as a plant. He is a good wagoner that can turn in a little room. Bishop J. Hall. Economy is the parent of integrity, of liberty and of ease, and the beautiful sister of temperance, of cheerfulness and health. Without economy none can be rich, and with it few can be poor. Dr. Johnson. While these literary economical truths proclaimed in all ages by wise men, which they themselves very seldom knew how to put into practical use, have no doubt caused millions to think and wonder how to do it, they, altogether, have not built half as many rounds in the practical ladder of thrift as the poor workingman who successfully induces his next-door neighbor to save $1 a month out of his waste money, and with it subscribe for 1 share of stock in a well-managed building society. Building society advocates have done much inducing, but always in a practical way. They have not merely proclaimed that economy is wealth, that the best security for civilization is the dwelling, but they have taken the arm of their friend and neighbor and have led him to the society meeting room and shown him just how they saved their own money. They have also taken them into their own homes and told them, "This is my own home, paid for, or nearly so, through the aid of the building society." In this way lessons in the practical benefit of thrift are daily given. Examples demonstrate the possibility of success, said Colton many years ago. Alexander Dumas brought the matter home to the door of every man when he said, "All the world cries, where is the man who will save us? We want a man. Don't look for this man, you have him at hand. This man, it is you, it is I, it is each of us. How to constitute oneself a man? Nothing harder if one knows not how to will it, nothing easier if one wills it." It would seem that building society advocates were created to teach men how to will it. In this line of work they have certainly been eminently successful. To what class of citizens do these advocates belong, good, better, or best? In the early history of these associations they were organized and almost wholly managed by mechanics and laboring men, managed honestly, conservatively, and successfully. And to this class belongs the honor of organizing, conducting, and carrying to a point of magnitude and usefulness, that commands the admiration of financiers the world over, the building societies as conducted in Pennsylvania and other states. The honest, thrifty home seeker has proved himself to be the best citizen so far as managing a building society is concerned. When failures have occurred, the main causes have been the introduction into the management of financial ideas emanating from the brains of theoretical bankers and literary economists. The man who works at the bench mending shoes has a better idea of what a dollar will do than the man who has at his command hundreds of thousands of dollars belonging to other people, but who never was blessed with the necessity of earning a real dollar by his own labor. The conservative building society is one of good common sense and not of class. It would be difficult to bankrupt a building society conducted by men endowed with honesty and good common sense. The better citizen is the man who spends less than he earns, pays his debts promptly, would rather give his neighbor $1 than steal $1 from him, looks upon the home institution as holy and sacred, strives to own a home of his own, obeys the laws and looks the world straight in the face. This class, without a penny to begin with, caused Philadelphia to be known the world over as the City of Homes. In the many interesting cases of men redeemed from the habit of unthrift through the agency of building associations, and placed on the road to moderate fortunes, there are sometimes two sides to the story. One side is that related by the individual who has been saved from future poverty, and the other side that which could be related by the wife and mother. If she did not prefer and really strive to hide from the outside world the life she had been leading, its trials and gloom. The man simply tells how many days in the week he preferred not to work, and how he never tried to save a penny. The wife could tell how little the husband brought into the home in the way of money, and what her awful anxiety had been. One side is public property, for it is told by the husband for the purpose of inducing others to make a new departure on the road to thrift and homeownership. The other side is supposed to be sacred, but it is only a secret in a sense that it is not proclaimed. No man who is often voluntarily away from his work, having a good, selfish time, spending the earnings of days of actual work, need imagine that his friends and neighbors are ignorant of what the life in his home is. For it is as plain to all as if the house was constructed of clear glass. Every man of good health, who will make an honest and determined effort, has it in his power to change such a home as has been described into a palace of joy, comfort, and happiness, and even beauty. There are many thousands of men and women throughout the land who would not today have their own roof over their heads but for the building society and the thrifty habits acquired through it. The officers and members of these societies are men who have, by degrees, worked their way on the path to independence, and they are highly respected by all who know them, and pointed out as examples by their neighbors. Members of these societies, after becoming firmly established in thrifty habits, delight in relating their own experience as well as that of others. There are thousands of interesting cases on record, of which samples are given below. A short time ago, at a house of mourning, the members of the family called the writer's attention to a girl about 15 years of age, who had volunteered her services to the family until after the funeral. This remark was made: "Our case is sad enough, the death of a father, but the child you saw at the door has a father who has been confined to the house with a lingering illness. There are several younger children, and one girl older than the one you saw. The two girls have been working in a mill, but on short time. Their case is sadder than ours, and they were the first to volunteer to help us." The above is the sad part of the story, but there is a silver-lined side, since ascertained. The father joined a building society some years ago and bought a house for $2,000, and while on his sick bed received a paid-up deed for his home, the building society shares having matured. It is now 20 years since a big, strong man, under the influence of strong drink, visited the office of a building society secretary and asked if a Mrs. had any shares in the society. The books were examined and an affirmative answer was given. The next question was, "How much has been paid in on the shares?" Answer, $360. The inquirer brought his fist down on the secretary's desk and exclaimed, "So it is true, is it? I will stop that game. That woman is my wife, and I have just heard that she is going to draw out the money and run away." The secretary measured the man, and, risking a fight, determined to hasten a climax. "So you are the husband of Mrs., are you?" "Yes, I am." "And you are drunk?" "Yes, sir." "How long have you been drinking?" "For a long time." "Have you given your wife any money lately?" "No, sir." "Have you given her any of the money in this society?" "I don't think I have." "Your wife takes in washing and goes out house cleaning, does she not?" "Yes, sir." "You eat at home without paying anything towards the support of the house?" "Yes, sir." "You have nice children, and your wife takes good care of them?" "Yes, sir." You admit that all this is true? Yes, sir. Now, will you answer me an honest question? I will. Don't you think that you are just the kind of a man that a good woman like your wife would be justified in running away from? I do. The secretary asked who told him that his wife was going to run away, and he answered that it was a friend. The secretary then addressed him as follows. When your wife comes to the society, I have noticed that her hands were sometimes split and bleeding from hard work. And I know that she is saving this money to keep you and the children from the almshouse. In the first place, you should give up drinking and keep away from the people who have been talking against your wife. And then I would advise you to go home at once and tell all to your wife, and get down on your knees before her and ask her pardon. To the utter surprise of the secretary, the man shook hands with him and emphatically gave his word that he would act on the advice given. Not the strangest part of the incident is that the advice was exactly followed. From that time until now the man has abstained from drink. As soon as he got work he took shares in the society, and in a few years 3 of his children had subscribed for shares. Only recently 2 of the children withdrew shares to buy homes of their own. This is the kind of practical work done by every building society in every state in the Union, and the state as well as the entire country is the gainer by it. Of course it goes without saying that the building society knows no secret plan for the payment of dues and interest greater than the borrower can afford. It does, however, point out a way for every man to gain a home of his own, but the price of the house must be in keeping with his income. If this rule is not observed, the result is almost always failure to gain the desired object. It is an old saying that it is almost wise to go in debt for a home, but it is decidedly unwise to contract for a home that requires every dollar of income to keep it up. Every home buyer should allow himself some margin in order to provide for the possible rainy day. The man who cannot save over $20 a month outside of actual living expenses commits a serious error when he signs a contract requiring him to pay $25 every 4 weeks. In doing this he robs himself first, and, second, is unfair to his family. It would be to his advantage to place aside $3 or $4 out of the $20 named as a nest egg. This applies in particular to the careful man, who has been taught in the school of thrift. The man who has been unthrifty may be able, when he graduates, to save $30 a month even when he thinks he cannot save anything. Building society managers make it their business to warn the thrifty not to undertake too much, and also to lead the unsaving into habits of economy. Only recently a judge on the bench said, such associations, when properly conducted under judicious restrictions and management, are a helpful blessing and encouragement to any community. But the ambitions and extravagance of some borrowing members place themselves in a burdensome condition. Far better for the public, the associations, and their membership, that many small loans be made rather than a few in number and large in amount. Moderate homes and a moderate price should be the criterion. Their primary purpose was and should continue to be to promote industry, frugality, and saving, and convert the shiftless and discouraged tenant into a self-reliant and contented home builder. Building societies since their inception have supplied the means for home purchasing, but these companies do not generally take any part in the erection of houses. Most of the small homes in Philadelphia have been built by those engaged in the business of building houses for sale. Here is a picture of a row of houses containing 7 rooms each. The purchase price is $1,400 each. The lots are 14 feet wide and 60 feet deep. The houses are brownstone and brick. They have good cellars, portable heaters, and range in kitchen, hot and cold water in kitchen and bathroom. On the first floor there are 3 rooms, parlor, dining room, and kitchen, and outside shed. Front door opens into vestibule, entrance to parlor from entry, and also from dining room. 2 front bedrooms over the parlor, bathroom in center, and sitting room back of the bathroom. The dining room extends over the width of the lot less stairway room, and receives light from skylight. The kitchen has a window opening towards the back shed or backyard. A small toilet room occupies a small portion of the back shed. Any person known to be prompt in the payment of dues and interest may purchase such a home by the payment of $200 in cash, and giving a building society mortgage for the balance of the purchase money, namely, $1,200. The monthly cost would be about as follows. Monthly dues $6. Monthly interest $6.00. Monthly total $12.00. A fairly prosperous building society will mature its shares in 12 years, and at the end of that period the home would be free from debt. During this time the borrower must pay taxes and water rent, amounting to some $25 per year. The total payments would be about as follows. First payment $200. Dues and interest $1,728.00. Taxes and water rent $300.00. Total $2,228. This seems like a considerable sum of money for a house worth $1,400. But it must be remembered that the borrower has lived in the house during these 12 years, and that he has saved in rent that he would have paid elsewhere, at least $1,800. He has paid $2,228. He has saved $1,800.00. Real cost of house $428.00. Now he is the full owner of his own home. During the next 12 years he will have nothing to pay but taxes and water rent, and possibly some slight repairs, at the most not over $400 all told. His next-door neighbor is still a renter, and pays $1,800 to his landlord during the second period named, and the two accounts compared show. Rent payer $1,800. House owner $400.00. Saving $1,400. This is equal to a saving of, say, $10.00 a month for 144 months, and if used in the purchase of 10 shares of building society stock would be worth at the time named $2,000, instead of $1,400 merely saved. The neighbor who is a tenant is still paying rent and owns neither a stick nor a stone, while the building society borrower owns one house free and also has the command of $2,000 in cash, all on account of his house-owning experiment. V. The banquet. It is customary for the directors of these societies, at their own expense, to celebrate the closing of a successful year, and have as their guests representatives from other societies. The banquet includes officers from fully 50 companies, some being directors of 4 or 5 associations. At these gatherings experiences are related and subjects for the advancement of the cause are discussed. Every individual present on these occasions volunteers the information that he owed all he possessed to the building society and its teachings. What the bottles on the table may have contained, it matters not now, for they are empty and are not capable of doing any harm. Epoch-Makers of the Century. By R.V. Leffingwell. Rector of Trinity Church, Toledo, Ohio. Every century has had its epoch-making characters, men and women who dominated and directed the thoughts, purposes, activities, and achievements of their times. The 19th century is distinguished above all others by the number and quality of those who came to stand for the inception, advance, and culmination of the world's great movements and who highly exemplified in their careers the enterprise and genius of their day. The object here is to designate, and make brief mention of, some of those who have fairly earned the title of epoch maker, with the hope of providing a delightful historic study, and further enhancing the instructive value of a volume addressed to the triumphs and wonders of the century. Statesmen, orators, and jurists. Abraham Lincoln, B. February 12, 1809, d. April 14, 1865, sprang from the masses, and grew up with their institutions rather than with the learning of the schools. He grew into leadership because he was one of the million, had hard sense and was true. As a forcible exponent of the sentiment of his party he was elected president in 1861. His election was the signal for secession and war. His mastery of the most delicate situation in the history of his country was superb. His patience, his perseverance amid hard trials, his wisdom of administration, his adaptation to the march of events, his striking and educative speech, his determination to preserve a union of states. All led grandly and inevitably to the crowning act of his noble career, the abolition of slavery in the United States in 1863. There is no sadder chapter in history, and no greater loss for any nation or time, than that of his taking off, after being a second time honored by the presidency, at the hands of an assassin, on the night of April 14, 1865. Jefferson Davis, B. June 3, 1808, d. December 6, 1889, stood for the cause of the South against the Union, as it took concrete political form in the shape of the Confederacy, of which he became the only president. Though, perhaps, lacking the ability of such leaders as Calhoun and Stevens, he was a conscientious and persistent advocate of the doctrines which culminated in war, and as chief executive ruled with energy and firmness. Henry Clay, B. April 12, 1777, d. July 29, 1852, was a born orator and natural party leader. In statesmanship he was intensely patriotic and always able, being highly informed and skillful in debate. He came to stand as the champion of those doctrines which the Whig party supported, such as protection to home industries, internal improvements, and reciprocity. Upon the question of slavery which agitated Congress during most of his career he generally assumed an attitude of compromise, and fathered so many measures of a pacifying nature that he was called the Great Pacificator. Daniel Webster, B. January 18, 1782, d. October 24, 1852, typifies the gigantic and imposing in New England intellect and physique. As early as 1820 he stood at the very head of American orators, a fame soon to be followed in the ranks of law and statesmanship. At first he opposed the doctrine of protection, but subsequently gave his support to Henry Clay's American policy. In the United States Senate, he won the titles of Expounder of the Constitution and Supporter and Defender of the Union, by his masterly denunciations of the doctrine of nullification. James Monroe, B. April 28, 1758, d. July 4, 1831, reached the presidency twice, once in 1817, and again in 1820. His last administration was characterized as the era of good feeling, during which new states were admitted, Florida was acquired, the Louisiana boundary defined, slavery prohibited north of certain lines. And many provoking controversies with England were settled. In 1823 he signalized his administration by promulgating the now famous Monroe Doctrine, which was a warning to Europe that monarchical governments would not be allowed to interfere in the affairs of either North or South America. John Quincy Adams, B. July 11, 1767, d. February 23, 1848, typed the federalism of the early part of the 19th century, and won the highest place in scholarly statesmanship. In diplomacy he filled many prominent and difficult positions at home and abroad. As sixth President of the United States, he was opposed by a majority in Congress, and consequently failed to distinguish his administration. He was the forerunner of those sentiments which culminated in organized opposition to the doctrine of human slavery. John C. Calhoun, B. March 18, 1782, d. March 31, 1850, was twice Vice President of the United States, and as Senator became the leading exponent of the doctrine of states' rights and nullification of federal tariff laws. He ranked with Clay and Webster as a debater and constitutional expounder, and the three were known as the Great Trio. In him the pro-slavery cause found its subtlest, ablest, and most logical defender. With a fully stored mind of highly metaphysical turn, a fearlessness and persistency that were matchless, and a character above reproach, he greatly endeared himself in the South. And his writings are held in high esteem by men of his school of politics. Rufus Choate, B. October 1, 1799, d. July 13, 1859, was probably the best-equipped scholar of the public men of the century, and was unusually brilliant as orator, lawyer, and publicist. Next to Mr. Webster he was the greatest member of the Massachusetts bar. He may be called the American Lord Erskine. Count Camillo Benso di Cavour, of Italy, b. August 10, 1810, d. June 6, 1861, found a life-work in the unification of the Italian states. By pursuing a masterly course in European diplomacy he brought the states of North Italy into unity, and finally, through the efforts of Garibaldi, those of southern Italy became united with them in one kingdom under the rule of Victor Emmanuel in 1860. Though not a man of blood and iron, like Bismarck, he was the equal of his great German contemporary in diplomacy. William Ewart Gladstone, b. December 29, 1809, d. May 19, 1898, was 4 times Premier of England. As orator, political leader and statesman, and critic in the immense range of subjects he covered, his genius was without parallel. It may be said that his was the mightiest personality and most catholic and powerful intellect of any Englishman. He championed the cause of Christianity among all nations, sounded the first trumpet call of Italian liberty, opposed Turkey as a Mohammedan power, raised England's commercial prosperity to the highest notch, unraveled the entanglements of Beaconsfield's ministry, inaugurated the most astonishing reforms in all directions, but especially in the church, education, army, and among the labor unions. It is almost impossible to name any matter of national or international importance in which his personality and genius were not felt for good. Alexander Hamilton, b. January 11, 1757, d. July 11, 1804, was by all odds the ablest jurist and statesman of the early constitutional era of the United States. He became the first Secretary of the Treasury, and lifted the finances of the government from utter prostration to high prosperity. As fiscal organizer his success was unparalleled, and all after administrations of the Treasury have been practically along the lines he first laid down. He was easily the leader of that party which looked with disfavor on states' rights, and favored a strong central government. Benjamin Disraeli, Earl of Beaconsfield, b. December 21, 1804, d. April 19, 1881, stood, as Premier, for English territorial aristocracy, and for that territorial expansion which fixed the wide boundaries of the Indian Empire, made Queen Victoria Empress of India, taught both Russia and India to refrain from meddling with England's possessions, made the English voice preeminent in the disposition of continental territory, and completely defeated the schemes of Russia against Turkey. Under him the middle classes lost, and the laboring classes gained, political power. His career greatly heightened the national institutions and character, as well as the international reputation and power, of his country. Thomas Jefferson, b. April 2, 1743, d. July 4, 1826, stood in the past century as an able exponent of American rights, and his views were incorporated into the Declaration of Independence, of which he was the acknowledged author. He equally stood as the leading exponent of that political school of thought which favored decentralization, or limitation of the powers of the central government. After his election to the presidency in 1800, he signalized his administration by what is known as the Louisiana Purchase, for $15 million. In thus enlarging the area of the country by boundaries of vast extent, he became one of the earliest and most enthusiastic of expansionists. And that without reference to the modernly mooted question of government without the consent of the governed. Richard Cobden, of England, 1804 to 1865, was a humanitarian of great native breadth and liberality, largely increased by travel and constant observation. He was a powerful leader in the famous Manchester school of English statesmen. His share in modern progress was fourfold: first, in securing the repeal of the odious tax on corn in 1846, second, in urging arbitration rather than arms as a final resort to settle international disputes. Third, in negotiating with France the commercial treaty of 1860, which Mr. Gladstone said no other living man could have secured. Fourth, in his vigorous and successful opposition of all efforts to enforce England's recognition of the Southern Confederacy during the late Civil War. Prince Otto E. L. Bismarck, of Germany, b. April 1, 1815, d. July 30, 1898, blended the unerring instinct, great farsightedness, fertility in invention and expedients, and adroit diplomacy of a statesman, with absolute fearlessness, inflexible purpose, indomitable energy, and resistless force. Thoroughly German, he was preeminently and always Prussian, and his great life work was the accomplishment of German unity with Prussia at the head. This he achieved by the humiliation of Austria and France, and the gradual accession of all the distinctively German states. Wendell Phillips, 1811–1884, exemplified the wonderful power of the skillfully colloquial in public speech, and is a type of the American orator who devotes his ability to correct public abuses, right public wrongs, and educate the public mind and taste. Chiefly as an avowed abolitionist, as advocate of the temperance cause, as champion of the Indians and of woman's rights to the ballot, and as untiring mover in improving the nation's penal institutions, Mr. Phillips most largely contributed to public weal and progress. James Gillespie Blaine, b. June 31, 1830, d. January 27, 1893, whether serving in the House, Senate, or Cabinet, had few equals as a statesman, debater, parliamentarian, or enthusiastic political leader. Though often disappointed in his aspirations for the presidency, he lost none of that wonderful power which he had acquired by reason of his energy, tact, skill, personal magnetism, and knowledge of public men and measures. He became the special champion of the doctrine of reciprocity, and by its practical application during Mr. Harrison's administration proved its benefits to commerce and international trade relations. By his splendid series of decisions and opinions, Joseph Story, September 18, 1779. September 10, 1845, shares with John Marshall the merit of determining and of developing towards its fullest capacity the power of the United States Supreme Court, as set forth in the Constitution, over state courts and state legislation. He also practically constructed the United States Admiralty law and, even today, his Commentaries on the American Constitution, in connection with both of his foregoing services, is a standard work. He represents the broad and powerful American judicial mind, which has contributed so largely to the integrity of the Union. James Kent, b. July 31, 1763, d. December 12, 1847, was Professor, Judge of Chancery, Justice and Chief Justice of the N.Y. Supreme Court, and Chancellor of New York. He possessed immense legal learning, and to him is primarily due the creation of New York Courts of Equity. His exhaustive Commentaries upon American Law is accepted at home and abroad as one of the great classics of American law literature. Francis Wharton was born March 7, 1820, and died February 21, 1884. Although at the age of 43 he exchanged law for the ministry, he still showed the legal tendency of his mind in a long career as professor of ecclesiastical and international law in Boston institutions. He enriched the literature of his profession by many valuable and standard works on law, municipal, state, national, and international, and, under Mr. Cleveland, was of great service to the administration as United States Examiner of International Claims in the Department of State. Louis Adolphe Thiers, of France, b. April 16, 1797, d. September 3, 1877, was editor, historian, and statesman, and in the latter role became a distinguished leader of French thought and polity. His greatest service to his country was after the Franco-Prussian War, when the Assembly elected him Chief of the Executive, with the title of President of the Republic. In this capacity he was particularly successful in negotiating the terms of peace with Germany, and in fulfilling all the conditions of peace. William McKinley, b. January 29, 1843, became a leading champion of the doctrine of industrial protection at an early period in his congressional career. In 1883 Honorable W. D. Kelly said of him, "He has distanced all his colleagues in mastering the details of the tariff." The Tariff Act of 1890 came to be popularly known as the McKinley Bill. Elected president in 1896, his administration was signalized by that humanitarian interference in behalf of struggling Cuban patriots, which culminated in the Spanish-American War, and the most unprecedented triumph of modern times. It had the added distinction of rounding out the 19th and introducing the 20th century. Warriors. Napoleon Bonaparte, Napoleon I, soldier, statesman, and emperor of the French, b. August 15, 1769, d. May 5, 1821, was the greatest of the world's masters in the art of war. His numerous campaigns, conducted with a brilliancy never before equaled, had for their object the humiliation of the countries of Europe, and the establishment of an imperial policy in which France should be supreme. This he came very near to effecting, in spite of closely combined and persistent opposition. None of the frequent coalitions formed to thwart his ambitions and stay his martial progress proved absolutely effective till that of March 25, 1815, was formed, which put an army of 700,000 men in the field against him. It was a part of this army that he met at Waterloo, June 18, 1815, where defeat awaited him, together with the eclipse of his gigantic influence and phenomenal genius. Ulysses Simpson Grant, b. April 27, 1822, d. July 23, 1885, graduated at West Point and had a brief military experience in the Mexican War. On the breaking out of the Civil War he re-entered the federal service from civil life, and by exceptional fertility of resource achieved a series of victories in the West which led to his command of all the Union forces. With the specially conferred title of Lieutenant General, a title subsequently raised to that of General. By the brilliant, persistent, and simultaneous campaigns he carried through in the East and West, he further clinched his title as one of the world's greatest generals, and ended the conflict with honorable peace. He was honored twice with the presidency of the nation, and through the trying period of Reconstruction his wise statesmanship cemented the Union his sword had preserved. Arthur Wellesley Wellington of England, b. May 1, 1769, d. September 22, 1852, attained his first real military distinction in the campaigns of the English in India. He further added to his fame in the campaign against France in the Spanish Peninsula. But his greatest glory as a warrior was reached in 1814, when, with the aid of the Prussian Marshal Blücher, he defeated Napoleon at the decisive Battle of Waterloo. He was afterwards honored with a seat in the House of Lords, and as Prime Minister of the Tory party, but his statesmanship proved to be of an inferior and unpopular order. Helmuth Karl Bernhard von Moltke, of Germany, b. October 26, 1800, d. April 24, 1891, was the world's greatest exponent of strictly scientific warfare. He made the Prussian army a most powerful and dangerous machine, and led it triumphantly against Denmark and Austria. By dint of strict organization and drill he made the armies of the German Confederation equally effective, as was shown in the Franco-German War, 1870–71, which was a series of brilliant victories, ending with the capitulation of Paris and the downfall of Napoleon III. And his empire. His greatness lay in the fact that cool, sober calculation always dominated his greatest audacity of plan. Simon Bolivar, or Bolivar y Ponte, b. July 25, 1785, d. December 17, 1830, justly earned the surname of the Liberator. The first and greatest of those South American patriots who struck against the tyrannical colonial system of Spain, he achieved the independence of the three states of Colombia, Bolivia, and Peru, secured their recognition by the civilized world, and lived to govern them with the wisdom and moderation of a wise executive. Robert E. Lee, b. January 19, 1807, d. October 12, 1870, graduated at West Point, and was in the constant military service of the United States till the breaking out of the Civil War. He then transferred his services to the Confederacy, and speedily became the highest exponent of its military powers. Honorable, just, energetic, persistent, skillful in offensive or defensive warfare, schooled in strategy, full of devices and combinations to overcome desperate situations, he prolonged a hopeless struggle to an astounding degree, and met defeat and surrender without dishonor. He readily ranks as one of the world's greatest generals. Lajos, Louis, Kossuth of Hungary, b. April 27, 1802, d. March 20, 1894, as writer, lawyer, and statesman, came to stand for Hungarian freedom. After the declaration of independence of his country in 1849, he became its military and political ruler, but was forced by Russian intervention and domestic rivalry from his high place. and escaped to foreign lands to pass the balance of his life in eloquent but fruitless appeals in behalf of his cause and people. Giuseppe Garibaldi, of Italy, b. July 4, 1807, d. June 2, 1882, typed the restless, daring soldier, the impulsive statesman, and the energetic defender of freedom. He shared Count Cavour's desire for a free and united Italy, and grew to be a great popular hero. Upon his capture of the two Sicilies, he presented them to Victor Emmanuel, thus consummating his life dream of unification, and his desire for a government in which the wishes of the people were, to some extent, recognized. Naval Heroes. Stephen Decatur, b. January 5, 1771, d. March 22, 1820, attained the rank of captain in the U.S. Navy for his gallant exploit of burning the frigate Philadelphia in the harbor of Tripoli, after she had been captured by the Tripolitans. He won further fame as Commodore in the War of 1812, and again in the war with Algiers, Tunis, and Tripoli. Quick to comprehend emergencies and prompt in action, he was a type of the dashing and absolutely fearless American seaman. True to his fiery nature, he found his death in a duel with Commodore Barron. Oliver Hazard Perry, b. August 23, 1785, d. August 23, 1819, was rewarded with the rank of captain in the U.S. Navy for the remarkable courage and dash which eventuated in the memorable victory over the British fleet in Lake Erie, September 10, 1813. This victory gave the Americans control of the Great Lakes and hastened, more than any single event, the conquest of the Northwest and the end of the War of 1812. He saw further honorable service as commander of the Mediterranean Squadron, and died at Port Spain, on the island of Trinidad, of yellow fever. David Dixon Porter, b. June 8, 1813, d. February 13, 1891, grew and ripened gradually into one of the great naval captains of the 19th century. His courage and energy, large experience, and intimate knowledge of the rivers and seacoasts of the country fitted him for the great emergencies of the Civil War. Many of the victories of the Union armies in the West were due to his cooperation with gunboats. He greatly aided in the initial success of Farragut's expedition up the Mississippi, the reduction of Vicksburg, and other strongholds upon western waters. The greatest victory of his life was the capture of Fort Fisher. He wrote a history of the U.S. Navy during the war, a work commended by all naval nations. On the death of Farragut, 1870, he reached the high rank of admiral. David Glasgow Farragut, b. July 5, 1801, d. August 14, 1870, supplies the highest type of the skillful, cautious American naval commander, backed up by extraordinary dash and boldness. His signal achievements during the Civil War were the destruction of the Confederate fleet in the Mississippi, the capture of New Orleans, the passage of the forts at Port Hudson and the batteries at Vicksburg, and the capture of Mobile. For his brilliant and successful services the rank of Vice Admiral was especially created for him by the government, and afterwards that of Admiral. John Adolph Dahlgren, b. November 13, 1809, d. July 12, 1870, was a prime agent in developing the Naval Ordnance Department and its works at Washington. He invented and made the well-known Dahlgren guns. During the Civil War he commanded the South Atlantic blockading squadron, of some 90 vessels, and did splendid service for the Union cause. He was author of many naval articles and books, some of the latter being used as textbooks by the government. Raphael Semmes, b. September 27, 1809, d. August 30, 1877, types more fully than any other the naval dash and efficiency of the Confederacy. In him, as commander of the Sumter and Alabama, the merchant marine of the United States found its direst enemy, and his exploits upon the ocean won for him a fame which overshadowed those of even higher rank, but whose services were limited to narrower fields of naval activity. Admiral George Dewey, b. December 26, 1837, acquired considerable naval experience in the Civil War. At the breaking out of hostilities with Spain, 1898, he was in command of a U.S. squadron in eastern waters, and was ordered to destroy the Spanish fleet in the harbor of Manila. His attack was prompt and daring, and it ended in one of the most notable victories in the history of naval warfare. In a few hours the entire fleet of Spain in the Orient was swept away, together with her power. And the United States was placed in possession of a new and magnificent island empire whose maintenance and government may change the whole history of the Orient, if not of the world. Admiral Sampson's contribution to the century's progress lies in the line of skillful preparation for emergencies, and promptitude in meeting them. He became an epoch maker in the history of the United States by means of the great and decisive victory over the Spaniards, won by the fleet under his command in the waters off Santiago. Preachers and Teachers. The Reverend James McCosh, B. April 1, 1811, d. November 6, 1894, was an able leader of that great school of literary men, scholars, educators, and aggressive practical thinkers which this century chiefly seems to have produced. His contribution to modern progress lies mainly along three lines. First, in his efforts to obtain the Free Church of Scotland, and establish it. Second, in his most successful administration of the affairs of Princeton College while he was president of that institution. Third, by his numerous, original, and powerful writings, chiefly controversial and philosophical. The Rev. Charles Hodge, b. December 28, 1797, d. June 19, 1878, was a fine example of the modern expositor of the dogmas of Calvinism. Strong in conviction and persistent in purpose, a clear, logical thinker and writer, he naturally became a very powerful leader, his influence being particularly felt in establishing the present exalted position of the Presbyterians, especially of the Old School division. This influence was wielded partly from his chair as professor of didactic, exegetic, and polemic theology, and especially in the famous Princeton Review, which owes its greatness chiefly to his editorship and contributions. Philip Schaff, born in 1819. d. October 20, 1893, is a type of the scholar who, through profound research and interpretation, has created an epoch in theology by his contributions to the 19th century, mainly in historical and exegetically branches. Henry Ward Beecher, b. June 24, 1813, d. March 8, 1887, easily earned the reputation of the greatest pulpit orator of his day. As pastor of Plymouth Congregational Church in New York, his genius and remarkable eloquence attracted and held one of the largest congregations in the United States. Spontaneity, tact, emotion were elements of his oratory, and these were always supplemented by force, depth, subtlety, and quick grasp of intellect and heart. His versatility was phenomenal. Journalism, literature, politics, social life, philanthropy, parochial organization, and even agriculture and many other branches were touched upon by him, and all with results varying from excellent to extraordinary. Ralph Waldo Emerson, b. May 25, 1803, d. April 27, 1882, passed through the career of teacher and preacher to that of general writer, lecturer, and poet. He should probably be classed with the metaphysicians or philosophers. His publication of Nature in 1835 marked a new era in American thought. From subsequent addresses and works may be dated the intellectual movement which was called Transcendentalism, and which was a reaction against formalism and tradition. He lacked the method essential to the foundation of a new philosophy, but his works form a permanent addition to the highest literature of the human race. Phillips Brooks, b. December 13, 1835, d. January 23, 1893, was one of those phenomenal preachers of the century who won the hearing and hearts of his auditors by largeness and liberality of thought, spirituality, earnestness, self-sacrifice, and great love. And by beauty and poise of character. He seldom preached doctrine, but relied on the efficacy of ardent exhortation, and the finding and kindling of the good in each auditor. Charles H. Spurgeon, b. June 19, 1834, d. January 31, 1892, stands as a type of the great popular preacher and leader in charitable work. With Baptist views, he revived his own denomination and exerted a helpful influence on all others. No divine of his time swayed so resistlessly the immense audiences he attracted. His plain sermons were always lightened with happy illustrations and delivered with rare power and personal magnetism, and they had the exceptional quality of retaining much of their charm and persuasiveness when in print. Friedrich Froebel of Thuringia, Germany, b. April 21, 1782, d. June 2, 1852, was a born educator, and his great life work lay wholly in that direction. He studied not so much to get knowledge of particular branches as to discover their natural unity and hidden connection. He was the advocate of the new education, and pushed the system of Pestalozzi far beyond its author's dreams. According to Froebel, man and nature are governed by the same laws, and, by his observation of both, he reached his idea of what man's development should be, and how to accomplish it. True development must of course proceed from within, from self-activity. And as every age of man is complete in itself, its perfect development can come from only such development in the preceding age. Hence, the necessity of properly training and educating young children. This course of reasoning resulted in his invention of the kindergarten system, together with his self-sacrificing devotion in training teachers, and in his heroic perseverance notwithstanding bitter opposition, or indifference. Victor Cousin, of France, b. November 28, 1792, d. June 15, 1867, was a renowned epoch-maker of the century in founding the school of systematic eclecticism in philosophy. His system sets forth a doctrine of Catholic comprehension and toleration of others. Few men did more in official and private life to advance the cause of general education in France. William Wilberforce, of England, b. August 24, 1759, d. July 29, 1833, with Pitt and Clarkson, led in the cause of freeing the slaves, being himself the greatest type of the English abolitionist. For 46 years he maintained unceasing and relentless warfare against slavery, and his priceless gift to the present century was the final and complete extinction of slavery and of the slave trade in the British possessions. Historians. William H. Prescott, b. May 14, 1796, d. January 27, 1859, proved himself to be an epoch-maker in the sense that he combined the worth of history with the brilliance and fascination of the novel, and developed the entirely new field of Spain's career at home and in her colonies. His Ferdinand and Isabella, Conquest of Mexico, Conquest of Peru, and History of Philip II, all obtained a worldwide circulation, and both placed and kept their author in the highest rank of modern American historians. François P. G. Guizot, of France, b. October 4, 1784, d. September 13, 1874, was both statesman and historian. In the former capacity he held several important public positions, and from 1840 to 1847 was, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, really at the head of the government. His many proposed reforms brought on the Revolution of 1848 and the dethronement of Louis Philippe. Though ranking as one of the greatest of French statesmen, his highest and most enduring reputation rests on his historical writings, which are very numerous, and the chief of which is his General History of Civilization in Europe. His works are classics of historical research, and inspiring forerunners of the modern method of treating history. James Anthony Froude, b. October 23, 1818, d. October 20, 1894, ranks as one of the brightest of England's writers and historians, though not one of the most reliable. His writings are characterized, in the main, by ultra-Protestantism. And in his two most important works, The English in Ireland in the 18th Century, and The History of England, he endeavors to justify his country's severe treatment of the Irish Romanists, to establish Henry VIII as the chief champion of English independence, and also to bestow upon her ministers much of the credit popularly supposed to belong to Queen Elizabeth. John L. Motley, b. Massachusetts, April 15, 1814, d. England, May 29, 1877, typifies the patient and painstaking searcher for truth in the development of national history, and also the sympathetic, graphic, and spirited painter of the scenes, events, and characters which he presents. His Rise of the Dutch Republic, History of the United Netherlands, and Life and Death of John of Barneveld are all undeniably great contributions to the historical literature of the present century, besides being monuments to the exacting toil and research of years. Henry Thomas Buckle, of England, b. November 24, 1822, d. May 29, 1862, is a conspicuous type of the patient and learned historian. His principal donation to modern progress is The History of Civilization in England, a work whose novel theories created an epoch in the philosophy of history, and called forth much controversy. According to him, civilization was due not so much to moral or religious influence as to material causes, soil, climate, food, atmosphere, etc. George Bancroft, b. October 3, 1800, d. January 17, 1891, was equally renowned as statesman and historian. As a member of President Polk's cabinet, he was instrumental in founding the Naval Academy at Annapolis and the Naval Observatory at Washington. As minister to Prussia he negotiated several foreign treaties, and ably conducted the settlement of the Northwest Boundary question. But his great life work was his History of the United States, on which he labored untiringly till his death. It is the most exhaustive, philosophic, and inspiring of our national histories. Richard Hildreth, b. June 28, 1807, d. June 11, 1865, was one of the century's valuable contributors to the welfare of the United States by his History of Banks, his many works on morals and politics, and chiefly by his great life work, The History of the United States. A production of great labor and masterly detail, but somewhat heavily written. Thomas Babington Macaulay, of England, b. October 25, 1800, d. December 28, 1859, was noted as essayist and statesman. But his genius lay especially in history, in which line he was enabled to furnish the world with his great life work, that most remarkable and valuable History of England, which quickly attained a circulation never before equaled by any similar publication. Though at times partisan and partial, he was still fortunate in throwing his great strength on the side of right. Editors. Horace Greeley, b. February 3, 1811, d. November 29, 1872, was founder of the New York Tribune. He took rank as one of the ablest editors of his day, and stood the foremost political advocate and controversialist of his time in America. He made of his paper a splendid property, and through it exercised an influence that reached far down among the masses. He lost much of his popularity by his advocacy of universal amnesty and impartial suffrage, after the close of the Civil War, and gradually drifted into the liberal Republican Party. This party, in alliance with the Democrats, placed him on the presidential ticket in 1872. He was disastrously defeated, and died from the effects of hard campaign work and grief. James Gordon Bennett, b. September 1, 1795, d. June 1, 1872, founder of the New York Herald, was the most spirited and daring of those pioneers who revolutionized the journalism of the century. In his paper he broke away from high prices and prosaic methods, and inaugurated the era of cheap prices, racy news, and independent expression. He practically developed the present organization of newsboys, the use of the telegraph in securing news, and the American system of European and war correspondence. William Cullen Bryant, b. November 3, 1794, d. June 12, 1878, united the scholarship of the general literature and the grace of a poet with the genius of a high-toned and brilliant editor. He gave to his paper, the New York Evening Post, a rank and influence seldom attained in journalism, especially when it is considered that its patrons were chiefly of the educated and higher business classes. He represented the cleanest and most intellectual journalism of the century. John W. Forney, b. September 20, 1817, d. December 9, 1881, was founder and owner of the Philadelphia Press. The journalism of the century can boast no more indefatigable and brilliant pen than his, nor did any journal of his day occupy a more commanding place amid the discussions incident to the Civil War and subsequent periods of Reconstruction. He was also editor and owner of the Washington, D.C., Chronicle. Charles Anderson Dana, b. August 8, 1819, d. October 17, 1897, is an instance of a scholar and publicist who found a true, though late, outlet for his genius in the realm of independent journalism. Under his editorship and management the New York Sun became the model news medium of the country, and its editorial, financial, and other departments were conducted with an ability and conscientiousness that commanded the widest confidence. He was associate editor of The New American Cyclopedia, and compiler of the admirable Household Book of Poetry. Joseph Medill, b. April 6, 1823, d. March 16, 1899, rose to the high rank of editor-in-chief and principal owner of the Chicago Tribune, through the schooling afforded by connection with several minor papers. No man of the century was more thoroughly imbued with the true editorial instinct. Of dignified and prudent expression, broad and keen thought, ever alive to the privileges and power of the press, he made his journal a model of excellence in all its varied departments as well as a colossal property. Joseph Pulitzer, b. 1847, was founder and editor of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, and afterwards became owner and editor of the New York World. Like the elder Bennett, he ranks as one of the dashing, daring editors of the century, whose aim is to gain notoriety in extraordinary circulation for his journal by strong, and often vituperative, attack upon public men and things, and by tireless efforts to secure general news of a unique and sensational character, at whatever cost. Murat Halstead, b. 1829, rose to editorial distinction, and became a strong factor in the life of the Middle West, through his connection with the Cincinnati Commercial, which he raised to a flourishing financial condition, with immense power in municipal, state, and national politics. In 1890 he became editor of the Standard Union, Brooklyn, N.Y. Whitelaw Reid, b. October 27, 1837, is a type of the highest class of American political editors, and represents the best in that kind of American journalism which aims to be both alert and catholic in its efforts, without the sensationalism of personality, exaggeration, or the horrible. Next to Mr. Greeley, whom he succeeded as editor, he will best be remembered in connection with the New York Tribune, and has made his journal a great power along nearly all lines, particularly those political. Scientists. Sir Charles Bell, of Scotland, b. November 17, 1774, d. April 29, 1842, is a shining example of patience and genius for investigation, discovery, and deduction in medical science. The nervous system was his particular forte. And he discovered the most important principle, that the brain is divided into two parts, each having its corresponding division in the spinal marrow, and that one set of nerves conveys sensations from the body to the brain, another carrying back to the body and its muscles the command of the brain, and finally that nerves conveying different sensations are connected with different parts of the brain. He was a remarkable surgeon, a brilliant lecturer, and a medical author of universal fame. Samuel D. Gross, b. July 8, 1805, d. May 6, 1884, ranked as one of the epoch-makers in his profession. As physician, surgeon, and medical author he showed a lofty aim, strict devotion, marked originality, and powerful intellect. His numerous works commanded worldwide attention and became accepted standards. Two of them, at least, were the first of their kind ever published in America. George C. L. F. D. Cuvier, of France, b. August 23, 1769, d. May 13, 1832, exhibited in his career the immense reformation and advance in natural history during the first 3 decades of the 19th century. He expanded the system of comparative anatomy as the only true basis of natural history, and from an utterly chaotic and unintelligible heap of dry facts concerning animal structures he finally deduced the underlying, natural principles of unity in their classification and division. He also established many positive laws of geology and paleontology and, by his vast discoveries and daring conceptions therein, developed the comparatively new science of fossil animal life to an extent hitherto undreamed of. Charles Robert Darwin, of England, b. February 13, 1809, d. April 18, 1893. Was one of those well-equipped and persistent scientists whose investigations led to the modern doctrine of the origin and evolution of species by means of natural selection and preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. His conclusions were at first bitterly rejected, especially by religious scientists, but ere the end of the century came they met with wide acceptance. Only such a genius and patience as his could have collected, arranged, and interpreted the gigantic mass of facts out of which he slowly deduced his conclusions. Louis J. R. Agassiz, b. May 28, 1807, d. December 14, 1873, was the premier of his day as a scientist and naturalist. Of wonderful physical and mental power, vast enthusiasm, untiring industry, and exceptional propensity for research and orderly arrangement, he developed the modern science of ichthyology. Propounded new and accepted theories of geology and of glacial systems, and established the magnificent Museum of Natural History at Cambridge, Massachusetts. Astonishingly prolific as a writer, he remains a constant source of inspiration to naturalists and scientists. Samuel C. F. Hahnemann, of Germany, b. April 11, 1755, d. July 2, 1843, was an epoch-maker in the field of medicine. By 1820 his theories and publications had awakened universal interest, and the homeopathic system had become an established school. Despite the long and bitter war between allopathy and homeopathy, it is certain that the latter has contributed largely to render medicine free from many old-time methods of an indefensible, if not actually harmful or dangerous kind. Horace Wells, of Hartford, Connecticut, b. January 21, 1815, d. January 14, 1848, was a dentist. His use of nitrous oxide, laughing gas, to render the extraction of teeth painless led to its fuller application as an anesthetic in surgery, and hence to the discovery of modern anesthesia by ether and chloroform. Though robbed of the honor of his discovery by others, the dentist Wells is no less a contributor to mankind of one of the greatest boons of the century. Louis Pasteur, of France, b. December 17, 1822, d. September 28, 1895, gave new direction and impulse to chemistry and pathology by the discovery that fermentation arose from microorganisms, and also that disease was, in many instances, due to the presence of bacilli in blood or tissue. He followed this with his system of culture and inoculation, by means of which he performed most miraculous cures of even such a vicious disease as hydrophobia. The Pasteur Institute in Paris stands a monument to his genius and philanthropy. Philanthropists. Stephen Girard, b. May 24, 1750, d. December 26, 1831, was crabbed, unapproachable, penurious, irreligious, yet strangely liberal in large public or charitable affairs. Twice he helped the government with large loans. Public charities and improvements, hospitals, and paradoxically enough, even churches, were indebted to him for munificent gifts. The greatest monument to his philanthropy is Girard College, founded by a bequest of $8 million, for the education of poor white male orphans. James Smithson, of England, b. About 1765, d. June 27, 1829, was possibly the first philanthropist to bestow a large endowment upon the United States. With the sum of $500,000 to $600,000, which came to it from this benevolent foreigner, the young republic founded and endowed the splendid Smithsonian Institute at Washington for the spread and increase of knowledge, thus putting Mr. Smithson in the highest rank of the world's benefactors, and erecting an imperishable monument at another turning point in the progress of civilization. George Peabody, b. February 18, 1795, d. November 14, 1869, ranks as one of the century's greatest philanthropists. Among his noblest gifts were $3,500,000 for free education and the training of teachers in the southern states, $1 million for a scientific institute at Baltimore, large sums to Harvard University, and a great amount to his native town, Danvers, Mass. For educational purposes. Dying in England, he left $2,500,000 to London, to found workingmen's homes. John Jacob Astor, b. July 17, 1763, d. March 29, 1848, used much of his colossal fortune in philanthropy. Perhaps his largest single gift, at least that by which he is best known as a benefactor, was the sum of $400,000 to found the Astor Library of New York City. This noble institution is conducted on the public plan, and contains nearly 300,000 volumes. James Lick, b. August 25, 1796, d. October 1, 1876, amassed a fortune in California, out of which he provided a trust fund for certain public and charitable purposes. This fund amounted to $5 million at the time of his death. To him is due the famous Lick telescope in the University of California, which cost $700,000, the California School of Mechanic Arts, costing $540,000, the Free Public Baths of San Francisco, costing $150,000. And numerous other charities and benefactions. Leland Stanford, b. March 9, 1824, d. June 20, 1893, acquired a great fortune in California. Inspired by a dream at the time of his little son's death, he determined to found and endow an institution of learning in his state. The result was the Leland Stanford Junior University, whose direct endowment was princely, and whose indirect endowment is expected to amount to $20 million or more. Florence Nightingale was born, May, 1823, in Florence, Italy, of English parents, and, prompted by philanthropic instincts, turned her attention to the relief of humanity. After study in various nursing schools, she was sent at the head of a corps of trained nurses to care for the sick and wounded soldiers of the Crimean War, in which position she displayed marvelous energy and ability. A grateful public subscribed for her a testimonial of $250,000, which she devoted to the founding of a training school for nurses. Clara Barton, b. About 1830, left a clerkship in Washington to engage in the work of alleviating the sufferings of the soldiers of the Civil War, on the battlefields and in hospitals, a work she performed with rare energy and self-sacrifice. She afterwards aided the Grand Duchess of Baden in establishing her hospitals during the Franco-Prussian War, and was decorated with the Golden Cross of Baden and the Iron Cross of Germany. In 1881 she organized the American Red Cross Society, for which she secured an international treaty giving it protection. She performed splendid service in camp and field during the Spanish-American War. John D. Rockefeller, b. 1839, is a splendid example of those many and noble American millionaires who have responded with astonishing liberality to the promptings of their philanthropic natures. The reconstruction of the Chicago University, the founding or endowment of other public institutions, and of numerous charitable benefactions, together embracing the expenditure of many millions, are magnificent monuments to Mr. Rockefeller's share in promoting the progress of his country during the last quarter of the 19th century. Matthew Vassar, b. April 29, 1792, d. June 23, 1868, founded Vassar College, N.Y., in 1861. A brewer of large fortune, he conceived the idea of erecting and endowing a college for women, wherein education could be obtained either moderately or gratuitously, and which should be undenominational. To this end he gave land and $428,000 for buildings and equipment. Again he gave $360,000. Other members of his family added to his gifts, till $1 million and more were expended in buildings, apparatus, etc. And the endowment amounted to over $1 million. Inventors. George Stephenson, of England, b. June 9, 1781, d. August 12, 1848, was the first, 1814, to construct a satisfactory locomotive steam engine. In 1815 he introduced the steam blast into his second locomotive. In 1822 he built and operated his first railway, 8 miles long. In 1829 his engine, named the Rocket, was driven at the rate of 29 miles an hour. He invented a safety lamp, which is still in use in English collieries. A natural genius and self-taught mechanic, he refused knighthood, but has received by common consent the title of the Father of Railways. Richard M. Hoe, B. September 12, 1812. D. June 7, 1886, completely revolutionized the art of printing by the invention of his lightning rotary press in 1846. This marvel was capable of printing 20,000 impressions an hour. After many costly experiments, with a view to printing both sides of a sheet at once, he evolved his web-perfecting press, which drew the paper from a roll, perhaps miles in length, at the rate of 1,000 feet a minute. Printed both sides simultaneously, and cut and folded the sheets at the rate of 20,000 per hour. Subsequent improvements have given his machines a much larger hourly capacity. Elias Howe, B. June 9, 1819, D. October 3, 1867, contributed the sewing machine to the century's triumphs and wonders, though it is alleged that the honor of inventing both the eye-pointed needle and the lock-stitch belongs to Walter Hunt, between whom and how long litigation prevailed, finally resulting in the recognition of the 1846 patent of the latter. Modifications and improvements by more recent inventors have made the sewing machine the household boon of today. Cyrus W. Field, B. November 30, 1819, D. July 12, 1892, made the problem of a telegraphic cable across the Atlantic an aim of his life. For 13 years he labored with wonderful faith and perseverance, and at last, after a series of defeats and mortifying failures, succeeded, 1866, in laying a cable that thoroughly solved the problem. Since then submarine telegraphy has become one of the most useful and powerful factors in the private and public life of the world. Samuel F. B. Morse, B. April 27, 1791, D. April 2, 1872, contributed to the century's triumphs and world civilization by that brilliant and persistent series of investigations, which resulted in the first practical telegraph. He brought his invention before the world in 1844, and with the aid of the government set up a line of 40 miles between Washington and Baltimore, over which dispatches successfully passed, May 24, 1844. From this moment his triumph was complete, and he became the recipient of many flattering distinctions at home and abroad. John Ericsson, B. July 31, 1803, D. March 8, 1899, either invented, or first made practical, the steam fire engine, the artificial draft for locomotives, the reversible locomotive, the link motion, the caloric engine, and the screw propeller. Discouraged in England, he came to the United States in 1839, where he revolutionized naval warfare by applying the screw propeller to the U.S.S. Princeton and employing a rangefinder. In 1854 he invented the Monitor ironclad on principles first applied in the Monitor, which defeated the Merrimac in Hampton Roads, Virginia, March 9, 1862. His career was signalized by many other valuable inventions. Alexander Graham Bell, born March 3, 1846, besides exploiting in America his father's valuable system of instruction to deaf-mutes, typifies the inventive spirit of his age by his contribution to public progress through the material side. As exemplified in that indispensable aid to modern life, the telephone, with the invention of which he is generally, but by no means undisputedly, credited. Thomas Alva Edison, B. February 11, 1847, is a splendid example of the tireless, acute, and practical scientific inventor, and is well named the electrical wizard. Among the triumphs of his skill and genius are the automatic telegraphic repeater, the duplex telegraph, afterwards developed into the quadruplex and sextuplex transmitter, the printing telegraph for stock quotations, the carbon telephone transmitter, the aerophone, the megaphone and microphone, the phonograph and photometer, the incandescent lamp, and many other devices for electric lighting. Nikola Tesla, born 1858, a former pupil and assistant of Edison, shares with his master the honor of representing the world's greatest and most practical of scientific inventors and discoverers. His most noted investigations and discoveries have been along the line of arousing luminous vibrations in matter, without, at the same time, setting in action heat vibrations. He has made the remarkable discovery that 200,000 volts may pass harmlessly through that body which 2,000 would kill, and is experimenting to produce 3 million vibrations a minute in matter. He has also shown that both motors and lights can be operated on one wire without a circuit. His rotary motor is used in conveying power from the great plant at Niagara Falls. Novelists. Sir Walter Scott, of Scotland, b. August 15, 1771, d. September 21, 1832, exerted a powerful influence on the literature of the century through the medium of his stirring poetry and delightful fiction, in both of which he was most ready and prolific. His numerous works, teeming with striking situations, strong and noble in style, are models of literary excellence, and are as captivating to readers of today as they were half a century ago. Charles Dickens, of England, b. February 7, 1812, d. June 9, 1870, ably exemplified that school of novelists who paint homely social life with all its innocent, clumsy efforts at humor, its sorrows, vanities, and weaknesses, its selfishness, malice, and vice, its wrongs, sufferings, and goodnesses. Though faulty in plot and style and ridiculous in their exaggerations, his novels marked a new era in literature, and no books ever so appealed to the sympathies and good impulses of readers. James Fenimore Cooper, b. September 15, 1789, d. September 14, 1851, typifies a large and apparently enduring class of fiction writers of which he was a remarkable forerunner. That school of novelists who deal with stirring, bold, and healthful adventure, in which the Anglo-Saxon mind particularly seems to find unfailing delight. Both at home and abroad, his novels attained a wide, sudden, and well-deserved popularity. And to this day no library of fiction is complete without them. Nathaniel Hawthorne, b. July 4, 1804, d. May 18, 1864, exhibits in his numerous fictional works a man's breadth and strength of imagination and a woman's quick perception and spiritual insight. Almost gloomy in color, overhung with impending fate, and often uncanny, his stories are yet always fascinating. As has been well said, one catches in them gleaming wit, tender satire, exquisite natural description, subtle and strange analysis of human life, darkly passionate and weird. Count Leo, or Lyov, Alexeyevich Tolstoy, b. August 28, 1828, is a Russian aristocrat by birth, but has assumed the dress and life of a peasant, the better to exploit his doctrines respecting non-resistance, communism, labor, religion, politics, government, and society. His numerous writings show a combination of keenness of realistic insight and wealth of poetical imagination, of a wonderful breadth of view with perfect handling of minute detail, seldom rivaled in all literature. Whether or not he will prove to be the forerunner of a great revolution in the world's national and social life, there is no disputing his genius and pertinacity. Edward George Earl Bulwer, Baron Lytton, of England, b. May 25, 1803, d. January 18, 1873, was novelist, poet, dramatist, and essayist, and ranked as one of the most versatile and classical authors of the century. Through his plays, poetry, and novels he introduced a new literary era, and was the leader, if not actual founder, of the school of melodramatic romance. Harriet Elizabeth Beecher Stowe, b. June 14, 1811, d. July 1, 1896, acquired great fame as authoress of the epoch-making book, Uncle Tom's Cabin. It proved to be a powerful contribution to the anti-slavery cause, and served to electrify readers in 20 different languages. In dramatized form it has delighted millions of auditors. The authoress represents woman's efforts for the overthrow of slavery, efforts she put forth modestly, completely unconscious of their great power and future influence. George Eliot, pseudonym of Marian Evans, afterwards Mrs. Lewis, then Mrs. Cross, of England, b. November 22, 1819, d. December 22, 1880, was one of the ablest of the world's female novelists, and had but few equals among men. She was a leading epoch maker in that introspective school which always with astonishing skill uses the plot in all its events, environments, and circumstances to develop each character in strict logical accord, whether for good or evil. Victor Hugo, of France, b. February 20, 1802, d. May 22, 1885, was, in his day, the most popular author who has ever lived. Few poems, no drama, and absolutely no novel have ever produced the immediate and tremendous effect of his earlier poems, his Hernani, and his Les Miserables. Through Hernani, he completely defeated the classic school and became the leader of the Romantic school of revolutionary individualists, thus creating a new epoch in literature. He invented novelties in poetry and prose which produce strength, variety, delicacy, harmony, and richness of imagery and coloring, absolutely unparalleled and original. Poets. Lord George Gordon Byron, of England, b. January 22, 1788, d. April 19, 1824, is a remarkable instance of a poet of marvellous natural powers, mingling good and evil in accordance with the whim that took him, yet exhibiting distinctly, through it all, evidences of a great soul and genius. He created an epoch in the world's poetic literature. Skeptical, cynical, melancholy even to sentimentality, and skillfully manipulating the public side of his affairs to keep up a most fascinating air of romantic mystery about them all. He succeeded in affecting public thought with these characteristics to a wonderful extent. As a result, Byronism, for a time, was the absorbing rage in all prominent circles, literary and even social. Henry W. Longfellow, b. February 27, 1807, d. March 24, 1882, is possibly the century's finest type of the people's poet. Though by no means a poet of great imaginative or creative powers, yet few reached his perfect skill as a painstaking and unerring artist. While none have ever surpassed him in creating that atmosphere of subtle beauty which always seems to surround and penetrate his verse. As an epoch maker his influence extended even to Europe, and especially to England, securing him a fame wider and greater than that of any other American poet, and rarely failing to win the enduring affection of all kinds of readers. John Greenleaf Whittier, b. December 17, 1807, d. September 7, 1892, as an editor and poet contributed no little to the cause of the abolitionists. Together with Longfellow, Holmes, Lowell, Hawthorne, and Emerson, he may be considered an epoch maker in the development of American literature as guided by the spirit of New England. He types the sweet, simple, and absolutely sincere poet whose verse breathes forth a strong patriotism, and is redolent of the healthful home life of the Eastern States. Sir Alfred Tennyson, of England, b. August 6, 1809, d. October 6, 1892, was by far the leading representative of those English poets who, while not wanting in the fire and spontaneity of true genius, nevertheless wrote carefully, after long reflection, with calculation and toil, as to diction, polish, and arrangement of sentences and thoughts. His highly wrought In Memoriam and his exquisite, though somewhat sensuous, Idylls of the King, were absolutely novel, and mark an epoch in the history of the world's poetry. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, born in 1809, d. June 29, 1861, is, without doubt, the greatest poetess of the present century and probably of any other. She presents an extraordinary instance of the grasp, comprehensiveness, and logic of man's intellect, united with the intuitions, deep emotions, impulses, and visions of woman. Her especial contribution to the progress of this century is not only to the wealth of its poetry, but also to the careful and discriminating consideration of many of its social problems. Robert Browning, b. in London, May 7, 1812, d. in Venice, December 12, 1889, was the foremost of psychological poets. Belonging to the Romantic school, he created an epoch in literature by carrying his high ideals and wonderful efforts of genius over into what became known as the Spasmodic School. Actors. Edmund Kean, of England, born in 1787, d. May 15, 1833, was one of the greatest and most popular actors of all time. He typified, and greatly contributed to the success of, that school of actors who rely almost solely on their own native genius and acquired powers, rather than on the aid of externals. He has been called both the Byron and the Napoleon of actors, and seemed to have the most extraordinary power both of catching and revealing the meaning of Shakespeare, with the quickness and vividness of the lightning flash. Edwin Forrest, b. March 9, 1806, d. December 12, 1872, was a tragedian of the robust type. His success upon the stage was signal, owing to natural genius, superb form, and noble presence. For more than a generation he rendered effective and kept popular the leading tragedies of Shakespeare, and others suited to his powers. The actor's home at Philadelphia was endowed by him, and stands as his monument. Edwin Booth, b. November 13, 1833, d. June 7, 1893, stood as the exponent of the refined and lofty in drama. Through his rare histrionic powers he became a recognized interpreter of such characters as Richard III, Shylock, Lear, Iago, Othello, Brutus, etc. But he never appeared to better advantage than in Hamlet. His ability was as fully recognized abroad as at home. He expended $175,000 in establishing the Players' House and Club in New York. Charlotte S. Cushman, b. July 23, 1816, d. February 18, 1876, first won her histrionic honors in opera. Her voice failed, and then she began her memorable career as actress, her most famous personations being Lady Macbeth, Bianca, Julia, Beatrice, Lady Teazle, Queen Catherine, and Meg Merrilies. She readily ranked with the great dramatic artists of the century, and her skill, native and acquired, divided with her own splendid character the admiration of the general public. Tommaso Salvini, b. January, 1830, demonstrates that now very rare and severely tragic school of the stage in which the actor appeals to the public through his genius and art, rather than through his environments and accessories. He thus belongs to an apparently closing era in the history of the stage. Powerful, passionate yet self-controlled, magnificent in physique, in elocution, in reading and in deportment, as an actor he really belongs to the world, although Italian in both spirit and training. Sir Henry Irving, or really John Henry Broadribbe, of England, was born in 1838, and is the leader of that modern school of actors, who depend not so much on good reading. Acting and general elocution as upon careful attention to details in stage setting and presentation. As an epoch maker in the history of the modern drama, he marks that point where the actor begins to look away from his own personal art to that displayed in his surroundings and accessories. Lyric dramatists. Ludwig van Beethoven, of Germany, b. December 17, 1770, d. March 26, 1827, is widely held to be the most colossal of musical geniuses, in breadth and grasp of intellect, in vastness and boldness of imagination, and in depth and tenderness of emotion. His one opera, Fidelio, is by many considered to be unrivaled in the realm of pure dramatic music. His sonatas and chamber music are generally conceded easily to lead in those two departments, while his symphonies are universally believed to have reached the utmost limit of development which is possible in the field of orchestral composition. Charles F. Gounod, of France, b. June 17, 1818, d. October 18, 1893, is an instance of a composer whose permanent fame must rest on but one work, the opera of Faust, in which he reached the utmost height of his powers and success. No opera has ever had such instant, universal, and constant popularity. Eclectic in style, and faithful and enthusiastic in his art, he did much to advance the progress of religious and operatic music in France. Robert Schumann, of Saxony, b. June 8, 1810, d. July 29, 1856, was one of the creators of the Romantic school of music. He was not a piano player, but a teacher and composer. His symphonies have been accorded a rank next to those of Beethoven, and for their deep pathos, fine, intense passion and wild, mournful beauty many of his compositions are almost peerless. Felix Mendelssohn Bartholdy, b. February 5, 1809, d. November 4, 1847, was as lovely in character as in works. In symphony, song, pianoforte, organ, or oratorio, he showed himself worthy of being classed with the great musical masters. His compositions suffered eclipse for a time by those of a stronger school, but his true position in the musical world is once more becoming recognized. Franz Schubert, of Austria, b. January 31, 1797, d. November 10, 1829, has been called the immortal melodist. His fecundity was marvelous, and he is best known by his songs, several hundred in number, and nearly half of which have immortal quality. He also composed many charming symphonies and operas. His chief characteristics are the freshness of his delightful melodies supported by harmonies of equal interest. Anton Gregor Rubinstein, of Russia, b. November 30, 1830, d. November 20, 1894, combined the brilliant pianist with the composer of genius. Had he not been preceded by Liszt as an epoch maker, he would undoubtedly have had the honor of being first of all great pianists. Frederick F. Chopin, of Poland, b. March 1, 1809, d. October 17, 1849, was one of the first of pianists and musical composers. His playing, like his music, was marked by a strange and ravishing grace, and he was the great interpreter of the music of his native country. He composed concertos, waltzes, nocturnes, preludes, and mazurkas abounding in poetic fancy and subtle harmonic effects. Jacques Offenbach, of France, b. June 21, 1819, d. October 4, 1880, was the chief creator of the opera bouffe, and was an astonishingly prolific composer. He stands for the clever, tactful musician, shrewd to perceive and quick to seize what catches the public ear for the time being. Franz Liszt, of Hungary, b. October 22, 1811, d. July 31, 1886, ranks as one of the world's phenomenal pianists. His strength and technique were prodigious, his magnetism irresistible, and his power over audiences unequaled. By his free, fantastic compositions he created a new school of composers. He gave extraordinary aid and inspiration to other musicians, and in reality brought Richard Wagner into prominence before the musical world. Richard Wagner, of Germany, b. May 22, 1813, d. February 13, 1883, early abandoned Beethoven as an operatic model, and felt that a new era in music was about to dawn. His musical theories first found full swing in his famous opera of the Nibelungen Ring, with which, and kindred productions, he practically created the modern music drama. In his operas he was sole author of their wonderful wealth of true poetry, stage effects, dramatic action, and endless melody. No musician has ever made such bitter foes and warm friends, and none ever had to fight his way so stubbornly to recognition. Giuseppe Verdi, of Italy, b. October 9, 1813, is one of the most remarkable musical composers of the century, in the respect that his talent has not failed with age, but has kept pace with the great changes which have affected the dramatic stage since his youth. In the beauty of his melodies and the intensity of his dramatic powers he is unsurpassed. Very few, indeed, of his numerous productions have failed to hold exalted place in public estimation. His best-known works are Il Trovatore, La Traviata, Rigoletto, Ballo in Maschera, Aida, Otello, and Falstaff, the latter written in 1893, when the author had reached the age of 80. Sovereigns. William I, King of Prussia and Emperor of Germany, was the epoch-maker of the 19th century for his realm. He was son of Frederick William III, and born March 22, 1797. In 1849 he was made commander-in-chief of the Prussian army. He succeeded to the throne of Prussia in 1861, and immediately under the guidance of Bismarck set about those measures which were to end in the unification of the German states. These involved the War of 1866 with Austria, after which, in 1867 he became head of the powerful North German Confederation, comprising 22 states, and a population of 29 million. Then followed the successful war with France, in 1871, which resulted in the complete realization of his idea of a united Germany, and on January 28, 1871, King William of Prussia was proclaimed Emperor of Germany, in the palace of the French kings at Marseilles. He died March 9, 1888. Victor Emmanuel. At the birth of Victor Emmanuel in 1820, Italy was a segregation of states or provinces, owned and played against one another by the chess players of Europe. The policy of ambitious sovereigns to the north was to keep it divided and discordant. Victor Emmanuel became king of Sardinia at a time when Austria's power was well-nigh supreme in the belligerent Italian states. His plea with Austria that the Sardinian constitution should be protected, and its success, aroused for him the confidence of the Italian people, and paved his way to the Italian crown. In 1852 he secured the services of the masterly Count Cavour, the Bismarck and Gladstone of Italy, for his premier and guide. Through Cavour's influence France united with Sardinia against Austria. The war which followed and the peace of Villafranca completed Emmanuel's task, and made him king of a united Italy, over which he reigned successfully for 8 years, dying on January 9, 1878. Tsar Alexander II. The epoch-maker of Russia during the 19th century was Alexander II, born April 29, 1818. Of the many important events of his reign, which began in 1855, the most illustrious was the abolition of serfdom in his dominions, which gave freedom to 23 million subjects. He was killed by anarchists in 1881. Francis Joseph. This Emperor of Austria-Hungary was born August 18, 1830, and succeeded to the throne of Austria in 1848, and of Hungary in 1867. Though defeated in wars with France, by which he lost Italian provinces, and with Germany by which he lost Schleswig-Holstein, he managed through an unprecedentedly long reign, in some part of which he was both emperor and legislature, to hold together an empire composed of heterogeneous Germans and Slavs, a task that would have proved impossible with a less wise and respected ruler. He survived the century, and the question also lived, what of the empire after his death? Victoria, Queen and Empress. Alexandrina Victoria Guelph, whose reign was the longest in English annals, and covered the epoch-making time of Great Britain during the 19th century, was born in London, May 24, 1819. She was the daughter of the Duke of Kent, fourth son of George III. She became next in succession to the throne on the death of her uncle, King William IV, which occurred June 20, 1837. Her ancestry dated back to Egbert, d. 827. To the wisdom of her mother she owed a well-ordered, peaceful, and happy childhood, with a view to the possibility of the English throne. Special teachers were employed as her instructors, and she became proficient in music and drawing, as well as in the classic and modern languages. She became equally proficient in the English Constitution and general history. In 1831, when, at the age of 12, it was deemed necessary to acquaint her with the fact that she was heir presumptive to the throne, the genealogical table of the royal family was placed in her book of history. After a study of it, she remarked that she was nearer the throne than she had thought, and that the reasons for her course of mental training had become obvious. About this time the young princess made her first appearance at court, and Parliament voted her an additional appropriation of $50,000 a year for her expenses. But as a rule her mother made use of the fast-vanishing possibility of the birth of other heirs who would take precedence of her, to keep the child, as long as propriety would permit, out of the whirl of court life, and to allow her education to proceed without interruption. The consequence of this maternal discretion was that Victoria came to the throne in excellent physical and mental health. She attained her legal majority, 18 years, on May 24, 1837, and her birthday was celebrated throughout the country. On June 20, 1837, King William died childless. It became the immediate duty of the Archbishop of Canterbury and Lord Conyngham to inform the young princess of her uncle's death and her own right of accession. She held out her hand to the Archbishop to be kissed, and said, "I ask your prayers on my behalf." A meeting of the Privy Council was called for 11 o'clock. The princess was known to but few of the members, and there was a universal desire to ascertain what manner of person she might be. She appeared before this august body of 100 leading nobles and statesmen with modest composure, bowed to the lords, took her seat, and read her declaration. The members of the council were then sworn to allegiance, kneeling and kissing her hand. The foreign ambassadors were then received one by one. All were captivated by the easy dignity of their girl queen. Her speech was generally remarked upon for its perfect elocution. Of her speech a few months after, upon the dissolution of Parliament, Charles Sumner, who heard it, said, "I was astonished and delighted. I think I never heard anything better read." And of the same speech Fanny Kemble said, "I think it is impossible to hear a more excellent utterance than that of the Queen's English by the English Queen." Victoria promptly reformed her court, which was sadly in need of correction, and removed the royal residence to Windsor Castle. Public admiration for her ability and grace of manner grew into enthusiasm, so that on the day of her coronation at Westminster Abbey, June 28, 1838, the pageant was not only one of unsurpassed splendor, but the populace were described as "coronation mad." This was the manifestation of a radically changed public sentiment as to royalty, for the eclipse of monarchy under the Four Georges had long been accepted as a humiliating fact. And respect for the throne had been well nigh lost during William's reign. Altogether it was a bad time for a girlish queen to assume power. Yet her guiding hand was soon favorably and powerfully felt, and it has been said by more than one good authority that her accession at that special crisis was the salvation of monarchy in Great Britain. Her Prime Minister, Lord Melbourne, received at an early date a touch of her quality, when, after vainly urging her to sign a certain document, he testily withdrew it with the remark that it was not of paramount importance. "Sir," replied the Queen instantly, "it is with me a matter of the most paramount importance whether or not I attach my signature to a document with which I am not thoroughly acquainted." And on another occasion, when her signature was asked to a document on the ground of expediency, she replied, "I have been taught, my lord, to judge between what is right and what is wrong. But expediency is a word I neither wish to hear nor to understand." The beginning of her reign was coincident with the inauguration of transatlantic steam navigation. In the second year of her reign the Whig ministry, at whose head stood Lord Melbourne, lost its working majority in Parliament. The Queen immediately summoned the Tory leader, Duke of Wellington, to form a new government. Wellington suggested Sir Robert Peel as better qualified for the task. He accepted, but when the Queen found that the change would affect all the ladies of her bedchamber and household she repudiated Peel, and recommissioned Melbourne. For this she and her Premier were taunted as being at the head of what was called the bedchamber plot. Subsequently, when Peel succeeded Melbourne, the Queen found in him and Wellington warm friends and trusted advisers. Among the other notable events of this year, 1839, of her reign, were the formation of the Anti-Corn Law League, and the occupation of Kabul and Aden by the British forces. The Queen's hand was sought in marriage by many kings, dukes, and princes of Europe. Her choice fell upon her cousin, Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. It was a love match, mingled with not a little diplomacy on the part of her aunt, the Duchess of Gloucester, and Albert's uncle, King Leopold. The wedding was celebrated with stately splendor at the Chapel Royal in St. James's Palace, on February 10, 1840. The marriage proved a happy one. All that the most affectionate and unselfish wife could be, she was to her husband. And the prince consort not only returned her affection in full, but became her faithful, laborious, vigilant, discreet adviser and helper, lifting from her shoulders the crushing load of state affairs, and opening a new era in her life. Careful and well-informed observers have ranked Prince Albert among the statesmen of his day, and some have said that for the greater part of his 21 years of married life he was practically King of England. On November 21, 1840, their first child, afterwards Empress Frederick of Germany, was born. An economic triumph of the year was the introduction of cheap postage in England. In 1841 Sir Robert Peel succeeded Lord Melbourne as Premier. British arms greatly extended political and commercial influence in the Orient by the taking of Canton and Amoy. On November 9 the Prince of Wales, who, January 23, 1901, succeeded to his mother's throne, was born. In 1842 two attempts were made to assassinate the Queen. It became the foreign policy of the government not to further complicate the Indian question by pushing conquest in Afghanistan, so the British forces were withdrawn. The commercial prestige of England was greatly advanced in the Orient by the acquisition of Hong Kong as a port, and the general opening of all the Chinese ports to foreign trade. This year also witnessed the permanent foothold of Great Britain in South Africa, by absorbing the Boer Republic of Natal. On April 25, 1843, Princess Alice was born. British possessions in India were enlarged by the annexation of Sindh. The Queen and her husband paid a friendly visit to Louis Philippe of France, and received a return visit. In 1845 Mr. Gladstone became Premier. England and France joined in war against the Argentine Republic. The year witnessed the outbreak of the formidable Sikh rebellion. In the following year, 1846, this rebellion was suppressed and the Sikh territory was ceded to the East India Company. The aggravated question of the northwest boundary of the United States was settled by treaty. The Great Famine in Ireland, and a somewhat indignant public sentiment in England, conduced to the repeal of the Corn Laws. For several years the Irish situation was serious, famine and insurrection going hand in hand. In 1848 Princess Louise was born. The Sikh rebellion was renewed. The Boer territory in South Africa was further trenched upon, and the farmers trekked across the Vaal River to establish the Transvaal Republic. In 1849 the Queen paid her first visit to Ireland, the Sikh rebellion was suppressed, and the Punjab was annexed to British India. 1850 witnessed the conclusion of the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty with the United States. In 1851 the Queen opened the Great Exposition in London. In 1852 the first Derby Ministry came into power. In 1854 Great Britain participated with France in the Crimean War against Russia. For several years the vigorous foreign policy of the government led to serious complications. In 1860 the Prince of Wales visited America. During the Civil War in the United States, the Queen's sympathies were with the Union cause. And the very last public act of the Prince Consort was to sign in the name of the Queen the paper which modified the demand of the Ministry upon the United States with reference to seizure of the Confederate envoys Mason and Slidell. The paper in its unmodified form would have been equivalent to a declaration of war by England. Toward the end of 1861 Prince Albert's strength began to fail, and on December 14 he passed away. His death was a severe blow to the Queen and to the nation. 2 years afterwards she wrote in a letter to Dean Stanley, "I can never be sufficiently thankful that I passed safely through those 2 years, the 2 first years of her reign, to my marriage. Then I was in a safe haven, and there I remained for 20 years. Now, that is over, and I am again at sea, always wishing to consult one who is not here, groping by myself, with a constant sense of desolation." In 1863 the Prince of Wales was married. For several years the government had serious trouble with the Fenian uprisings in Ireland and America. In 1867 the Dominion of Canada was constituted. 1868 witnessed a cabinet change from Derby to Disraeli, and from him to Gladstone, and the passage of a Reform Act for Scotland and Ireland. In 1874 Disraeli succeeded Gladstone as Premier. In 1875 Great Britain acquired control of the Suez Canal, and in 1876 the Queen was proclaimed Empress of India. In 1879 Great Britain was carrying on war in India against revolting tribes, and in South Africa against the Zulus. 2 years later, 1881, she attacked the Boers of the Transvaal, but met with defeat. In 1885 there was a further loss of military prestige by withdrawal from the Sudan campaign. In 1887 the Queen celebrated her semi-centennial jubilee, and 10 years later, 1897, her Diamond Jubilee. In 1900 she witnessed the consolidation of her Australasian colonies, and in 1901 the establishment of the Commonwealth of Australia. The closing years of her life were clouded by the attitude of her country in South Africa, and the losses of life and treasure entailed by the war with the Boers. It was said by many that her anxiety and grief over this situation hastened her death. Her last illness was brief and painless, and her death took place at Osborne, Isle of Wight, surrounded by her family, at 6:55 p.m. on January 22, 1901, in the 82nd year of her age, and 64th of her reign. Her death occasioned sincere mourning throughout the civilized world. She was succeeded by her oldest son, the Prince of Wales, who ascended the throne on January 23, 1901, and assumed the title of Edward VII. The Queen and Prince Consort were ever anxious as to the education of their children. They were trained to industry and economy. The daughters were taught accomplishments as well as sewing and cooking, and were given to understand that they were not to marry without affection, nor for mere money or reasons of state. Victoria was herself a careful manager in pecuniary affairs. By 30 she had saved enough from her income to provide for the whole expense of her new place at Osborne, where she died, about $1 million, while for the prince she had already saved from the revenues of her Cornwall estate, $500,000. The prince left her a valuable estate which at her death had come to be estimated at $25 million. This, added to her own judicious investments through the 64 years of her reign, gave her rank as one of the wealthiest of sovereigns, as well as of the world's persons. Already the Victorian era is being celebrated as the greatest period of progress that Britain ever knew, as the Golden Age of England. And this with much propriety and truth, for her reign teemed with instances of the exercise of power in the form of moral influence, with results important and far-reaching. Some of these instances showed statesmanship of a high order. She never took sides in partisan politics, nor antagonized the policy of her responsible ministers, though often advising them and even at times correcting their serious mistakes. Never cheapening her advice by offering it in affairs of little moment, always straightforward, self-reliant, vigilant for the rights of the people, yet strenuous of law, neither misled by flattery, nor coerced by fear, a hater of evil, a maker of peace. More than once, in hours of crisis, did she exercise a moral influence whose weight turned the course of events in both Europe and America. As an instance of this, the modification of Lord Palmerston's action in the Trent affair, already mentioned, may be referred to. And when Bismarck, surprised at the rapid recovery of France from the effects of the Franco-Prussian War, had resolved on a second invasion and humiliation. It was through Victoria's intervention that the aged German emperor was influenced to refuse a renewal of hostilities. If her reign pass into history as the Victorian era, then it will truly have many interesting chapters, some grandly inspiring, others, for such there must be, widely open to the criticism and judgment of posterity. It witnessed the greatest achievement in invention, the greatest advancement in science and art, and the most remarkable evolution in the relations of capital and labor that the world has ever seen. No equal period of world history has seen such unparalleled growth of a people, and such unexampled expansion of national territory. At the beginning of her reign the population of the empire was 127 million. At her death it embraced 11,334,000 square miles and 384 million people. The United Kingdom itself grew from 16 million to 40 million besides sending out its swarms of emigrants to people continents and isles. Commerce kept even pace with this advancement. British ships sailed every sea. England's flag was known in every port of the world. During Victoria's reign the foreign trade of Great Britain increased 420%. The great cloud on the Victorian era was England's wars, the questionable Crimean War of 1853–55, the Indian Mutiny of 1857, which ran a frightful course of rapine and bloodshed, the Sudanese Campaign, the Boer War in South Africa. The end.